Hello, it's me. You know, indoctrination started while we were still naive. Programming our beliefs. And that inertia is the reason we don't feel the earth spinning. Hello, can you hear me? Did you ever stop to question the confession of gravity as a theory? Funny thing, force alone can be explained with buoyancy and density. The sun is closer than what they've told us, not 90 million miles away. Hello from the inside. I'm here to tell you not to lie. And there never was a space probe, and those planets you've left so wandering stars. Operation Fishbowl. Hello, how are you? Did you get a chance to join Flat Earth and Globe discussion group to discover all the truth? How the sun, the moon, the stars are all revolving around you. There's no more secret. The earth is stationary, it is fixed, unmovable. Hello from the brighter side. They fooled you with that CGI. While sending rockets into the sea, and then faking that ISS speed. No matter how high you go, horizons rise to eye level. Look out from the world's greatest fiction. Show you only your glow. God will send you more.
There we go. All right, everybody got a 5x5. Yeah, 5x5. Well, hopefully y'all can hear me. If you notice, I'm in a very different place now. I want to start by giving you guys a greeting and welcome you all here with me today. Boy, do we have a special broadcast for you this evening. It's a very rare occasion, thanks to Yeshua. He allowed the southern 24-hour sun to be possible this very day. And he has blessed me to be able to be here in Antarctica, Union Glacier, everybody. It's something special. And let me read the chat here. I can't. This sun is intense, guys. It's I just landed about 30 minutes ago on the Blue Ice runway. It's real. It was real. I've got a lot of jet lag. I'm really tired, guys. It's been a long adventure to get here, and just bear with me here because it's really dry and hot out here. It's cold out here. Yeah, but we made it, guys. We made it. Let me see some of these chats here. Okay, looks like we got a chat. Sell out, sell out, sell out. Oh, come on, man. This trip cost me thousands of dollars, man. I can't even afford this. And I'm the sellout. How am I a sellout? You don't see my breath? Pick up some snow. Okay, hold on, hold on. My hands are really cold. I might need to get some gloves. Yeah, it's hard. It's really hard, guys. I don't know. It hurts. You got to take real deep breaths. It was here earlier. Yeah, I see a little bit. How about now? What up now? So yeah, guys, I really I'm just blessed to be here. It was so amazing. Words can't even express, you guys. I mean, this is overwhelming, and it was the most beautiful thing I ever seen. You guys really need to come here. There's nothing else like this place. It's I didn't see no ice walls. We came in over the peninsula, and it was just marshy lands, and I was hoping to see the ice wall, but we didn't. But I'm here, and that's all that matters. There's some more breath. You can see my lips are real chapped. Let me see what the chat's saying here. Turn up the volume. Can you guys hear? We got volume, right? I don't see your breath. We went through that, guys. Doubled. Penguins. Yeah. We were flying real low, and the penguins, it was crazy, man. They started jumping off the edge, and nothing lives here. There's nothing here. There's no spiders, no birds, no penguins, just us and the 70 people that are hired for us to be here, and there was only me on the plane, and you see these guys right here, they were on the plane as well. And you're lying? No, if you think I'm lying, that means all 70 of these people have to be lying. Okay. Besides, it would be way too expensive to fake this shit. You guys are ridiculous, man. Fucking anti-truthers. That's all. I thought some of you guys were my friends. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna get high, but I gotta. Luckily, I can because I keistered a couple joints, and we're gonna get high tonight. Tell you that, no doubt about it. So, yeah, I don't know. Let's see what this is. Looks like we got a super chat. It says, "Cheers to your intellectual honesty and balls of steel for $33. Thank you, Glober Shill, for the $33. I appreciate that, man. Our Cash App was lined up, man, and they wouldn't let anything go through. I don't know what's going on, so I didn't get any of the money, and I can't even afford to be here right now, guys. I can't. It's ridiculous. See some more chats here. Looks like we got another super chat. Thanks for being an explorer and an adventurer for $660. Thank you, Hollister Crowley. That is very, very grateful of you. I really appreciate that. You know, you guys can send me money through PayPal. Just don't use the Cash App, because they've been, you know, trying to keep me down. You know, I got 15 other places you can send it. Just don't send it there. I'm just telling you guys that I can't. I'm broke, and I left my kids and wife at home, so I'd really appreciate it. Let's see what it says. What's up with Cash App? I just addressed that. How much did you get paid? Man, you guys just need to chill, man. You guys are all just making accusations. You're a bunch of lying, dog-faced pony soldiers, anti-truthers. Okay? Jeez. What's the sun's direction? That direction. Oh, wait. And if you guys seen that green screen there, it's because I accidentally left my filter on. If you know anything about how green screens work, you would know that that this is real. And that was just a filter that I left on. Jeez. It's like playing poker with my brother's kids, man. You know, I'm thinking about going to the gift shop, and we're gonna maybe take a bike ride or something, man. But I'm just exhausted, guys. You know, I'm really, really tired. I fell asleep for like 20 minutes when I was writing the title to this stream. I don't even know if I spelt it right. Oh, man. I'm just going to get a cup of noodles. Oh, let's read some more chats here. Show your passport and flight itinerary. You guys are ridiculous, man. Let me get it. All right. Passport, itinerary. Dates on there and everything. Now, I'm tired of playing your guys' shenanigans. I'm not gonna do this all day. All right. You guys have no respect. I want to greet everybody who's here. Oh man, this thing's so hard to see. The sun is just, it's cold, and it's just intense. Intense. You guys just have no clue how beautiful this place is. All right. No clue. You weren't here, so don't act like you were. Okay? Until you come here, zip it. It's ridiculous. You see? I'm done ascertaining you trolls. Okay? No, we don't live on a ball, but I'm pretty damn sure the sun does this. Okay? Jeez. Let's read some more chats here. Your nose isn't even red. Oh boy. Do you feel upside down? Actually, I don't. It didn't, I didn't remember going over any curve. The earth is still flat, guys. That's subjective. So, yeah, I don't know if you guys want to ask some questions here. Let's see. Isn't winter out there? Yes, Dr. Bass. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity. All the stars have aligned. As a matter of fact, I was told that the Himawari and the ISS are supposed to eclipse tonight. Well, I don't even really know if it's night. It might be night right now, but we're having some very, very different special occasion here. See here. Zip it, yeah. Look at the sun. You guys see the sun? Okay, and you know it's real because it looks like a football. Okay? Do some science. You don't feel? What else we got here, guys? Uh, yeah, I don't know. Let's see here. Anybody else don't think I'm here? I did this for you guys, okay? I did it for you. I can't even afford to be here. No wind? Not very windy. I heard some footsteps, ice crunching, and it was really windy right before we got here. But once again, thanks to Yeshua, like I said, all the stars aligned, the clouds parted, and here we are, man. And I'm blessed. But it's getting kind of cold, so I think I need to put on a really big orange jacket or some gloves that heat my feet. Any other questions here? CGI. See, you guys. Enough's enough, guys. I'm getting real tired of this. Accusations. Anti-truthers are everywhere. I thought all you guys, there's so many of you here that I trusted. You're so lost. How much did they pay you? The drone? Where's the drone? That's a good question there, the true few. All the Globers they're already here. They said I couldn't use the Wi-Fi, but I eavesdropped and I heard the password. But once they know I'm on, they're probably gonna kick me off. What else we got here? The mountain looks like cardboard cutout. Well, that's a good observation, Maria. I wouldn't be making shit up. You got eyes to see. It's objectively not a piece of cardboard. You guys are ridiculous. What else you got, guys? Shirtless photos? I would, but it's just too cold. Let me get that joint out of my ass real quick. The password is trust me, bro. Yeah, let's greet everybody who's here. We got the Lord Racer in the house. Old me no more, old man more. We got Dr. Bass, half warrior. Jeremy Bird. We got Sean Alke. We got Pebbles. Flat Earth Nation, which is going to get himself, I'm pretty sure, if I could remember, I'll get you a wrench here in a second, buddy. Chicago Cubby Bear, next chapter. We got Maria Walker. Who else is up in here? Harmon. Yep, Mr. Harmon himself. Woot Woot. Saddle Bob. And Sue Finelli. I want to thank you guys all for being here. This is a very, very special evening. And once again, I could barely talk because my lips are real chapped. You guys don't, man, it's embarrassing, guys. Pick up some snow. I already picked up some snow. I said I wasn't ascertaining this. I already showed you the passports. I showed you my itinerary. Do I got to show you again? It's so hard to see out here, guys. The sun is just blaring cold. And the snow you see, oh, why? Yeah, duh. It doesn't snow out here, you guys. This snow has been here for ages. It's ancient snow. Okay, it's just ice. And man, you know, this is it's hard to handle out here, man. I'm from the desert, and coming out here to the desert, it's intolerable. It's I didn't think it was going to be this bad. I would never come here again, man. How many days are you going to be here? 4 days. We're going to be here 4 days if the weather permits. Uh, Whoa, that mountain looks really close, you guys. They told us that mountain's like 3 miles away, but it looks like I can touch it over here. Dude, this is legendary. You damn right, man. I don't fuck around. I'm not gonna. I'm giving you guys. I did this all for you guys, man. You know, the stream is going live. What else? Let's see that shadow. Looks like Ancients made in China. Yeah. Pretty soon, I'll be able to tell you guys all about how the sun just. I thought it was gonna set, and it just didn't. And but I know you guys are all gonna bitch no matter what I do. I can't fucking do anything proper, and you know I do everything bend over backwards, and this is how I get treated. You know, so go fund me. I could really use some reimbursements. You know, I got told that they were going to pay for everything, and now I can. And my rent's due, and it's going to be due again when I get home. And you know, you guys just bitch. That's all. You know. And matter of fact, the sun, is going to go around this way, the opposite way of where everybody else is. That proves that this is real, and that you know, Globers are right, guys. Um, it's going to go behind the mountain, okay, for like 2 hours. So we don't. I'm tired of hearing you guys bitch. So we're gonna come. We're gonna go a couple miles at least. I heard about this spot back there where you can go and see it, and the sun doesn't go behind the mountain. Uh, Super chats. Looks like we got another super chat. Elon Musk donated $2. Says you're welcome for the Starlink. Ah, appreciate that, Elon. $2, you cheap bastard. You know YouTube gets 30%. Boy, is it cold out here, guys. You see, I donated money. I donated money to you for a 24-hour live stream, and you're going to live stream the sun. Oh well, yeah, we got like 32 cameras, and most of them are 360s, and you know we have time lapses and everything from the tells the angles. Matter of fact, when we were flying over here, you know, I had like 4 or 5 different compasses, you know, and you know, I know it was real because I was in Punta Arenas, you know, and we flew south, man, you know, for like 4 hours. And I was like using all these compasses, and every single one of them said the same thing: Cantarctica this way. And here we are. Here we are. Yeah, the data, Carrie, the data that they brought back in December, it got lost, and they're not going to be able to get it back. So that's why I'm here. You know, I'm here to get the data myself because I'm tired of waiting. You know, we got a lot of fence sitters out there. You know, I don't want to name any names, but you know who you are. You know exactly who you are. A bunch of anti-truthers too. You know who you are. Who else we got here? We got, yeah, you are amazing. If this is real, then the moon landings have to be real. A secret vape stash? Nah, it's not secret. I mean, it's a secret to the wife. Don't tell her, because she'll be pissed. She already took whatever little money I had left, and she was going to pay for a babysitter, and she was going to go out for ladies' nights while I've been out, and we can't even afford this shit, you know? She's out here trying to sing and stuff, and, you know, everybody loves her, but she can't even bring in the dough, you know? I mean, just checking. Angela Baby Carson's in the house. What do you think about this special occasion, Angela? We did it. Oh, oh, yep. Burnt the data. All right, this is going well. I know that the green screen keeps screwing up. I can't figure out how to do the filter, you know. I left it on before I came out here. Godheart Guardians in the house. Well, I'm getting good at this, guys. Um, just got it hurts. You got to breathe in real deep. A little more breath. But like I said, guys, I'm really limited on time because they control the Wi-Fi, and I barely even slept anyway. And last night I slept under a table and walking over people just to get to the bathroom. I had to drink my own urine. It wasn't good. I still don't feel right. Pick up some snow. That's like 3 times I've picked up snow. You don't see that? It's real, guys. Trust me. Are you really at Union Glacier? Something feels off? Man, you know, out of all the things I've done, you know, I've been around the country. I've been to every single state, you know, trying to push this truth for you guys. And it just doesn't cease to amaze me how many of you are anti-truthers. Yeah. Let's see. Did I mention that I can't afford to be here because I can't, and I got bills, guys. I'm not. I'm not kidding. Yeah, I can't even read these anymore. It's just too bright out. The sun is just intense. Yeah, I'm going on the bike ride for sure. I don't care if they say yes or no. Why would they have 50 bikes and I'm the only one here. All these other people are just here to serve me. I'm gonna definitely go to the gift shop, no doubt about that. I got to get some merch. You guys, yeah, I got a bunch of data when I'm done here that I'll release maybe 2008, 28, 29, I think. It's a lot of terabytes, so it's going to take years. Um, you can't get truth overnight, guys. Sorry about your luck, but that ain't my fault. Let's see here. What else we got? Giving Duffy a piggyback. Uh, yeah. This ain't Brokeback Mountain, guys. This is the real deal. Okay? Does that look like a face that would lie to you? Tired of you guys, man. You guys are supposed to be my fucking friends. Walk so I can see footprints. I told you I heard a lot of footprints earlier. You didn't hear them? Oh, it's so hard to see, guys. It's really cold. How much of the movie deal for part 2, JJ? Is that supposed to be funny? What movie deal? You tell me. Prove it. You're making these claims. Where's your receipts? Yeah, the sun is in my eyes. You can't see it. It circles and it doesn't set, guys. Sorry. I wish it did, you know. But that don't make the earth not flat. I can tell you that right now. Unless you're Darren. Blacklight made it. He's gonna have to get caught up. He definitely missed it. This is like a once in a lifetime deal, folks. You can't be missing shit like this. Still can't see the curve. What else you got here? I need more super chats, guys. I don't do this for free. What happened to the interview with Candace? That's a good question because we were working to have it, and she just backed out, I guess. It's news to me too, man. If you see her, let her know. I'm still wondering what the hell's going on. What happened to auditing NASA? That didn't work out too well either, guys. It's a shame, but there's nothing I can do, guys. My hands are in the air. What does the world time app say? It's nighttime in Antarctica right now. I wouldn't know, man. I know I'm exhausted. I know my lips hurt real bad. I thought I had chapstick, but it was actually a vape pen. Yeah, I got jet lag. I didn't sleep at all. I'm just too amped up, man. Puntas Rentas kicked my ass. It was a wild night out there. What happens in Puntas stays in Puntas. What else we got here? Why is that one tent moving? Did Judas and Liz need alone time? If the tents are rocking, don't come a knocking. That's what I was told. Which one of you sons of bitches don't believe I'm here? Okay. Looks like some grueling research. You bet your ass, dude. This is not for the lighthearted, man. Like I said, I'm a desert boy, man, and this desert, it's a lot different. Like I said, you ain't here. You ain't never been here, but you can. You can come. We'll do some fundraising for you whenever after I get my money, because I got to get reimbursed. The cloud hasn't moved. Prove it. You keep making these claims, and maybe it's kinematic equivalence. I don't know. Maybe it just looks like it's not, but it is. Ah, man, it's so bright out here. If I take my glasses off, it'll like literally burn my corneal, literally. When, okay, when is the shit coming? When's the shirt coming off? It's off. Look, it's too cold to take it all the way off. It's like, I'm pretty sure it's like Celsius here in the desert. It's really dry, so you wouldn't understand. It's just not. It's not dry like a regular desert, but it's dry like a continent surrounded with oceans and covered in ice, kind of dry. And the weather's usually just crazy intense here, but there's never any snow or anything. This snow's been here for millennials, and yeah, the South Pole's that way, and we're gonna go this way to get a little farther from the mountain because you guys bitch about everything. So we're gonna get on that because I'm exhausted, you guys. You guys are giving me a hard time here. Um, this guy. Well, we can see your bedroom in your sunglasses reflection. That's not my bedroom, bro. That's the filter I left on before I came here, and I can't afford to to have people do this stuff for me. I got to do everything. I go to Mount Rushmore. I got every single major city across the country and have enlightened everybody. Most 99% of you people know what you know because of me. Okay, and I'm here. Okay, ready to teach you more. So give me the break. The whole damn thing is CGI. Half warrior. Yeah. We used to be friends, half, I gave you a wrench. Let's see. This is ridiculous. See what happens. Looks like, did I tell you guys that there's supposed to be a Himawari ISS eclipse tonight? You're damn right I'm doing all the work. I mean, look at these super chats. These guys are, I'm intellectually honest and I have balls of steel. I mean, what more is there to be said? Can you argue with that? Are you tempted to sneak off to go to the mountain, or were you afraid of the crevasses? I haven't told you about the crevasses, but I'm glad you brought it up because this mountain over here, yeah, it looks like it's right there, but it's really miles away. And the crevasses are so big that they will swallow cars and trains, planes, trains, and automobiles. You don't want nothing to do with going over there. Trust me, bro. You got That's how chroma key works. So you guys just aren't gonna give up the green screen thing, you know? You just can't give it up in a world. That's right, in a world, you know. You guys think that I could just fake this? That would cost way too much money. I mean, it would cost less money just to come. You guys are 35,000 a person, and you are eating cup of noodles. What's the deal? Well, they said we can only bring like 5 pounds of stuff on our. I'm not gonna bring food. I had to bring a camera, so once again, I'm looking out for your guys' best interest, and I could just go without, and a cup of noodles. I only got 4 days here, so I'm good. Someone should send this to Vapesit. Yeah, he's gonna appreciate this one. The cat's out of the bag. We're tired of waiting, and You know, some people just can't be trusted anymore, and it's unfortunate. Um, but it is what it is. Man, this sun, it's so cold. It's so cold. You guys have no clue how cold Celsius is. It's just it's different than Fahrenheit. Justin, you don't have enough subs to be a shill. Now come on, man. You're saying I'm not capable of being a shill? That's ridiculous. You know? After all I've done? Jeez, Jeremy. Uh, let's see here. What way is south? We've been told 3 different directions so far. I would say south is that way. You know, the real blue ice runway, the real one, the one I landed on when we flew in here on a plane. Yeah, that's just south of here. It's like 7 kilometers. We came here. We landed and they brought us here on a tractor. Yeah, it was pretty interesting. But the trucks out here, they're freaking awesome. Looks kind of chilly under that still cloud. I already addressed the clouds. It's been debunked. Okay, so just stop. Just stop. Yeah, I don't vape on you know live streams often, but this is an exception. I'm gonna let it all loose. Warm greetings from Mexico. It looks like True Earth Whisperer is in the house to witness this miraculous event. Thank you for being here, True Earth. Uh, the smoke machine for the Owen Benjamin interview. That was real, pal. Yeah. That just proves that you can see your breath here, and you know, it doesn't happen all the time. Depends on what we want, and what somebody else doesn't want. So it's not up to you. Um, yep. And don't forget, you guys, that falsification is independent of replacement. Uh, Coined hashtag. Let me guess, you will cut the trip early. Why would you say that? That's just ridiculous. I mean, the only reason that could happen is if nature took its course, or like the pilot said, "Hey, fuck you, we're out of here." But I don't. Right now, this is day one, so just take it easy, man. Relax. You know, you don't gotta, hit it all at once. Just come in here and accuse everything that's possible in the book. You guys have no clue how tough this is. Listen, it's so quiet. Someone could hear us streaming for a million miles, at least a light year. Um, you guys think this is funny? Chasms. Oh, that's what crevasses are, Maria? Chasms? Yeah, you guys know it all, You guys got it all figured out. I shouldn't even be here. If you guys already know, everything, regardless. What's the sense of getting off your asses and actually doing something, you know, like going to Antarctica, you know. I have done it for you because you're too fucking lazy. And then you're going to accuse me of being a shill. The audacity. Are you going to be streaming the 24-hour sun? Well, you know, that's not how batteries work. It's like so cold out here. Cameras just don't work like you think. And I'm pretty sure that's why there's no real footage of the 24-hour sun because the desert down here is, it's like no other desert. I mean, look around, man. You ain't here. So even looking around isn't good enough. Battery life does matter. It's you guys just don't understand, you know, and until you do it, you don't know. Uh, but I assure you, 100%, this is legit. Yeah. So I told you guys that the sun goes behind the mountain, and you know we're gonna go this way. So I got to get my gear, and they're already. I heard them calling, and we're gonna go back about 2.7 kilometers or 5.7 kilometers. I can't remember, but it's a different studio that way. So we got to go this way so the sun doesn't drop below the mountain. Yeah, you guys are crazy. I got the noodles, bro. Okay, I don't come unprepared. You know, I might be a dumb flat earther, but I bring my cup of noodles. That's all the only three things I could carry with the weight they allowed. I got my passport, my itinerary, and a cup of noodles, and the shirt on my back. But the Glover said they'll share with me. They got extra clothes and stuff. You can hear a freeway and dogs. I told you it would be fake, a lot more expensive to do that. Like if I was doing this and there was freeways and dogs, then that would violate directly the Antarctic Treaty. Hello, did you guys even go to school? Is that a Spalding or Wilson brand football, son? That's exactly how you guys and myself, me being here personally, can guarantee you it's real because you don't get those shapes of the sun in an organic, you know, manner. Word salad. Glovers have extra batteries. Mmm. Maybe I should hit them up. But even if they did, you know, the batteries just in this dry desert, the Celsius, it's the cameras only work for like, you know, whenever the powers to be want them to, I guess, because they just go out, you know, and recharging them is just useless. Uh, I need more super chats. That's all I know, cause this ain't gonna pay the bills, guys. Did I tell you I was broke? You don't believe me? Am I a shill about that too? You want another breath? It hurts so, man. You got to take real deep breaths, and it burns. Yeah, I don't know, man. It was working earlier. I don't know, man. Oh, it's so damn bright out here. You guys have no clue. And you got to bear with me because, like I said, I'm broke, I'm tired, and I'm doing it for you anyway. So just have a little appreciation, man. this whole chat thing is just, it bugs me. I did have to keister these in my ass here. I didn't want it to, the luggage to be overweight, so that's the only way I can get my smokes here. Also, it tastes like shit. $9.99. Make a phone call. $9.99. Yeah. Was that some type of sarcasm, or was that supposed to be a super chat, you cheap bastard? You thought you heard the ice cream truck in the background? Yeah. You, when you hear snow crunching, it kind of sounds like that. It's like ding, ling, ling, ding, ding. I thought I heard it too, and I was wrong. Did someone say ironworks in the house? That's Vlad, isn't it? Yeah, oh yeah. Well, welcome aboard, man, to the greatest day to be alive. I mean, who would have thought that this would be all possible in the first place? We gotta thank the man upstairs first and foremost. Any new faces in here? Just a bunch of trolls. Those are all trolls in my book. With these comments. Can't wait for videos to start. All right. Man, every time I try to take these off, it is so intense and cold. It's so cold. All right. Does anybody want me to? Whoever sends in the biggest super chat, I'll bring you back a T-shirt from the gift shop. And you could buy my GoPro footage for the highest bidder. Because the flight in here, words can't express. It's the most beautiful thing you ever could imagine. The blue ice runway was real. Coming in here, I mean, like I said, watching all the penguins dive off the edge. It's I would be the highest bidder if I was you. If you're really in Antarctica, you will taste your shirt off and post a selfie, bro. You see, I would, but right now I'm just so tired. I don't even think I'd have the energy to put it back on. Like I said, I fell asleep just writing the thumbnail, the title, and I barely woke up in time for this. You guys gonna be so disrespectful. Did I tell you guys that I love you? I really do sincerely, and you guys are the greatest community to ever walk the face of the planet. And if you would be kind enough to, I wouldn't use Cash App, but all the other ones work. You guys got all my Ko-fis and PayPal's, and Cash App is just not sending me the money. Apparently, a lot of people sent money and I didn't get it. So, what up now? Yeah, just pass the collection plate. That's all. This shit ain't. I can't afford this shit, guys. I mean, have some sympathy, man. I'm fucking broke. The 666 on the super chat. Yeah, that was from Hallister Crowley. He said, "Thanks for being an explorer and adventurer." Yeah, that's the way we get this shit started, guys. You know, we need more like that. Did you give your crypto keys away again? What does that even mean, Angela? You know, I'm out here suffering for you, and what does that mean? You know, it's like word salad. You guys are preposterous. Yeah, it's really hard to see as a screen. You guys said you could see my bedroom off the background, but that's just being mean. Well, I'm just going to sit here and I'm not going to say another word until I see at least 400 likes and $400 in donations. Because I'm tired of doing for you guys and nobody does for me. I mean, what do I get out of this? You think flat earthers get money? You think we're paid? You know, I had to just be a glober. And I mean it. Checks in the mail. Yeah. Right on, next chapter. That'll probably go to somebody else. You know how the mail is, you know. And besides, I might have to move because when I get home, I can't pay the bills. So I'm sure there'll be eviction notice. I might not even live there anymore. Oh, it's just too hot. Guys, man, this is just grueling out here. You guys want me to sit here for 24 hours a day and film the sun for you? That's right. $400 super chat. All right. That's what I'm talking about. See, you're all right, man. Chill, chill, chill. Fucking people. The Hawaiian shirt is sort of sus. This is Antarctic. You can't tell the Antarctic. It's got the triangle on there. You know that means I'm a shale mason, and it's got the symbology, and it shows dinosaurs. So once again, validated. Oh, look, I told you I gotta hit your ride. We gotta get over here so we can see the sun in the first place, Maria. All right, so let's just hitch a ride and see if anything happens, Maria. Let's see if we get that ride after all. Waiting. Yes, that's how ridiculous it is, Maria. Did I buy that shirt at the gift shop, Temp? Nah, actually, I picked this up in Puntas Arenas. Um, it's a long story, and it was a wild night, but yeah, it's it's gonna come off sooner or later because it's real. It's just scorching cold out here. The desert is something that you guys have never experienced. So a lot of you guys just need to shut up. Justin Johnson gifted me 100 memberships. Now that guy, he's all right. You know what I'm saying? Everybody give a shout out to Justin motherfucking Johnson. You know, if it wasn't for him, none of this would be possible. Has Dearth quit talking to you yet? We had a phone call and we planned what's going to happen later on, and I think we're good for now, but we'll see what happens. Um, you know, it's just unpredictable at this point. You guys are so rude. Um, the legend. I've gotten so many from him. Yeah, you must be talking about the gifted memberships. That guy doesn't stop. He's insane, and he's probably broke, but not as broke as me. I can tell you that right now. I got phone bills. I got yeah. I got to pay for. I spent all my money to get here in the first place, and everything. I got electric, and I got a car. It's got insurance, and you know, it just never ends, man. And I'm a flat earther, man. So we don't make money doing this shit. I need to get like a solar panel business or something. But if you guys don't mind, I'm gonna take a little nap and see how many super chats roll in. Cause I'm dog tired. Now I'm supposed to ride a bike here in a little bit. I gotta take a nap. Ah, man, the chroma key. I gotta learn how to turn off that chroma key that I left on from when I left home. The filters, they'll get you, you know, make everything look fake when you're trying to prove a point that this is real as it gets, baby. You know why I know? Because it's objective and I'm here, okay? I'm here. You're not here. So who do you think's opinion's more credible? The person that's not here's? Super chat 99 cents from the true few. The cloud still hasn't moved. You're a smartass, down here where I'm at, where you're not, things work different down here, buddy. Okay? It's almost like time stands still, Like I said, this is like an event that's never happened before. I mean, it's like it's June and we're here with the 24-hour sun. Okay? So don't think you know it all. Lord have mercy. Yeah. You guys are ridiculous. Looks like Leb's in the house. You got some money, don't you? I'll wait. I'm glad you're here, Lev. Unless you're going to call me a shill. I'm doing this for you, Lev. You guys don't know how hard it is out here, man. You guys have no appreciation, no common courtesy, no respect. What the fuck? What are you saying? This is burning my eyes. Carrie's cracking up. What did this guy say? Super chat from Kingdom of No Consequence. Rock on. Come on my show. I'll be there. A real funny guy, Carrie. I think I figured it out. You would not leave flat Earth, but they paid you enough to say the sun circled around you. You can admit it. Harmon, Harmon, Harmon. That's fucked up, man. We were like this, bro. The sun circling above me. I've only been here for like an hour, okay? And we landed on the real blue runway. And I took a tractor over here. And I'm pretty sure that I wouldn't be here saying it wasn't going over my head if it was. You guys have any logic in you at all? Do you have the ability to think for yourselves, or you just regurgitate and you guys are disgusting, diluted, you know? I thought this cult was great until now. Yeah, exactly, Lord. They're a bunch of anti-truthers. I can tell it's real. I mean, this shit is blazing down right now. I can't even take my glasses off. It'll burn my retinas. What part of that don't you get? You know how expensive that would be to fake? What do you think? It's just some studio or some, I don't know, simulated sun? They're freaking ridiculous. Yeah, just what I thought. No super chats and a bunch of shit talkers. You guys need to step up your game, man. You know, I've been stepping up my game for you guys for how long? Well, I appreciate that, Carrie. Potato salad. Angela, are you trying to rub it in? You know, I'm over here eating freaking noodles, doing this shit for you. And you're going to sit here and mock me with your potato salad? Just for that, I'm going to get me a penguin tonight. And I'm going to eat the shit out of it. You guys really aren't my friends, are you? If you don't send a super chat right now, you're not my friend. We got time. A homemade jam. Just twist the knife, Angela. Twist the knife. I'm over here sleeping under tables, eating noodles. And you have the audacity to come on my live chat and talk about homemade jam and potato salad. What's the with McToon? He get a haircut? What does that mean? I'm not exactly sure if I haven't seen McToon around here. I'm pretty sure they went home back in December, guys. But there are 70 other people. These guys right here, they're definitely not lying, you know. They see the fucking sun too. It's not just me here. Order a pizza, and how am I gonna get that? You know, I got 70 people working for me though. They got food, but I'm not gonna stay here. You know, because you guys would bitch about it. So I'm gonna hop on it. I'm gonna hitch a ride, and that way the sun doesn't go below this mountain over here. And this sign right here absolutely proves that I'm where I say I am. So you guys can all just shut your mouths. Penguin is delicious, is what I understand. Delicacy. Wing tastes like leg. I pledge $2 when I see the 24-hour sun live of the sun. I know you said you have terabytes of storage. Yeah, you know, thank you for mentioning that, Harmon. The telemetry data that we're going to capture here is massive. And, we only get, this is the last chance we're going to be able to do this until, December, when nobody else is going to be able to go anyway, because we can't afford it, and hopefully you guys will send me your money, and, you won't be able to afford it. So that's my plan. Yeah. Yeah. You see that? Um, I would play a song for you guys while I go get some gloves, because it's really hot out here. See that? What up now? That's 3 times I had to show you idiots. You guys have no clue how hard this is for me. I can't even afford this. $15 super chat. Run Boston Bear. Message says, Vape on, man, we trust you. The president, better known as RBB, he's a good guy, and I appreciate the super chat. $15 we ain't gonna pay the bills, but it's a start. And if everybody else can follow suit, then we might be able to at least get the electric paid. I've been watching you guys since you landed, and Solve has been asking you over and over for your reading. It seems like you guys are ignoring him. Well, look, Harmon, it's not that hard to read. The sun is this way, and it looks this shape, and it you can tell it's real because it doesn't look like it moves. But I haven't been streaming that long anyway, so it's not like it's gonna cross the sky. And I'm glad it doesn't anyways, because we got to get our asses over to the other studio to make sure that the sun doesn't go behind the mountain. So we think the shit out, man. We're not just flying by the seat of our pants here. I mean, one chance, I'm not going to get the chance to do this again. So I got to make sure I play my cards right. And if I don't get enough super chats, that just means it ain't never going to happen again. You guys are fucking laughing at me? I got fucking burned retinas. I can't even fucking see half of your names. I'm gonna rewatch this when I get home, and I'm gonna fucking disown all of you motherfuckers. Am I still doing the crypto class when I get back? Yep. Leave it to the true few. I am, by the way. I am. If you were smart, you'd invest. But not before you donate some money here and then get some more money to do that. But right now, this is imperative, dude. You know? I did this all for you guys, man. You know, I put it all out on the line. So, yeah, I'm screwed. Hope you guys are enjoying yourselves in your warm homes, you know, sitting on your asses. Well, I'm out here in the Celsius, you know. I got to sleep in that tent over there. They're all named after Masons. Each one of them has their own name. It's pretty cool. $25 buck super chat coming in from Justin Hanvey. I've got the new model ready for lads. Oh, 2 sons, baby. I knew it the whole time, man. You know, I was just testing you guys, and y'all failed. You know, the only one that got it was Justin Hanvey, and maybe Carrie Skates. Other than that, y'all slacking. Yeah. Yeah, did I mention that I was broke? I don't want to leave that out, guys, cuz I'm fucking broke. I can't afford this shit. Facts, man. The truth can hurt, guys. So, I just hope you can make that better for me and everything goes smooth, you know, and I can at least get back home and still have a home to go to. You guys hear that wind coming in? It's the temperature's dropping dramatically. But thank God, man. It's like the clouds parted and the clear skies. Thank God, because I didn't want to come here. I was really worried that we weren't even going to be able to see the sun, and what good does that do us, right? Oh, a pot to piss in. We got some bathrooms over there. Yeah, they got a whole water system. They heat up water, and you got to take a bucket and you got to fill it up and then go into the bathroom. And you're only allowed 1 bucket though, so you got to, you know, you got to hold it sometimes. It really sucks, guys. I would never recommend coming here. I'll be lucky to even be able to see when I go home. Did you go over stamped passports? I got it right here, guys. This is my itinerary. It says Home Depot right on it. I got a passport. It's OSHA approved. So, like, how many freaking times do I gotta play this game? Oh boy. What degree Mason am I? Look. It's not cool. Not cool. Oh, you want to see my dick pic there, Lord? I even brought that, and it didn't weigh much, so I was able to keister it as well. There's the dick pic. Uh, yep. And I'll even give you 4 inches. Whoa, man. Almost burnt my mustache. Being out here in the desert ain't the same, man. When you ignite stuff, it just acts weird. I tried to light a fire and it just went out for no reason. It's not even windy. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, I'm still waiting. Hi, Super Chat gets a gift from the gift shop. I'll get you whatever they got, man. I'll get you the coolest shirts and whatever they have, man. What? You guys have no respect, no decency. The left boot, McKeegan's left boot. Um, I don't know about the boot. I think somebody was drying it out. And what is that even supposed to mean anyway? A boot, like, what, are you some conspiracy theorist? You think that's some Masonic symbol, or you know you tell me, Carrie. Flat Earth Nation is in the house. You're welcome, Flat Earth Nation. You get to witness this fine event here. It's words cannot express. You guys just don't get it because you're not here. And the real blue ice runway was the most beautiful thing that I've ever landed on, and I'll never forget it, guys. It it's nice and beautiful here. It's all. You had to put the batteries in the boot. Right, that's right. Yeah, Karen B told me something about that, and she's the smartest person to ever walk the face of the planet. A witchy poo. So I take her advice because we all should. That's best advice I could give anybody. Fucking ZZ Top looking motherfucker. Still waiting on super chats, guys. I'm not gonna unbreak myself. You do unto others. Have some decency. Looks about an 87-inch mason. Kind of sweaty there. I don't know what that means, Lord, but I love it. Looks like Lev Kung Fu thinks this is funny. It's not funny, Lev. You got to try this shit and tell me how funny it is. I put it all on the damn line. I deserve some damn respect. I'll send a 250 bucks if you do a wheelie on the bike in the snow. You're on, Carrie. You're on. Yep. Matter of fact, I'm gonna take the seat off because why not? Right? Look, over half of you guys, all right, listen, mods, just leave them alone. I don't blame you guys. I mean, I understand, you guys seen stuff and chroma key and gate and this, but to be honest, I expect that. I would probably do it too, but you gotta trust me, bro. You guys hear that plane? There's like, I hear a plane. I guess no one wants a super chat. What? I'm shocked. You guys are letdowns. You know, anti-truther letdowns. You know, it don't matter. What do I got to do? You know, what's a flat earther got to do to survive? You know, in Antarctica by himself. You know. Wish I had some music. It just weighed too much. And the Globers brought everything. They won't share. They won't even share the Wi-Fi. You know, I had to get a super chat from Elon thanking me for the Starlink. Thanking him for the Starlink, rather. Yeah. I don't have all day, guys. You know, I only have like however time this battery's gonna allow me. You know, as soon as the sun goes a little bit more southwest, you know, at like it'll get lower and then it'll go like 30 degrees that way and an angle. Even though you guys can still see the sun over there where you're at, it's Hanley's model, so don't worry about it because we got two suns. That's why it's summer over there, and you know I'm able to do this right now. You really need to think about before you type this stupid shit. Now that I have been here for over 48 hours, do you still have time for a 24-hour live stream? Yeah, Harmon. If I had freaking Wi-Fi, you know, I'm only, you know, limited here. You know, I don't get. I'm literally broke. I can't even afford to be here, and you guys just keep asking me if I'm gonna spend more money or something. You know, I don't have the time, the money, without having the funds to even be able to pay the bills. You think I'm kidding? You want me to shave the skunk on my chin? This is the only thing that's keeping me alive out here, son. And welcome to my live stream, God Heart. Glad to have you with us. The donation button is somewhere. Or, you know, just don't cash out because they're holding funds. You know, I tried to explain this. You're probably late and didn't hear it. But I got PayPal and, you know, you guys all have like 10 coffee, Kofi, whatever it's called. You know, I got like 10 different places you can send me money if that doesn't work. Just like and subscribe and send them super chats, guys, because I'm here doing it for you. Thank you. Yeah, I did hear that Jaron and Witsit are going to do a debate here next month or in a couple weeks here. It's pretty fishy, you know. That's why I'm here, guys, because I don't trust the lick, you know. I don't trust neither of them. And you know, if you want something done, you know, I was always taught do it yourself. Yeah. What a concept. So here I am, and this time I'm gonna make sure that I don't don't fuck it up, you know, and it shouldn't take 6 months to, you know, show nothing and get caught in all kinds of lies, and then they're gonna go debate about whether the Earth is flat or not. That Jaron guy, he's imagine that, Mr. Jaron himself, huh? Going fucking nowhere. I tell you, chaps my hide, chaps my hide. I'm about to get sunburned out here, guys, and it's gonna be your fault. So if tomorrow doesn't, you know, if I got to sleep under the table because I'm not gonna be here, I got to go to the other place, and there's no comfortability there. So keep that in mind. You know, the longer I'm here, because I'm waiting for super chats, um, I'm gonna get fried out here. You know, look at my lips; they're chapped as fuck. I just heard the weather report, and you guys are going to have to cut it short. I know you would have finally got around to the 24-hour live. Damn the bad luck. Is it true? Is that true? I'm only one man, Harmon. So, you know, we're going to have to, you know, validate that because there's a lot of sus opinions, you know. I can't trust anything except that I'm here and the Blue Ice Runway. And this football, son, it's the only thing I could trust because it's here and I'm here. But that's a good question, Harmon. I hope that's not the case. The 72-hour sun, says Godheart. Yeah. Down here is different, man. You know, you guys think you know it all, but you don't because you ain't been here. And I'm at the bottom, worse than Australia, okay? Worse than Puntas Arenas. You guys don't, you guys have no clue what this desert's like. A, it's surrounded by water, completely covered in ice. It's just ancient. It doesn't snow. There's no wildlife. There's no bugs. There's nothing except me and these tents and the 70 people that are definitely not lying because what? Everyone's going to lie and just pay for this lie to happen. I hate being so redundant, but you guys just repeat yourselves. I hope you're all having a good time because I know I'm not. It's just miserable, man. Freaking tired. Let's see what else you guys are yapping about here. You guys just keep yapping. And mods, don't ban anybody. Just let them go off. I'm used to it by now. That's beef. Beef, Lord. Beef. I got one pack. It's gonna last me 4 days. I got to use the same bucket of hot water that I use for the shower to make my noodles in. And you only get one bucket. So I got to use it for flushing, for showering, brushing my teeth, and then whatever I use for consumption. Yo. You see that? There's a little breath. Vicky Queen Bee in the house. Well, hello there, and welcome to the greatest day of our lives. Once and for all, I'm here at Union Glacier, proving to all y'all, fuck Witsit, fuck Jaron, fuck Keegan, you know, Buck Duffy, Buck Weiss, you know, this guy right here. Yeah. So don't be shy to help support me in any way, shape, or fashion because I can't, I'm just one man. One freaking man. And it's a giant leap. Yes, sir. I appreciate that, Flat Earth Nation. He's the only good guy left here. All y'all are a bunch of assholes. Show the debate live here. Yeah, well, Jeremy, unfortunately, they went home, because they had to go upgrade and get new places, and you know, they got they got funded, so that's why I'm here once again. I'm proving to you guys that I'm broke, and I need the money. What if I want wings or something? What if Jim Anus? Well, well, well. Another asshole in the house. Just leave him alone, mods. I heard if you bake Austin sourdough bread, you can be a mod on Witch's channel. Well, here's the thing, Chicago. I know firsthand. You just got to donate a lot of money and break yourself to the point of almost no return, and then you'll probably get a wrench, but it's not guaranteed. But just keep it up, and I assure you, he's a good guy. Without you guys, he's really not much. So you can't just spit word salad to a wall and then get paid. He's a flat earther, for crying out loud. Okay, he's not rich. You guys are funny. Yeah, real funny. Ah, this sun, man. I don't think I could take much more of this shit. I don't even know why it feels so cold. You think it'd be, hot with the sun out. Just tired, guys. This is all coming to a head. This is the most important thing that we've ever done, to prove that it really is possible. Justina is in the house. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming. And feel free to go fund me. I think you just got here, so I know I've said it already, but I can't afford to be here. Um, yeah, True Earth Whisperer is a dirtball. Your actions prove it there. Goes without saying. hmm Kerry talking about his little one. I had to leave my little ones at home. You know, Once again, Angela talking about food, Kerry talking about his kids. You guys are no consideration. You know, I'm here by myself. Love my wife and kids at home. I can't afford the bills. I'm not even gonna have a place if I get eviction notice. I'm really hungry. I got one cup of noodles, and it's all for you guys. Congratulations, you win. Well, I don't know how much longer I can do this, guys. It's really taking its toll. I only slept like the 20 minutes when I was writing the title to this. I fell asleep on accident, and I barely woke up in time for the stream. But only yeah, go figure. It's good exercise. I don't need no exercise. I got it. That's from all that Jabberama, by the way. If you do Jabberama, you get jacked. Like Jack. Jabberama. But I can't afford it or nothing. Don't get me wrong. The fasting thing. No, I push that on other people, but I don't like fasting. It's not good for you, man. Not everything somebody tells you is the truth, Just like all the shit we've heard and promises and you know and here I am by myself. I really need to go to this other destination. I think they already left. I'm just gonna kick back and wait for the money to roll in, because I got nothing but time. I got my camera set up. It's tracking the sun as we speak, and I'm pretty sure that this is all gonna pay off. One giant leap for mankind. Write some poetry. Oh yeah. I love my poetry. The marathon. Yeah, speaking of the marathon, Flat Earth Nation, you could, if you look close enough over here by the real Blue Ice Runway, it's just like a couple kilometers this way. They have this huge track, and it goes around the mountain back this way, and it's definitely real because I seen them. They were like, yeah, yep. Somebody got first place too. It was pretty cool. They do it every year. I mean, hell, if you don't believe it, just come and run it, man. Phil Henry in the house. Thank you, Phil, for showing up. Appreciate it. This is a very epic evening. As you can tell, I've made it to Union Glacier, Cantarctica, on behalf of Yeshua, and the stars aligning. And I don't know if you heard earlier, we're going to have a spectacular event tonight, which I can't tell if it's night or day, but the Himawari and the ISS are supposed to eclipse tonight, and it goes in front of the sun as well, so we should have perfect syzygy is what they said it was. And as long as I make it, till when it happens, because I'm pretty tired and I don't know how much more I could take. I'll probably end up walking over there and sleeping in one of those crevasses, because I heard it's pretty insulated when you're down there. I don't know, I'm just a flat earther, guys. Broke too. I don't have any money. I can't afford to be here. And I still got to go to the gift shop. They're probably going to charge me to ride these bikes. And if they don't, I'm going to take it anyway. I'll come. I'm riding that bike. Definitely riding a bike with no seat, because I don't like seats on bikes. You get the real authentic experience riding a mountain bike in the snow, ancient ice, with no seat on, is what I was told. Hopefully I never sell out for a couple subs, just like Mod for the gatekeepers. Uh, yeah, true that, Cubby. Was that an insult? I'm kind of confused. I can't really see very well. The sun is just too bright. You can you can almost see computer screens in my fake glasses. I'm sure what you guys are saying. Big Pine says he'd spelunk that. Yeah, isn't that a miner's headlamp, man? You're gonna spelunk that? I can't afford a spelunk. I mean, I don't know how many times I got to repeat myself. Yep, this is something else. I never could imagine in my wildest dreams that I'd be here, but here I am, and all you guys are with me. I did it for you guys, and I'm just grateful for each and every one of you for being here. Um, even you guys that are all skeptical. I I still need your money too. It's so cold out here. It's getting really cold. I think it's got the sun's dropping or something. It's getting very uncomfortable. Now I got these cigarettes. I don't want to vape on screen because the wife will see it, and you know how that bitch gets. But I had to keister these damn things, and they taste like shit. But hey, when you're in Antarctica, boy, you gotta, you know, you get what you get. It's not like I was allowed to bring 150 pounds worth of cameras like everybody else. Just frustrating, man. This trip's been miserable. Absolutely miserable, guys. Does my face look red? Yeah, I'm just tired, guys. I'd stream more here, the 24 hours that I promised you, but I don't know, man. The cameras, they don't act right in the cold. We have Celsius out here, not Fahrenheit. So that's a big difference. And it just don't work like that out here. I thought it was going to be a lot different, but it isn't. There's always Elizabeth's crevasse. Oh, Elizabeth's. Yeah. Oh, I wish you were here. We'd be sharing a tent, if you know what I mean. Don't tell the wife that, though. I appreciate that, Maria. You're one of a kind. You're the only one I trust in this entirety. And maybe a couple more. But we'll see after tomorrow because you guys are reaching. I understand though. It's not easy, for me. Yeah, Vlad's still here. All right. Hopefully that you had a good time at the wedding. Did you have a ramble for the win? Speaking of weddings, I'm gonna renew my vows, and I just can't afford it. So once I get the funding, to get home and pay the rent, then I'm gonna politely ask for 10 more K. Just I you guys would love to see, me happy. This Vlad guy trash talking me. Yeah, just don't boot him, mods. Just let him rant. He's just jealous, you know, because I'm getting all the super chats and getting told that I'm intellectually honest and have balls of steel. I mean, I'm an explorer, an adventurer, and I don't take those things lightly. Full tard for the win, son. Full tard for the win. I told you guys, don't doubt me. I've been around every single major city for you guys. I've been to Mount Rushmore. I got arrested for you guys. Or no, that was Witsit, huh? Yeah, I guess that was Witsit. That wasn't me. I'll take that one back. But I also went to Antarctica just like him. So you can't say I didn't. The Foundry's in here, guys. The Foundry is solid. They're the only thing keeping me alive right now. All right. Living well. What's that thing that's around the bride's leg that she flings off and whoever catches it, yada yada yada. I think Vlad's trying to catch that, whatever that is. No, not herpes. The thing that goes around a woman's leg. The garter. Maria gets it. The garter belt. Yeah. Man, you guys, thank God for you guys. I'm out here I'm just tired and exhausted and I can't even think straight. I can't afford to think straight. All I can think about is how much bills I owe when I get home. It's incredible. They just don't ever stop. It's so parched out here. My lips. You see, if you drink a little bit of liquid, then you can see the breath. You just got to put moisture in your lungs, but it hurts because you got to take real deep breaths. You guys see that? There's a little bit. Bill Henry in the house. Don't know if I said hello yet. Another asshole to talk shit, Join the club, Henry. Yeah. Why not? Everybody here, I just need to hand some more wrenches out, folks. Because, people who super chat get wrenches. So if you want a wrench, just send me some money and you'll get it. Take a load off. That flight got me. Got jet lag real bad. My ears popped. All right. Where were we? Do we got any new chats coming in? Looks like some dead horses here. Let's see the ticks. What are ticks? Yeah, Mikey's the victim. What about me, Vlad? I'm broke, man. I can't even afford this. You know, everybody's talking shit about me. What's the deal with 3 people saying the sunset? No, liars lie, you know. I can validate 100% that this sun does not set. It's here all day, all night. Just like a roller coaster, you know. It just goes down and comes back up. I thought it was gonna set, but I was wrong, guys. I have to admit it. You know, I mean, I hate to, but it's just the reality. We got to be bigger than that, and just be able to admit, you know, when we're wrong. Yeah. All right, guys. I'm getting pretty tired here, and the sun is it's just too intense. So unless you want me to get sunburned, I'm not gonna be able to hang out anymore. You know, it's just not worth it. I don't see enough super chats. The plane ticket? Didn't I show you, Maria? I showed it twice. There's the itinerary. That's my passport. And I got my dick pic. Those are the 3 things you need to be here. So I've already accomplished more than Witsit and Jaren both put together. So show some love, show some respect, and support me on PayPal, Ko-fi, one of the other 7. It'd be much appreciated. uh, I guess I'm out of liquid here. A little parched. I definitely can't eat the snow. It's ice. It actually dehydrates you even more because you're in the desert and there's no moisture here, folks. I know it's hard for you to grasp, but you know, this is a desert, and it's very dry. I wish somebody could come experience this with me, you know, but y'all ain't man enough. You can't afford it either, you know. It costs like $40,000. Yep. Same old, same old. Sell out, sell out, sell out. Quit spamming the chat with sell out. Yeah. I don't know what else it's going to take for some of you, you know. You're just blind. I don't know where to even begin. All right, guys. I gotta grab a drink. I gotta walk at least a kilometer to go get it because I wasn't able to bring my own with the weight, capacity. So I'm gonna go see if one of these 70 servants can find me a drink. I'll be right back, folks. Whoa, that was some filter issues from before I left to come here. Thanks for waiting, guys. It looked like the cafeteria was like right there, but it looked like I could touch it, but it was like way over there. But we're good now. Did I get any super chats while I was gone? Is JJ dropping one now? Yeah, you know. Even I poop, Vlad. Even I poop, you know. But I got to be conservative because I only got one bucket of water, and I gotta use it for consumables and showers, and so I think I can only probably poop once the whole time I'm here, maybe twice if I don't use it for anything else. If I don't take a shower, I could probably poop 3 times. Uh, hmm. Well, this is interesting. It's so cold and so it's intense. Yeah, I don't think they even have toilet paper here. I think it's illegal. It's in the part of the treaty. I don't know why, but I don't know. But I got plenty of paper sacks, paper bags that I seen over there in a pile. They actually have a really cool. It's like a snow structure. It's like art. It says, "Welcome to Union Glacier." Marathon. And we're gonna change it up and make it say flat Earth by the time I'm out of here, though. And but we just gotta wait and make sure the sun gets filmed for 24 hours, and it's a ton of terabytes. So you guys just need to be patient once again. and hopefully I can even get back without losing it, because I might have to sell this stuff just to get home. Icicles are great for toilet paper, or use Jaren's blunt wraps. Yeah, that's a good idea, Godhart. I did see his blunt wraps. He did litter them right over there. They were in the tent. Um, I think it was one of those Mason tents over there. Yeah, I'm gonna have the data, boys. I can assure you that. As long as I make it home safely, and I'll have all the evidence and receipts that you guys could ever imagine. You know, it's going to be objective, so there's no reason to doubt it, or everything's already been debunked. So don't piss me off, because I'm not going to tolerate that. Something about, oh, we got a super chat here from Mellow Globe, $10, says the sun's a sphere, so obviously the ground is, man. Mellow Globe gets it. He's the only one out here doing real observations, uh, with his time, and he's got solar sun filters, and thanks to Harmon, because Harmon gifted him that, and without Harmon, you know, he wouldn't have been able to know that the sun was a circle, or a sphere, and a burning ball of gas, hurling through a vacuum of space without Harmon, of course. We appreciate that, Harmon. Um, where else we got here? Harmon turned Mellow Dome a Globy. I think that was inevitable, but Harmon, you were the straw that broke the camel's back, man, and we owe it all to you that you exposed, the hypocrisies. Yeah, it's he finally got enough money for the shilloscope. He's been on Jaren's, taking a fundraiser and getting enough money to pay for that globoscope. So we should be able to see some really good stuff coming from Mellow Globe here. Just stay tuned, folks, because these guys, they can prove that we live on a spinning ball of water, tilted, wobbling, hurling through space at Mach speeds in 4 different directions, through a vacuum of space, expanding into a never-ending, infinite expansion of space at probably 6 million miles an hour. Is clearly going to have plenty of receipts when these guys get done with their hard work. But once again, I won't even be able to find out. I only got internet for so long. I never got a Wi-Fi password, and I won't even know if these guys are even successful or not unless I get more donations myself. So I take credit where credit's due. Did he really get that telescope? If so, was it from donations? Absolutely. He's been on Jarenisms, uh, rounding up money. Them Globers love to donate to anybody who's going to go flat and come back, because we all know that shit don't happen. So they like to, chill around together, they circle jerk, and he got the money. The answer is yes. And that's why I'm excited, because we get to see what kind of good work and, proof that he brings to the globe. Because this sun here, it 100% goes around. It never sets here for months, and that's just a fact. So we should have listened to him a long time ago. He's the one out there with your camera, Harmon. And he proved to us. And we should have listened. That's all I could say. How is my non-disclosure going? It's not a non-disclosure. I'm allowed to say the Earth is flat. That there's a 24-hour sun that went over my head, and that the blue ice runway was real. And everything, even the studio that we're going to so you guys don't bitch about the sun going behind the mountain, that's real. So yeah, it's not a disclosure. So I mean, how am I allowed to talk about that if I can't talk? We have agreements, but it's not about that. Some of you guys are just reaching. All right. Well, guys, I think I'm going to go into some real time here and get a little more serious, because the donations are trickling. They seem to come to a complete stop. Let's see if we get any more super chats here. Without the TFE fraud, I wouldn't be here. Yeah. I mean, I got to make everything right. It's all about me, because they couldn't do it, Well, we'd still be waiting for data, sitting on a fence, There's you're like birds up there. There's a lot of those birds up there, but some of us are just lone wolves, and they're gonna go check it out themselves, As long as you guys fund me, I can. Possibilities are endless, I could go to the moon tomorrow with Katy Perry, We could go have babies, If she didn't have a penis, I think we could probably work something out. The contract, right? I have to my image. I don't know what image. All right. All right, guys, that was fun. I enjoyed it. It was quite a laugh. What I'm going to do is hop on another screen here and get a little more serious. Be back in 2 minutes, 2 seconds. Chuck Woolery style. If you don't know who Chuck Woolery is, you're probably too damn young, and I wouldn't imagine you'd be here because you don't have no money to give me. And if you do, stick around. I'll be back. That looks better. Let's go to the main. All right. All right, folks. Looks like we made it back from Cantarctica. It was the hardest thing I've ever done in my life, and I'm glad that I made it. The data will be coming in. It's like I said, it's a lot of terabytes, so whatever. Let's see what we got here. We're going to dive right into some exposure, because I love exposure. The truth may hurt. I don't know why these screens are black.
No, they don't.
All right, let's see what we got here, and here, and
Let's try to fly.
All right, so my last video, I started it out with showing some contrast between, Witsit having problems knowing that was the same mountain. Here's the mountain right behind Witsit. This is at the second location, obviously, where they have the camera set up. There's no camp here. And if you look at the mountain proportions, Rutro, and if he went for miles and miles, How is this mountain undeniably not the same mountain? How can Witsit, the smart guy, according to Dave Weiss, got fooled to think there was a sun when there wasn't? Also thinks that this wasn't the same mountain when it's clearly there's nothing in between the camp and here. But yet, we'll go ahead and play
Fly
this
through it,
guy
and for
once
for
again.
the sake of your time, and I want
So
to
dumb, Dustin. Come on, you're smarter than
So-
this, bro.
We got a
where
5
is
by
the
5
Union
on this.
Glacier camp? It looks like that was invisible in the background of this, and I know that you moved over a little bit, but the same mountain is there. Where is the camp? This image is
What? This
is
is a
troubling.
totally different place. This is a
It's
1.5
like 5
kilometers.
miles away.
No, it's 1.5 kilometers or something. I think
it's
Okay.
the same mountain in the background. We should be able to see something of the camp, right?
it's not the same
No.
at all. It's a totally different area.
You guys got a 5
It's the
by
exact
5 on
same
the
mountain.
video.
Look. You guys see
Yeah,
this?
it's a mountain. It's a
Dude,
mountain.
I have full video from one location to the next. We have like 5 of them from different angles. You have to drive pretty far away. It's like a 15-minute drive through the snow, which is obviously slower. I think they said 1.5 kilometers. I can double check. I don't know. Totally different place. You don't even see the same stuff at all. It's
the
like I
same
don't know.
angle. But so it should be that
So I
like
got a 5 by
that
5.
blue
There we
box at
go.
the
I
bottom of
must
the
be
image, we
delayed.
should be able to see at
Worse
least
than I was a
some
minute ago.
sign of buildings. Or,
No.
or
Brother, this is so
Yeah.
far away
What?
from the camp.
Tell me
You
when I
can't see the
raise my
camp at
hand.
all.
that mountain is not that much smaller in proportional relation.
It's a totally different angle of mountains. I don't even think it's the same mountain at all.
Okay, I'm going to pause that for a sec. Angela's back. Anybody see my hand move yet? It's pretty delayed.
That's the exact same mountain, bro. Look at that.
It is not. It is not.
So let me zoom in. This thing, it looks like that Titan-shaped elephant mountain. It has this almost concave nose to the front of it. It's very distinct right there in front of the sign. You see that? Like it's a slope, almost like a ski slope.
Dustin,
Okay.
how high is that
Then-
mountain?
And then here, it's the same shape. It's cut
It's
off.
not.
that's
It's
the-
not the same shape. You can look right where that slope is. It's totally different. And I know for a fact it's different. And this is what's so funny. Wait, I thought just a second ago the Owen Benjamin stream could have been legit and we were in Antarctica because the studio is in a different location, but now the studio is in the same location as the camp. And one of the arguments is how come it doesn't look the same as the camp? These narratives will never work. They'll always self-contradict. A second
doesn't-
ago, the studio was supposedly in a different place, and that's why we could verify that somehow Austin was able to see his breath the entire time drinking tea with Owen Benjamin because he was actually in Antarctica, and that was actually at the camp. That's where that video was filmed, was at the camp. So, but there's apparently
all this is in Antarctica.
all of it's in Antarctica, and my point is, the video with Owen Benjamin was filmed at the camp, and we have GoPro footage. Like people could just go to Jaren's stream; he's already shown a ton of it, and
Yeah,
he's supposed to
but
be releasing it to the whole public here soon. I showed on my stream last night some different footage from my phone and the.
You guys got a 5 by 5. I seen one. Yes, 5 by 5. Okay. All right. I'll just keep playing it. It just seems like I'm pretty delayed.
GoPro. We at the camp.
You
see, it was over at the camp.
You're misunderstanding me. I'm not saying that the camp doesn't exist. I'm saying it doesn't exist in your studio footage.
Why would it? It's a totally different place. It's out away from
Because-
everything. Do you know why we had to go to a different location? You know why? Because one of the reason we had to go to a different location is because the mountain that is in the background of that sign is 13.5 degree elevation angle, and the sun goes slightly below it. We had to get
I
out
understand that.
away from it. We had to get out away from it. We drove all the way out. Like maybe
But
it's
you agree
1.5 miles or whatever. I don't know.
You agree it's the same mountain, though, right?
No. It does look kind of similar with the slope there. I don't know. It doesn't. I don't even think it is the same mountain. I really wouldn't even know that answer.
I believe this is the same mountain.
I'm pretty sure it's not though, because if that mountain is by the camp, it's definitely not the same mountain.
And it doesn't look
Wait,
like
wait, go back up.
Or-
Look, go back up. Okay, you see where? Wait,
over the curve.
wait. Watch this. You see how that's a sharp angle, and then it cuts down. Now go down. Now go down. This is a smooth angle into it. It's not even the same. It has bumps and it's smooth, and it goes down. This is a sharp
that-
angle
that-
into a sharp angle.
That's a bowl in the top there that's collecting snow, and then that's a almost like an elephant trunk going down to the ground level. It's almost ski slope, gentle.
It's not the same as the picture just above it. It's literally not the same.
It's just
is not.
white. The one above it is whiter.
Wait,
You can actually zoom out of this and see there. It's definitely nowhere. You can't see the camp at all, bro. It's nowhere close. You go through mountains and then take like a right and then go drive for a long time. And then you bust back through a right. You see the camp way off in your distance before you even get over behind the other mountains, and then you're out in the middle of nowhere. And this is on.
So did you guys catch all that? What he just said? Right? You guys are following along. He had to drive in between mountains in his way out. It's not the same mountain, but as you look at these two pictures right here, you're obviously proportionately, it don't even make sense, because if you look at the arrow here that I'm pointing at the screen, I'll point it at the very bottom of that shape there, and you can see the bottom of the arrow is almost touching the ground, and this is at the camp. So when you back up, it should be, it looks like it shrinks because it's farther away, but you come over here, it is shrunk here actually, but I do have other footage that's it's obviously, you should be able to see the camp proportionately, and that's what Nemos was pointing out to begin with. But we'll let that roll.
On the marathon route, which is 10 kilometers, right? And they run 4 laps, 10 kilometers. There are red flags you'll see in our footage back here. There are red flags lined up based on where they run the marathon, and there's no camp anywhere involved in any of that. So you can actually see red flags lined up, and that's not where the camp is. So that mountain can't be the same, because there are literally, you can see people, actually there was a person running on it at one point. It's totally different location, bro.
Totally different location, bro. Okay, it's objectively not the same mountain. Now, do you guys think Witch is that stupid? I don't think so, but apparently Weiss does. Cool story, bro. Anybody who doesn't have a wrench that, yeah, anybody that doesn't have a wrench, say something here, so I can give you a wrench.
That mountain looks like an elephant's skull, basically.
Hey,
And it's
hey,
very distinct.
Dustin, it's not the same mountain. If it was the same mountain, who cares? It's 1.5 kilometers away, just so they can see over it.
No, but
right?
it can't be the same mountain. It can't be the same mountain because
I
it
can
couldn't
see
be the
this.
same angle. It couldn't be looking at the same mountain from the same angle when I know for an objective fact you couldn't see the camp at all. You were nowhere close to the camp. You couldn't see the camp.
Even 1.5 kilometers away, we would be able to see this sign.
You know that mountains have ridges, Dustin?
But this is at the base in front of the same mountain.
It's
It
a
should be
different
here.
mountain.
All right, we'll agree to disagree. Let's move to the next one.
Okay, so you're just baselessly claiming that's the same
That's
mountain, but
not
it's not.
baseless. That mountain looks identical with more
It
snow.
doesn't look identical, and that's why you should have zoomed out. You should zoom out actually, and you would prove it. If you'd zoom out and show more of that mountain where the sign is, you'd be able to prove that it's not the same mountain. You've cut it off where there's just one little slope. No, you didn't. You cut it off where there's one little slope. So what even is your claim, though? I want to lay this out for the audience again, just because this is what happens. What always happens is we avoid the implications of the claims being made, because when you stack them up beside each other, they
Dustin, hold on.
destroy. Wait, they completely wait up, it doesn't. They completely refute each other once you actually combine your claims. So we talked about how we were in Antarctica for the Owen Benjamin stream. Apparently, we could have been in Antarctica, or maybe I flew real quick to Alaska while other people were live streaming and you could see their breaths. Okay, so I was at the camp talking to Owen Benjamin. I was at the camp talking to Owen Benjamin. You could see you said, oh, well, that's because you were outside of the studio. Now you're saying that the same mountain is where the studio was. You're directly contradicting yourself. You can't make both of those claims. Makes no sense.
No, I'm saying that the mountain background was used in the studio wall, and there was no CGI of the camp put in. You forgot to put the camp in.
Wait, they took a picture of the mountain, and so they moved the whole camp
right.
out.
Thanks,
Move the-
everybody. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
They moved the whole camp out and then took a picture of the. It's just Dustin. I'm telling you, we went. Okay, so whatever. You want to say your closing, bro?
There's also issues with the timestamps of the footage, which started at a different time than was claimed. There's repeating CGI assets. The clouds repeat the same.
That's been debunked. Wait, let's pause. That's been debunked. We looked at it today. There are different clouds. And what happened? The guy moved the GoPro. Oh, well, they took some of the clouds out. There are different clouds in this video. Right there. There's a cloud right below the sun to the left. There's not a cloud right below the sun to the left here. So they say, oh, they removed that cloud. And then you can actually, we overlaid the sun. We compared the sun beside each other. The sun is not even the same. The rays are not the same. The glare is not the same. There's additional clouds in the bottom footage. And if you point over here where they point that top one right there, it looks kind of similar. You can actually zoom in and you'll see that the bottom one is way thicker. In the bottom, it's actually not the same. He thought he got some smoking gun because he saw that these two look kind of the same. They're not the same. The distribution is different. The size is different, and it's way fuller at the bottom. Then you come over here and you look, there's a whole missing cloud. There's a whole area of missing clouds. So he says, oh, they took those clouds out, but they forgot the other ones. This was the moon landing 2.0 times 1,000. It had to cost billions of dollars, the most advanced technology ever. They just forgot to take out a cloud while they were taking clouds out. They forgot to take out an identical cloud, even though it's not an identical cloud. I want everyone to know either you should dismiss this claim as retarded because you see another cloud right there, or you can jump off the bridge and say, oh, they forgot to take some of the clouds out. Then I want you to now fact check yourself and be a truther. Go compare those two things that have arrows above the sun. You'll see that they aren't the same. They don't match. The sun does not match in this footage. I did this today. The sun does not match. Those clouds do not match that have arrows pointing to them. They actually don't match. They are different widths. Yeah, look.
It's not a cloud. It's some sort of lens because it's moving with the camera. If you watch when it turned the video on and it moves with the camera when the clouds don't, is that a video or is it a snapshot?
And let's ask a question. Let's ask a question. If the same sun comes to the same spot and the same camera is filming it from the same angle, are you going to have similar artifacts with the same lens and the same camera and the same sun from the same exact angle?
I want to note even that the one behind the sun itself is in a duplicate top and bottom. Now here's a third option here.
It's moving with the camera. How could that be if it was a cloud?
If I may, I think the easier solution than some clouds are there, but the others are duplicated would be that there are multiple layers of clouds being used, and some of them repeated, some of them did not.
It's not a
Why
cloud.
would it move? You agree that if you watch the video and it moves with the camera or moves with the sun, then it refutes that it's a cloud?
Yeah, if those are all artifacts moving with the sun,
Okay.
like
Do you have
smudges
the
or
video?
something.
Do you
that
have the
would be
video,
different.
Austin?
Well, no, he should have the video. I don't.
All right, guys, we're gonna turn that off. I think you guys get the point with that one. I think that's pretty much a nail in the coffin when it comes to, which it playing dumb about this location being so far away that you can't see the camp, and he doesn't even know it's the same mountain. It's just, it's undeniable. Do you guys agree with that? Correct? Give me a 1 if you agree. A simple 1 will do. Let's see here. I think what we're going to do is go through some of these old footages. I know you guys probably already have, but it's probably been a while since you have. I know I watched them live and then really haven't had the time to really go back and investigate as much as I would like to, and kind of relied on everybody else doing the legwork and trying to, find problems that were with the footage and everything. But we're just going to watch some of these and we get to see the old chats and everything. And it's kind of amusing because a lot of you guys that are in here, you're right there with me, calling Witsit out and Jaren out immediately and not sitting on the fence, so to speak.
And I will fly the other.
I flew in a plane from Punta Arenas. I can assure you
I mean, look how clse this mountain looks behind them. And not only that,
that that's where I was. I
I'll
went
show
all
you guys
around
later,
Punta
but
Arenas.
I can
We then
prove
got
that
in
this
that
is
plane, and we flew
not attached
south
to the
for
ground.
like 4
There's like
hours,
a
and I
horizon
checked
right here. If you take a piece
4
of
different
paper
compasses the whole way.
and just hold it
And they
up
said we were
against
flying
one
south the
side
whole
over
time.
here and
A
let it go
floating
all the way
compass,
across
a
the
magnetic
screen,
compass,
it'll be
military grade
100%
compass, you name
perfectly
it.
level, like it's a
We
horizon,
are clearly in
So it must
Antarctica
be
because after
refraction
a couple
that's
hours,
causing this
we
mountain to be
began to
there.
be over that continent,
And the camp must
over
be
that
over the
landmass.
hill,
Okay?
behind the curve,
Can you guys give me like a
and
5 by
not being
5 if
refracted
it's
up is my only
fine?
conclusion
It doesn't
here.
look cold there. Okay, I'm going to address all the stuff that people say. Okay, here's my weather app.
Let me
It says 17 degrees.
get it to where you can see the chats too.
Yeah, 17 degrees.
Well, I guess not.
Feels like
There
29
we go.
degrees. Well, there's no wind and there's sun right there at all the times popping up off of the ice. Okay. So it is cold, right? If I'm out here for a long time, I'm gonna get really cold. My ears are gonna get cold. But
That
it
way you guys
feels
can
like
see the
27 degrees.
old chats.
I just showed you my weather
I
app.
think that was pretty funny to go back and watch all the old
I
chats
can
and
see
what people thought
my
back
breath.
then
You
and what
can't.
they think
I don't know
now
that.
and how long it took
Hold
people
on to see
to
your breath.
wake up.
So I don't know why people keep saying it doesn't look like it's cold where we are. It's very cold. To me, I'm from Florida. So 18 feels like 27 is like negative 30. Okay. It is very cold. But it isn't as cold as you would think because the sun is like always glaring on you. You have to be careful because it'll just like burn the crap out of your skin and you can feel it burning your skin. Okay. So I can assure you this
I
is
can
where we
vouch
are.
for that, guys.
Um,
It's
this part is
intense.
probably the most fascinating is just like how far out, look how far out you can see. Just like vastness.
I
It
do
looks super
believe he is
flat,
a
by the way.
gatekeeper, Chicago.
I need
I
a
think
5
this
by 5 before I
validates it.
keep talking.
I don't think
Make
he's
sure you guys can
stupid.
hear me. You at least say there's no ice ring around Earth? No, I'm gonna say that. It's 5 by 5. Okay, we're good. How would I know that? But like I'm gonna address some of the things which I've told globe earthers this for for 2, 3 years now. The way they go about the conversation is so detrimental to their side. They say stuff like, flat earthers say you can't go here. Ha 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 ha. They say, no, they don't. No, they don't. I've never said that. Flat earthers don't say that. Flat earthers, so you can't freely and privately go here. And if we say we can't go to check, that's what we're talking about.
You guys can
And we
hear
didn't
me, right?
freely and privately explore on this trip either, believe it or not. Okay. We are in an approved location. Now, I will tell you this, that while flying over it,
Can you
the
hear
sun
me
is
over
going to
the
totally
video?
just
Question
burn
mark.
my face during the stream. I might turn it around in a second. But when we flew over it, you can see, well, dude, there's not going to be a lot of free and private exploration anyway. It's insane. It was one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. I'm going to turn this way for a second because the sun is so intense, bro. Yeah. So it was definitely one of the like most beautiful things I've ever seen in my life. Like incredible. Like if you see that and don't think there's a crater, it's wild. Okay. Amazing.
You guys can hear me better
Worth
now?
it for the flight
Seabass?
alone.
Sound better?
But you also, it's one of the scariest things that you've ever seen, right? Like the idea that that plane had it gone down. We've been done. I mean, it's just miles and miles of like ice and mountains with snow and ice. And when you first get in there, there's tons of water. We went over the peninsula entrance, so we wouldn't have seen like an ice shelf or anything, right? That's the place that has, it was obviously higher than the water, but by
Thank you.
not a ton. And it's kind of marshy in that sense, like there's tons of water mixed in with the land. So that was somewhat disappointing because we do know there are tons of ice shelves. Highest average elevation in the world, admittedly, but whatever. The reason it's not like crazy cold is because there's no wind, and we're surrounded by mountains for the most part, and so it just blocks out a lot of the wind. If there was wind here, I would be so miserable. Oh my gosh. All the people at the camp said that it's been like terrible weather for like 2 months, and then the day before we get here, just beautiful, and that's a blessing. Probably not a coincidence. So obviously, tons of people are saying that this is like proof of a globe and all that, and it's not. But it is a data point that matches the globe. It's a single data point, but it definitely matches the globe. I'm sitting here looking at it. So I'm just gonna say, like, dude, for the people,
Okay, just so you guys can see, look at his glasses and look at his computer in the reflection. Does that look like a real laptop to you? And if it does it look like it's powered on? Do you see any type of source of a screen being displayed whatsoever? Question.
like, it's just so insane. You guys sound so insane when you say stuff like, "This is all a lie," and we're all using green screens or whatever. Dude, Will had left his green screen filter on, his virtual background on that he uses in his streams. It just has TFP as the background all over the place. So when Jonathan stood up there and he had green on his shirt, it started glitching out and showing that because he forgot to take off that filter. Okay, that's all that it was. It didn't show Antarctica on his jacket, it showed TFE. So if you know how green screens work at all, you would instantly know that wasn't, it's kind of insane. Now, I know they did a stream where they were like showing the drone fly back super far and multiple angles and walking around. But you know, I'm sitting right here telling you that it's real. And so if all of a sudden I'm an actor, I'm a shill, whatever, you're just ridiculous. Okay. Everyone know you know that I'm not. And I think that that behavior is just laughably lame.
know it,
And
bro.
I don't care about being in a community with people like that anyway. So now I definitely understand people being skeptical. And when you see the green screen glitch, I definitely can understand people being like, what in the world? But there's the explanation. Okay. So we are sitting here in Antarctica. It's incredibly quiet. I feel like everyone within miles could hear me live streaming. Incredibly peaceful, incredibly quiet. There is absolutely a huge landmass that has been undisturbed, largely undisturbed, with just tons and tons of ice. And it's pretty crazy. Okay. We got here while we were flying, the sun popped up around seemingly the other side of our plane. We weren't quite able to see enough to know anything. We land. Since then, the sun, which is now right up here, okay, has just been doing circles. Sun has just been doing circles, bro. That's objectively what it does here. It's just a fact. That's why we came here. We came here and we proved it. I've seen it with my own eyes. It's burning my skin. I've put solar filters on. 4 of us have put solar filters on. We have tons of images of solar filters showing the sunspots. We have to compare them based on the time and the corresponding latitude to see if they match. Because obviously, I did see Joe Hamby's model and it's very interesting. And I'm just seeing if those spots actually match what they claim that it should. But this is the thing. This should be a very simple concept that I shouldn't have to explain, but apparently I do. Truth doesn't fear investigation, so no one should have been against us going here because it's an additional data point. It's like trusted sources going and documenting something that we haven't had like reliable documentation of. And you might would ask the question, why they faked it so much? Why wasn't there so much of it? Well, good question. I mean, some people run the conspiracy idea out that they did that so that at one point it could be shown and they could say, see, flat earth is wrong or whatever, and flat earthers took the bait. There are, I mean, the guy that
Reading
faked the
comments
other
on
one,
the
he said
black
the editor did
screen.
it because it thought it looked better. Who knows? Maybe that's true.
Don't show the comments.
When you come here and you travel all the way here, for example, like I'm exhausted. That's why I haven't live streamed yet.
You
And
can see
right
the
now I'm so
comments,
tired. I fell asleep
the old
right
comments
before I did this on
from his
accident
stream.
for like 20 minutes. I barely had any sleep after traveling for like 24 straight hours. No sleep. Then I come here and
Or you're talking about the
like
black
no
screen
sleep
I
the night
see.
before.
You're
And then
agreeing
travel
with
all the
me
way
that
here.
his screen is black.
And
Gotcha.
now we're staying up for 24 hours. So 9:30 tonight, right? To document the sun and only getting like a couple hours of sleep here and there in shifts. So it's been like crazy. If someone goes through all that traveling, say from the US, and they come here, they're coming here to do something. They're coming here to get in planes, to skydive, to have the plane take them around and show them stuff. They're not coming here to do this. This is like a whole thing. Now someone may just drop down a 360 cam and walk away and they come back and check it. Someone may put a camera up and if they work here, maybe they would do that, you would think. But I can understand why there's not tons being here. It's just like, I don't know. Now, if it wasn't for this conversation, I would just be like, wow, that's a trip. And I would have moved on. It's the trip. You don't know what time it is. Like right now, I only know it's almost 5 because I'm looking at the clock. Like you could tell me that it was 8 in the morning. I'd be like, okay, sounds legit. Like it's pretty crazy. Okay, so there's a few pieces of advice. I want to walk you around. I want to show you everyone that's a fan of truth should be happy that we're here doing this. Okay, we have tripod. We have another camera tracking the sun. Another camera tracking the sun. 2 more cameras right here tracking the sun. Another camera tracking the sun. 2 more cameras tracking the sun. 2 more cameras over here. Another camera over here. We've been pulling out the P900 solar filter, pulling out the P900 infrared, and taking pictures periodically from the outside of all this so you can clearly, or even videos, you can fact check. My 360 needed like a firmware update, so I wasn't able to use it. But that was going to just show the outside view of all the cameras while they did it and the sun, so you could have lifetime fact
Thanks for
checked like,
coming.
okay, that happened. But 360
Appreciate you,
cams, the way they
fam.
worked is they're spliced together
And yes,
intrinsically,
I am getting
so
used
someone
to
can
it
always say anything
slightly.
spick if they want to. This one right here has a solar filter on and it's tracking the entire time. I actually got to give mad props to Dave McKeegan. He like forced himself to stay up and make sure that that completes because he's had to slightly make sure it stays in tune the whole time. And so, that's pretty impressive. So that's going to be one of the most valuable ones. Obviously, a solar filter tracking it the entire time. So there's shots of it, the 24-hour sun everywhere, all over this place. I don't see how someone could be upset about that. And that's why I was so delirious, and I still am. That my title, I was like dozing off while I was typing the title. That I misspelled the title, but it's one small step for man, one giant leap for flat Earth, and it is. Because it's one giant leap for any pursuit of truth, you would think. And yeah, so that's where we are. I'm gonna look at your questions in a second, but I would encourage people just to kind of chill because like truth doesn't fear investigation. It's becoming kind of laughable at this point. You can understand from our perspective, it just sounds insane. Sounds insane. And like, I understand the skepticism, but it's like that's why we came. That's why I came, bro, was to try to get rid of that, to help you. And now all these people now that have known me for years, all of a sudden, like I'm a shill, I'm an actor. What a joke. Okay. Now there's been tons of people that are just like truth seekers in the community that were actually super excited I was going, praying for me to be safe, and are happy and thankful that I came. And so shout out to them. I will do live streams until we leave. Like I said, we're getting a bunch of people to take solar filter shots. So if you're going to kind of give me a heads up and I'll try to take a shot at the same time, we can compare. Anyone that sees this that's further in northern latitude, as close to 80 north latitude as you can, reach out to me on Telegram, connect with us so we can like correspond and get the sunspots and see if they match the globe, which way they should be flipped over as if we were on the bottom of a globe. So yeah, there's that. That's going to be very interesting to see if they just flip vertically or if they also flip left to right, which will help give some insight maybe into Joe Hamby's idea, which of course, if you haven't seen it, he assumes water's above in a firmament, which then acts as a reflective surface, and it creates a little like apparent sun that goes the opposite direction. So if you take the light source and move it over the entire flat Earth like a map, then on the outside, the little sun goes the opposite way. It stays up for 24 hours. And as you move the camera over, that person that was, say, on the other side would also see the same thing. So it's very interesting. And it makes the star trails do the opposite rotation as well. So
You're welcome, Valley.
I don't know if that is what is happening, but I think that while we're here, it's probably a good time to try to test it. Okay, I'm going to read your guys' chats, but yeah, and shout out to the people that try to support for the trip. I know like a lot of people that weren't able to because Cash App was rejecting it, which is unfortunate and slightly coincidental. Let's see if you guys got questions, just ask me. Can you clarify, is there a 24-hour sun and whether or not you have seen yourself personally yet? There is 100% a 24-hour sun and I have seen it personally, yes. So at this point, I've been here for over 24 hours. The sun has not set. I've personally been here since 4 p.m. yesterday. The sun has not set. Not only has it not set, bro, it's like it stays pretty high up in the sky. Now the question is it too high? That's a good question. Let's check the elevation angles, but it seems to bounce right around where it's supposed to, which is 13 or 34 allegedly. But as I can confirm 100%, no questions asked, at where we are, there is a 24-hour sun, 100%. Did the sun make it to the horizon? No. Interesting that you're looking at the sun and I'm looking at the sun in New Jersey. Yeah. Why did the temperature drop so much after midnight? Good question. I'm not sure. I don't think it should. I don't think it should do that, but I think it has a lot to do with elevation angle. So the idea being that the angle that the light comes in through the atmosphere is going to drastically affect the heat distribution, thermal distribution, which does make sense. That's to be predictable, of course. It is. You would say, yeah, no problem. It's just brilliant propaganda, folks. Brilliant. What are you talking about? What is that supposed to mean? Good for you. It's happy to see intellect. Honestly, dude, I've always tried to be intellectually honest. Where's the moon? It's way too far north. What's the angle and direction of the sun right now? Actually, I don't know. The angle right now has to be close to 30 degrees. I think that's probably close to 30 degrees. And it's roughly 293 west. 293 west, roughly 30-degree elevation angle. For the
Even
person
though
that
I
asked.
subscribed to Witch's channel, he never took my wrench away, which I thought if you unsubscribed, you'll automatically lose it. But apparently, I still have it, so I could see when messages are deleted on his channel, and I don't see one of yours deleted, Seabass.
The sun is so intense. So not only is the sun here, it's intense. You know what I'm saying? I knew instantly it was the real sun. I could feel it. I mean, you know. Let's see. Roughly, oh well, he's gave up. Yeah, roughly, that's right, because I'm not about to make a legitimate elevation angle measurement right now while I'm reading my phone. Yes. I guarantee you that that's extremely accurate prediction that the elevation angle of the sun is right at 30 degrees. Sun is supposed to be further away. What, during winter? Yeah. So the people that turn back to you that supported you in the past, don't even give them attention. It just means that they're not true seekers like you are. Keep up the great job. Yeah, thanks, man. No worries. Super intense sun, 24 hours a day. Yeah, it's frozen all the time. Yeah. I asked the Glovers about this. I've had to try to help them still, man. I don't really know. I would say like the water around, like in the north, you have all kinds of land masses that you have more heat retention, then you have a higher elevation here and just water around, so less heat retention. That would be the only way I could explain why it's so different.
It's just me. It looked like you joined the Black Eye Club twice.
Yeah, what do you guys think about that song though? Isn't that cool? She made that song in like a day. Like boom, so shout out to that guy. So yeah, I mean it's been an experience, man. It's been pretty crazy. I'm extremely tired. I'm honestly ready for this 24. I've already seen the sun be in the sky for 24 hours. We've been here for 24 hours. The sun's it's gonna stay in the sky, bro. Like it's 100%. I will say when I got here, when we talked to some of the people that worked here and we were asking them, they're just like so nonchalantly like nice. It stays in the sky. And then like, so here's the bathrooms, you know, like it's not some grand conspiracy to convince us that it does that. What's that? You want to say? Yeah. You guys say hey to my boy Mark, that's Candace Owens director.
Hey, boy.
And people are saying we're not actually in Antarctica.
I'm making sure that okay, you should be good.
All right, so I don't know how well this whole. It's very bright.
Chicago
Next
gets
box
it.
my family. Should be able to see Antarctica sharing from this iPhone. It's my live location.
It's real.
Let's
We've been
zoom out.
debunked.
Internet's not the best, but we are actually in Antarctica. It is cold.
100%, guys.
It's very cold.
It's legit.
Yeah, hopefully you guys heard him. I think they hear you. They said they can only see it.
Oh, okay.
Dude,
We're here.
We're
it's
here.
not a green screen.
it's not a green screen.
The sun didn't set. There's a plane about to land, actually.
Yeah.
So you can't. I don't know. Our budget's not that big.
How crazy would it be to be able to do that? We got 360 of like the most amazing mountains that we can send drones back like hundreds and hundreds of yards.
Yeah, it's truly incredible.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful place. I'm glad I got to share this experience with everyone, especially Austin.
Yeah, man, it's been awesome.
He's a good
hanging out
man.
with
A good dude. Jaron too. Everyone's been super
Darren's
chill.
Great.
So it's It's a good community. So even though I'm a Glober, I still love you guys. Okay, can still hang. I find the commonality, not the differences. So
Yeah, man.
we're all people,
Yes,
no
sir.
matter what. So
Thank you, bro.
it's easy.
Yeah, Mark is super cool, man. So, I will say this, dude. You know, everyone comes here and goes through all this. There's obviously it's like some camaraderie that's like kind of required. I'm gonna try to switch back to this headphone here. Hopefully, you guys can hear me again. So yeah, if you guys got questions, let me know. Like I said, I'll do some more live streams. I just want to check in with you guys. I'm so extremely tired though. It's pretty crazy how tired I am, to be honest. But yeah, and like another thing I'll say, bro, is I mean this kind of happens on both sides, but like it's okay to be wrong about things. Like it's such this lame dynamic that if the other side was right about something or had to correct you on something, you can't admit it. This happens on both sides. It's like if a flat earther's right about something or they point something out to a glober that they're wrong or misrepresenting their own model, they can't say that because flat earthers are so stupid they have to be wrong about everything. And so they just never admit they're wrong. They'll dig the hole and they'll keep going down. Same thing over here, right? It's like flat earthers, if they're wrong about something, they just won't admit it. And flat earthers will just throw your hands up and say something's fake or whatever. It's all very stupid, you know? Like, people that are, for one, confident in their intelligence don't have to do that. You know, like it's okay to not know something. It's impossible actually to not ever not know something. It's also okay to be wrong about something. I'm gonna move again. The sun is busting, bro.
How dare Seabass to
I'm
question
gonna wrap this stream for
location
a
app?
second before I like get super burnt. It's okay to be wrong about something. It's okay to have to learn something. It's okay to not know something. Very simple stuff. If you're intellectually honest, then you
Have you guys ever seen the horizon in
don't
front of the
care
mountain
about
like
that.
that
You should
before?
just be like grateful that you got to
Advancing plane.
learn what you were wrong about. I thought there probably wasn't a 24-hour sun down here, and I thought that because
There's
of
no
all the super
deviation
sketchy,
in the ground at all. It's just like a
all the
straight line.
super
You can
sketchy
take a
stuff that
ruler
happened. Where
across the entirety
when
of
we
it.
first came in here, we're like, "Where's the
Look
24-hour
how
sun
straight
in
it
Antarctica?" There was
is.
like nothing online.
The mountain is
And there were
obviously
like
a cop.
hundreds in the north, but like nothing online of the south. And so then we went and looked at the government webcams in Antarctica, and they would cut out 8 hours every day. We're like, oh, that's convenient. And then when we asked them why they did that, they said something about like bandwidth. We're like, what? And just the conveniently the 8 hours where the sun would have set. So we're like, this is super sketchy. And then when we point those things out, finally there was
Doesn't
a
that
video
mountain look
that
real?
got posted and it was shared everywhere. And then we had to look at it and we found that they took the beginning and stitched it onto the end and portrayed it as 24-hour continual footage. So we're like, this is super weird. And so, yeah, I mean, most flat earthers didn't think there was actually 24-hour sun here because of that. So, you know, it's like there is one. I'm standing right here. I can assure you there is a 24-hour sun. And so now, like, just let it go, bro. It's okay. I, you know, with how much we're lied to about everything, how much the system is lied, just a symptom of that. I think it's healthy skepticism to not just blindly believe anything. But what's not healthy is like intentional delusion and like ignoring what is true because of pride or cognitive dissonance or something. I was wrong. I would have said
Anti-truthers.
I would have said
Listen up.
80% easy that there wasn't one here. I never said I knew for a fact there wasn't one. That's total misrepresentation.
Now you guys see the line I'm talking about, right? You guys see it go straight across. You can literally, it doesn't get any straighter. So it's like the horizon is right there. It's right where the backdrop starts.
I've been very adamant against people that say like the 24-hour sunlight wouldn't work here on a flat Earth because that's just totally not true. But I've said the 24-hour sun would pose more of a problem, and I think that that's true, obviously, with the mainstream depiction. But there has already been someone that's kind of proposed something that actually resonates with me. I don't know if it's true. Hopefully we can get some pieces of information before we leave here that'll help us figure that out. This is insane how hot the freaking sun is. So yeah, it's kind of what I want to say that. And obviously, like, I will say, for one, let's say that the Earth was a globe. Like all the people that have been running around acting super crazy and insanely toxic for years about it, that are like now like taking some victory lap or whatever. Like it, what? Like that would make you super lame. You know, like you know, and toxic. So I would encourage those people also to kind of step back and consider their own behavior. And the same goes for FE. You know, they get caught up in this real tribal toxicity stuff, and then I think it's super lame. So Jaron and I knew that.
I find it funny too how Weiss says, you know, he thinks that Witcher just got tricked, and he's the same one that keeps telling us to have evidence and prove it, and their accusations, whatever claims. And so apparently, Witsit flew this airplane into the studio because how is he going to get tricked that the sun's there unless, you know, he flew into the studio? Yeah. Cool story, Weiss.
When we came here, there would be a group of people that no matter what happened, they would call us shills and actors just for going or whatever. So I don't care about that.
I'm not saying
You know,
it's
I'm
not
pretty like
fake. I'm saying
desensitized to
that
people
Witsit knows it's
saying
fake.
things that aren't true about me. So anyway, I'm just gonna ramble because I'm kind of delirious. I'll look through your chats a little bit, and I'll try to go live at least 2-3 more times while I'm here. Thanks for accepting the 24-hour sun. Yeah, of course. Oh, the sun.
That's that Wi-Fi.
Into knowing that he's going to get attacked by his own people, going with people that have slandered him for years, just in pursuit of truth, spending thousands of dollars that they don't have, and not sleeping for basically 5 consecutive days, and then out here freezing, doing everything we can to document everything. Why not be thankful that in 2024 something that's never been done is being done? And you would have sat here for 20 more years. We would all sat for 20 more years thinking that there wasn't a 24-hour sun. That's what would have happened. That's why I came. And I will say, for many reasons, I'm so glad I did come, because it's just beautiful and like breathtaking, incredible, and majestic. It really is. Like these mountains, bro. Do you see these mountains? Dude, and like those are pretty huge. They look like you could reach out and touch them, you know? Like 2 miles away or something. Crazy.
Not the same mountain in front of the camp.
So very, very cool. That's a different mountain, actually. The mountain that's over at the main camp is 2 miles away. Looks a little bigger and looks really close as well.
Oh, it's not the same mountain.
All right, let me read some more of your questions real fast.
You had to point that out.
It's so bright. Why isn't your breath foggy? It's not as foggy as it was a second ago. It's kind of foggy right now. But right before I started the stream, I tested it, so I knew you guys were going to say that. And my breath was like super foggy earlier, but it's not really foggy right now. I don't know.
I don't think you ever had a hat on, Justina.
No humidity? Yeah, of course. I mean, it's super dry here. That's why my lips are super chapped. It's not even windy and my lips are super chapped. Just pick up some snow? Okay. I'm not wearing gloves, so that's a terrible suggestion. I'll be right back and grab some gloves and I'll pick up some snow.
Don't forget to plug in your wife's
I'm gonna play her song again while I go in here, so no one else maybe says something they don't want on stream on my headphones. I'm gonna go grab my gloves. This is a good idea anyway.
You must put the lotions on the skins. Can't grab no snow barehanded.
There's a little breath. What's up now? You have to take like deeper breaths, and it sucks. It hurts your lungs. Okay.
Also couldn't pick the snow up at his feet.
All right. I'm not placating to the insanity anymore.
You can tell it's real by the sound
If you
effects.
follow me for years, you know I'm not lying. And honestly, all the cope shows that you do think it's a big deal. So is it that the stuff in the sky doesn't prove the ground, or is it that we're faking it? Which one is it? Is it that it can't be here on a flat Earth, and therefore we must be faking it, or that the sky is made by the Creator? It's something that's beyond exactly what we can understand, and we can only hope to try to figure it out, and that it's independent of how the surface of the Earth measures and independent of the ground. And then therefore why would you feel the need to accuse us of faking stuff? Because I can tell you right now
Go ahead, do
that
it.
the sun doesn't change the fact.
Blakey
Oh, this
Snow
is so cool.
for Blakey Show.
Can you guys see that plane?
You guys hear that? It's a real plane.
I don't know if you guys can see that plane, but we're supposed to get in one of those tomorrow. So very cool. All right, I'm super tired. I'm gonna get out of here. I'll do another stream with you guys. They say the tilt of the Earth creates the season, but look how high the angles of the sun is. The same as very moderate climates, yet there it never gets warm. Kind of odd. FE for the win. A sellout, 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 sellout. What did I sell it? It cost me thousands of dollars. I didn't have to do this. How am I selling out? I love you guys, and congrats FY. During Duffy stream yesterday in Trackle Vic, Australia around 2:15 p.m. Sun was directly above my head and at 30 degrees. Sent in something 935. Top song by Kai, and sounds like the song I wrote and recorded in 2 days. Oh yeah, I remember that. I need to check out what you said you made. He got paid to shut his mouth. Oh my gosh. Respect us. Thanks for doing. Much love. What's up with your Cash App? As soon as I said that I needed some help, this was going to cost me way more than I thought, and people started, and I said, just use Cash App, please. Cash App started rejecting people. Probably a coincidence after 5 years of that never happening. So I don't know. Good question. So yeah, what's it at protonmail.com on Zelle is probably the best way, or paypal.me/innerworld. But what can you do? And you gotta admit, I get super censored by all these random companies, including Airbnb, PayPal, banks. Well, what's up with that? If I'm so wrong. So there's obviously something about this conversation that they do not like. Believe it or not, I don't think that all the major big tech companies working hand in hand with big government are just censoring people because they want to make sure everyone is correct in their understanding of truth. I don't think that's how it works. Okay, I'm gonna get sunburnt, and I can't do that because I'll be miserable the rest of the trip. I already got a lot of sun. Okay, I love you guys. I will do more streams. I think we're here till Wednesday, so I'll be able to do a stream maybe tomorrow and the next day. And then maybe I could stream later tonight, but maybe not. I don't know. We should leave here around probably 10. We started around 9:30. Some people had to restart theirs. Thanks, Austin. Stay safe. Thanks, much love. Boring. Okay, well, you're the one sitting here watching it, weirdo. All right, cool. Yeah, I don't really have much more to say. I think I covered most of it. You guys just gotta, on both sides, just gotta chill. I think it's kind of cool that everyone came down here with this sole objective. If someone spends this much money and comes down here, they don't come here to do these many different tests and measurements and get this many data points and this much documentation. This is like a once in a lifetime thing And you know, like
Russell Gregory in the
questioning what we've
house.
been told
I don't
in,
know if our
in
welcome
this
VIP
ongoing
can be
conversation
in.
is what kind of speared this happening. People should be grateful for that. And I've made my position pretty clear that seeing the sun do something does not falsify empirical measurements of the ground. It doesn't somehow nullify the preponderance of evidence. The Earth is objectively not what we've been told that it is. It just isn't. And this is an interesting data point I didn't expect, and it is here, and that's what that is. I was wrong about my prediction about it for years. Once it started getting closer and I started seeing it, I did start to tell you guys I'm like 50-50. I think it's definitely possible that there is one now, just based on how everything's going, because it's kind of intuitively feel that there did seem to be one. And here we are, there absolutely is one. There's no questions asked. I'll be in contact with you guys for the next couple days. See any suggestions or what we talk about or whatever, let me know. And like Mark revealed you guys recently, there will be a show with Candace after all this, so stay tuned for that. Should be cool. And I got another few big announcements to make content-wise. So yeah, just so you get it, I'm super tired, bro. I'm like exhausted because I pulled an all-nighter before I traveled, and we traveled for 24 hours, and I couldn't sleep on the overnight flight because there was tons of turbulence. It was like insane. And then I get to Punta Arenas, and then the sun doesn't set till like 1:30, and I'm like so blown away that, or the sun sets at 10, but the light doesn't go away till like 1:30. I'm so blown away that there's still light. I'm up till 2. Then the sun rises at 4:30 with the window open. So then I sleep for like 2 hours that night. Then I go around a million orientation, getting everything ready, trying to get back last minute things. And then that happened again the next night. And then I just tried to make sure I had everything together before we took off. So I was up to like 3:30, had to get up at like 6:30 and had to be down there by 8 so that we could leave. And then we got here after flying 4 more hours. We get here. Obviously, you got to stay awake when you're flying over Antarctica. It's like incredible. We land and then we got to stay up for 24 hours. So I'm extremely tired. And you know, it's cold. So if I just don't sleep at all the whole time, I will end up getting sick. So I'm trying to persevere through it, and that's why I haven't streamed, is because I'm just tired. I set up this live stream and I was like dozing off, and I fell asleep for like 20 minutes in between when I set it up and when I ran it. That's how tired I am. So I didn't leave you guys hanging. I'll never leave you guys hanging. Appreciate the people that supported, and it's unfortunate that some people had their support rejected. Hopefully you guys can still support in the other avenues. It is what it is. So I love you guys. Seek and speak truth unequivocally. The weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. Seek and speak truth unequivocally. Very important. And what's popular is rarely true, and what's true is rarely popular. I encourage everyone, just sit back, bro. It doesn't matter. And if your pursuit of truth is the reason that you do all this, and you just want to know what the truth is, what the truth is should never trigger you. You should never get upset. You should never censor it. You should never attack the people going and finding it for you and bringing it to you. That is such a weirdo thing to do, bro. It's so weird. I need you guys to get a grip, please. Okay, but I do love you guys, and on both sides, please stop. If they need to take their victory lap in their paradigm, that they know the Earth's a globe, it's been proven for thousands of years. The fact the sun does this shouldn't be a victory lap. It's just really goofy and weird. They think it is, and they're trying to tell flat earthers what their position is, but they don't get to do that. You know, lights in the sky. There's like some type of dome containment. There's a million factors and variables we don't know about. And I'm not making any claims. Like I said very clearly, I was wrong about what I thought for years. In terms of this, I would have gone 80-20. There was no 24-hour sun, and there is. There absolutely is. So maybe you can learn, show some integrity. You know, when you're wrong, it's okay to be wrong. This goes for both sides. And don't take the bait when people are spiraling and freaking out.
Don't take the bait, people. That's not a good idea. On to the next. Let's see what we got here. This is Jaren's.
We're going to go put this back in the tent.
Look how real the mountain looks.
I think we're live. It would be cool to infrared camera distant mountains from the dry, flat Antarctic. I will do that. I'm about to show you that. I'm about to show you that's my camera right there. I don't know if you can see it sitting in the middle of the ice. Infrared camera. So what's up, everybody? There's the sun. Hope everybody's doing well. We got a nice night's sleep. Got a shower in. We actually feel like human beings again, but we do have a little bit of bad news. Please show how you're verifying direction. So it wouldn't matter, I'll just point that out real quick, if that was north, or that was north, or that was east, or that was west. Because the sun, since we've been here, has just done this. that sun will just do this. That's all it does. So I can show you what direction we are looking at. If I've got oh wait, I think I gave it back to the guy. I was gonna say I have a South Pole compass, but that's the one I showed yesterday. Anyway.
Oh, also, I wanted to mention a strange thing happened when I was looking up for the background that I was going to use for the Union Glacier of me being there. It happened to be Dave McKeegan. I Googled images of what I wanted, and it came up as Dave McKeegan's picture of 2025 of, you know, the 24-hour sun. And when you match it, the tints aren't the same. So apparently he's using, he can't upload his own pictures, apparently.
What we're going to show right now is the sunspots, and we hope that people at home can take pictures of themselves so that we can verify sunspots together. So if you are somewhere, please get your camera and solar filter out, and let's do some sunspot observations together. So we got some good news. Other people might consider it bad news. We consider it good news. Yes,
Yeah,
we
I
can
could
verify
spare you
direction. What do
guys
you
from
mean?
having to listen to this if you
What do
don't
you
want
mean?
to.
I don't know what you mean, but you mean if a compass isn't good enough, we already showed you a compass. So how do you want me to verify direction?
It is pretty tough to stomach
There's no
listening to this
penguins
guy.
here. If the penguins were here, what would they eat? There's no bugs here. There's no flies. There's no ants. There's no lice. There's no mosquitoes. There's no anything. So how could there be penguins here? What are they going to eat? The penguins live at the coast where there's fish. So there's no fish here. Anyway. Oh yeah, sellout. How do you think I feel when the Flat Earth community calls you a sellout for being honest with your observations? Think that's a good look for you guys? Yeah, good look. So what the Flat Earth community would appreciate is if I came here and lied to you. That's what you guys want. It's pretty embarrassing. That's what it is. So anyway, the good news, bad news, depending on how you look at it, is we found out that the weather is about to turn bad. And we were told that if we don't leave tomorrow, that we're gonna be here for another 5 days, which we will absolutely not stand for. I gotta get the hell out of here. So we are leaving tomorrow, as of right now. That's the plan, is to leave tomorrow instead, a day early, because the weather's about to get really bad. They say they get about 2 or 3 storms a year, and this looks like the first one they're gonna get. That will start on Wednesday, and so the pilot doesn't want to fly in on Wednesday or fly out of here on Wednesday. So they want us to leave tomorrow.
Like death threats or
Want. Or take our chances, at which point we could be here
I'm
past
going to stop it.
another 4 or 5 days, which
I
we
wanted to
wouldn't get
go
home till
through
after
it
Christmas.
and
none
do
of us
side
want
by
that.
sides because you
We've
can
got plenty
tell
of good
that
footage.
the mountain's actually different from
Duffy
the other
has a-
positions, and the snow actually does look different and rendered, and it gets smeary. But I'm going to save you guys the grief on that one, and we're just going to go ahead and play this one.
something crazy, but for the most part, I want you to let it just be the wild, wild west. I'm sorry to the people here that are genuine and 5x5. Okay, cool. To the people that are genuine and want to just come here
Oh, bro.
and enjoy like a stream where people are mature and honest. Obviously, that's just not an option right now. I'm not going to censor these people. And so, to the mods, if you see another mod do it, please correct them, remind them of what I'm saying right now. If they were to say get here a little bit later, and there's just a million things. And then what I'll do is try to keep up with the chat so you guys can remind me of different things that need to be explained, different lies that
Here's
need to
some
be
deleted
dispelled. because-
messages. I'll show you what I mean. See how this pops up here? I think you guys can see this because I'm still a moderator, but I can I can expose those.
There's so many, it's actually kind of absurd. Someone said something at the actually, let me do this at the beginning. So this is a Bible. I have quite a few. I just grabbed one off my shelf right here real quick. Confirm to you it is in fact a Bible. I mean, it's just insane. Like for example, I'm having to prove for sure definitively that this is a Bible because someone will lie and claim that I pretended to swear on the Bible and it actually
Sponsored
wasn't a
by
Bible
Nike.
or whatever. So this is a Bible. Okay. I don't know why it's not. Who cares? Okay, this is the Bible. I have not lied about anything in regards to going to Antarctica. I went to Antarctica. Jaron went to Antarctica. The entire trip was legitimate. All of the footage is legitimate.
Clippers will
And
always
there is
talk
tons
about
of
it because they
slander and
debunk
lies going on
AE
about
map.
us supposedly faking it. I did not fake it. I swear on the Bible. I
Barama.
swear on Yah. I swear on everything that I went to Antarctica and that I did not lie about anything in terms of going to Antarctica, and that all of the footage is legit, and that all of
All
these
rise.
theories about how we faked it and we were in a studio, they are all lies. Okay. Now, I know that for sure people will claim that that was blasphemous. They should read the Bible and see that that is not the case. I will read a few verses specifically to explain this, actually. We are told that that's very serious, and that you better not lie when you do that. You must not swear by my name falsely and profane the name of your God. When a man, that's Leviticus 19:12. When a man vows a vow to God or swears an oath to bind his soul with a bond, he must not break his word. He must do according to all that proceeds out of his mouth. Numbers 32. When you vow a vow to Yah, your Creator, you are not to be slack to pay it. Deuteronomy 23:1. And so while we're reading some Bible verses, we will read a few other ones. Exodus 20:16, you shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. So this is for all these people claiming that they're believers, claiming that they believe in the scriptures, and blatantly bearing false witness against me and everyone involved. Proverbs 6:16-19, there are 6 things that the Lord hates, 7 that are an abomination to him: haughty eyes, a lying tongue, and hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that devises wicked plans, feet that make haste to run to evil, a false witness who breathes out lies, and one who sows discord among brothers. Proverbs 6:16-19. A false witness will not go unpunished, and he who breathes out lies will perish. Proverbs 19:9. Colossians 3:9-10. Do not lie to one another, seeing that you have put off the old self with its practices and have put on the new self, which is being renewed in knowledge after the image of its creator. Ephesians 4:25. Therefore, having put away falsehood, let each one of you speak the truth with his neighbor, for we are members one of another. And I'm just going to repeat this one. A false witness will not go unpunished, and he who breathes out lies will perish. Proverbs 19:9. Okay, so no, it is not forbidden to put my hand on the Bible and to swear on it or to, make an oath. It is very serious. Okay, so we will move on from there. I know that people will claim that's blasphemous. People will claim, like, I don't care. Who cares about your sky daddy? That's all fake. It's a Jewish trick, or whatever other nonsense that they say. But to the people claiming to be believers, there you go. Obviously, the people that claim to have gone to the moon did not do this. And, take it or leave it. Don't care what you think. Obviously, based on what the people have been saying about me, right? In the narrative that they're painting, I'm the most evil person ever and would have done that anyway, because apparently I'm allegedly a Satanist and a Mason and a Jew and a CIA actor and a Jesuit.
I didn't realize I was muted. Yeah, I was saying, he taught us all about fallacies. He taught me a lot about fallacies. I don't know about you guys, but I didn't know that there were so many and what they actually entailed by using them and how it makes your argument moot. And ever since he's gotten back, he's been really fallacious for someone who doesn't use fallacies. It's pretty strange.
And whatever other nonsense that they could come up with. Okay. So I don't even know where to start. There's so much nonsense, but we'll just start to go through it. So for one, I want to tell you guys about the data. A lot of people are saying, why haven't you just dropped the data? Why haven't you dropped the data? I will share my screen in just a second. I'm kind of afraid to even pull it up. but I can show you maybe this screenshot here real fast. So I've been around the clock, and just so people know, claiming that I've just been hiding and scared or not answering. I've been publicly accessible on Discord for hours and hours and hours each day, consecutive days, answering all questions, listening to people with their big elaborate theories and stories about how I supposedly wasn't actually in Antarctica. I want you to just really sit back. I'm not reading the chat right now because I know that there are people just emotionally spiraling. And that's one of the
It
big
seems
problems here. You
he
can't even
reaches
sit here and
and he
listen.
become
You're not here to
fallacious.
listen. You're here to just say the nonsense that you already believe, or that most of you maybe don't even actually believe, and you're not able to listen. And then when I'm talking to people in private that I know that are slandering me, and I'm on Telegram, for example, as I'm trying to type to them, they're just constantly typing. They're not listening. They're not reading. They're not actually trying to figure out the truth, right? And of course, it is folly to speak on a matter prior to fully hearing it out. And obviously, in this scenario, fully hearing it out would involve talking to me or hearing my full side of the story. But again, a lot of these people who claim to be believers actually are not. And obviously, there are a lot of people who don't even claim to be believers. So, okay. With the footage, there is, for example, a 360, a 24 and a half, 25-hour long, 25-hour long video. People are like, oh, why don't you, where's the raw video? Because these people don't know anything about anything. Like, let's just be honest, they're almost all anonymous. And yes, I do understand why people are anonymous. Certainly, when you talk about subjects like flat Earth, it can be very detrimental to your life, blah, blah, blah. But what is objectively a fact is that if you are anonymous, there's no accountability. There's no real life accountability. You can say whatever, slander whoever, do whatever. Who cares, right? You can just literally just lie. You can be super toxic. You can be terrible, a terrible person. You can spew hate. What's the accountability? And now there are even the people, there are also the people who just use the real name, but they just don't care. They just literally don't care about having no honor, having no integrity or whatever. But so a lot of these people are anonymous. A lot of these people don't leave their house. You know, they're just watchers and they're talkers and they talk about what doers do. Right. And so that's I'm a doer. Just like when I sold all of my possessions for basically nothing, effectively just gave them away. Went on tour around the United States for a year and a half, emptied my bank accounts, emptied all of my crypto investments, which would be worth like 200K now, right? Emptied it all out. Which sucked so bad because it was like savings that I put over in crypto. I was going to just not even touch it. Like I'd already had it set up where I basically hid it from myself. It was a whole thing. And I felt led to go out into the world during the pandemic. And I pulled that all out. I cashed it all out. I spent everything. And I went out there with nothing. And what did I do for a year and a half? I went into every major city and I exposed the whole pandemic nonsense. And I talked about biblical cosmology and the scriptures and flat earth and got arrested for it twice. Like every major city talked about this, sold all my possessions, went out in faith, trusted the creator to provide. And he did. And every dollar that came in went to that. So, and now, of course, we just went to Antarctica, and that was not easy for me to do. These are people that just sit at home. They do nothing. They do nothing. A lot of people just do nothing. And they Monday morning quarterback and they have a lot to say and they act really tough on the internet, but they're truly just soft, miserable individuals. And like I'm not trying to be ugly. I'm just being very honest. That's what's going on here. Okay? It is what it is. So they have all these accusations, all these lies, and let me explain why I've been kind of chill and quiet for a while. I'm just going to tell you guys the whole thing, right? Like I said, it's going to be a long stream, take it or leave it. And then we're going to go through each of the false accusations and we're going to debunk them. And there will surely be people who will repeat the lies anyway. And if you're not new to the channel or you're not new to seeing me, you know that I've been dealing with this for years. So all you people are in the bucket of like the toxic anti-flat earthers and the globers who have been slandering me for years, who have been lying about me for years. I'll have a conversation, they'll run around on the chat and they'll blatantly lie about what I said for years. I can invest the time to debunk them, to prove it with receipts. I can have it all documented. It really doesn't matter. They will turn around and they will continue to do it anyway. That's just what they do. And when I'm having a conversation with them or a debate with them, they'll make a claim. I'll directly refute it and they'll just deflect away. They'll act like it never happened. They'll completely deflect away. They'll divert. They'll just stop responding. They'll just bring something else up. They'll immediately pivot to more personal attacks or just basically asserting the conclusion that I just debunked as if that didn't happen. If you've watched any of my debates, I deal with this all the time. You can go read the chats of people like Mike Toon. You can go read the chats of Modern Day Debate. I'm constantly being slandered. Witsit has no job. Witsit doesn't actually think the earth is flat. He's a grifter. Witsit's this, Witsit's that. I'm constantly being slandered. So I'm kind of built for this. Like, you got the wrong person. If you think you're going to like get to me or break me down, you're just not. And like, literally, I just look at you now the same way that I look at other people that are liars. Because either you're a truther or you're a liar. Either you have integrity or you don't. Either you have honor or you don't. Period. Whether you think the earth is flat or you think it's a cube or you think it's a spinning, tilted, wobbling globe free falling through a vacuum defying physics, it doesn't matter. You're either honest and you tell the truth, or you're a liar. Either you have humility, and if you say something that's wrong and you're shown the evidence that it's wrong, then you do what's right and you admit that it's wrong. You retract it. And if you attack someone with false accusations and slander, you apologize. You try to make it right. You show integrity and you admit that you messed up. You admit that you were lying. Or you're a liar and you double down because of pride and ego, and you think, if I can lie convincingly enough, no one will know that I'm wrong. No one will know that I lied. If I can just pretend that he said something other than what he really said, I can trick people. And this is what the Globers have been doing to me for years. They will say things with such conviction and so convincing, even in debates, but definitely in text, right? In comments and tags on X. They'll say things where when you read it, you're like, no way someone could be that convicted and that sincere, ostensibly sincere and passionate and like definitive and so sure and just be lying. But they absolutely can. And that's the trick, because a normal person who isn't an insane, sociopathic, psychopathic, sadistic, habitual liar, a narcissist, right? They can't even really conceive of doing that. Right. So you can go listen to FED and Oakley. And if you just sit there and listen and you don't ever go look into the receipts or hear what else is actually happened, look at the actual evidence of what I did say, what I've actually explained, and you just listen to what they say, you could be really convinced of what they say because they're so convincing, because they lie with such a lack of shame. Okay. That's what these people are not doing. So I don't really care. I just want you to know I don't really care. Okay. The only thing I care about is people that supposedly have my back and that I trusted and that I defended and that know personal things about me. Like, people I've had their back publicly and privately, people I thought were like my brothers and actually have my back, stabbing me in the back. And people that are claiming to be believers bearing false witness that also were claiming to be my brother, and they're just lying about me and they're slandering me. In those scenarios, I've taken the time and tried to go reach out to them privately, right? Reach out to them privately and say, look, man, I don't know what you heard. I don't know why you necessarily think this. I'm happy to answer any of your questions. I can assure you, I'm not lying about anything. I absolutely went to Antarctica. All these things being said about me or claims that we faked it are lies. I really encourage you to not bear false witness. At the least, if you were convinced that somehow you thought I may have faked something, you should have come and approached me in private. We should have talked it out. And scripturally speaking, you should have then got another believer and tried to approach me. And then you should have said it to a group of believers, not all over the internet making slanderous claims. So in that scenario, I will say, yeah, it hurts a bit, right? Because I trusted them and I thought that they had my back and I tried to have their back. And so that's just yeah, it's like betrayal, right? And it kind of sucks. And then the other aspect of it is there are people that I know have watched me for a long time, and I'm reading comments and hearing people say stuff like, I thought Witsit was different, and I never thought in a million years he would sell out. I'm so saddened. I feel betrayed. I'm just so lost and confused. And I can tell that they are genuinely like scared and confused. And because they're watching these other content creators lie, like blatantly lie. We have quote unquote truthers deceptively editing videos, blatantly lying, taking clips and taking them out of context, putting them somewhere else, and then just lying, claiming that they were sequential, deceptively editing and lying. And they claim to be truthers? Are you kidding me? And that's happened multiple times in this scenario already. And, there's going to be way more data that comes out, which means those people are going to do way more of this. right? Like a 25-hour long live time 360 high definition video, a 24-hour time lapse with solar filter, multiple 360 cams, GoPro behind the scene footage, right? Like they're going to have plenty of content to lie about, and that's what they're going to do. And they're going to come hear my conversations in Discord, look through the live streams, and try to deceptively edit them and take them out of context. The other part of it that does kind of get to me is like, bro, like I said, a lot of you are just anonymous and you've made no sacrifices for this truth at all. And I'm going to be very blunt. Like I find it laughable. Find it laughable that you come in with such arrogance and think that you're in some like position of authority or power or even like credibility and in some position to come talk down, and you've done nothing. I traveled the whole United States. I sat in front of the White House. I sat in front of the Pentagon. I sat in front of every major city's downtown that you can imagine. I sat in Times Square. I got assaulted multiple times. I literally got arrested. I had to be on the lookout from the federal government for doing flat earth activism. We had the Secret Service literally doing shifts watching us, provably, okay? Provably in DC. I've been debanked. I've been kicked off PayPal. I've been kicked off Venmo. I've been kicked off Uber. I've been kicked off of Airbnb, right? Like just things that don't even make sense, okay? I've consistently received death threats. I've had my accounts hacked multiple times, like constantly being attacked. I'm always slandered. I'm always misrepresented. I'm censored. So to vindicate myself or to tell the truth or clear the record is always an uphill battle. That's almost a futile pursuit. So I've completely jeopardized any future professional employment. I had to lose a good job offer, the best job offer I've ever had, because I refused to take down my flat earth stuff that was public and stop talking about it. Those are all real life sacrifices. Real life, bro. And I have 2 daughters now. I have a family now. And as a man, like most of you are not, I have a responsibility and I need to take care of them. And so I have to weigh all of that out. I have to ensure that I can take care of them. So these are very real life things that I've done for this truth movement. And again, like I said, I literally basically gave all my possessions away. Someone came into my house when I was on tour. I let them come into my house and just get everything they wanted for like $200. I'm talking like thousands of dollars worth of furniture. Just because I had nowhere to put it, I was going to continue to be gone indefinitely, and I was just like fully stepping out in faith. I was fully stepping out in faith. And like I wasn't shaving my beard. I wasn't like fixing my broken tooth. I wasn't cutting my hair. I was just like, yo, I'm just here. I'm just like empty vessel. Show me what to do. I'm waking up, figuring out where we're gonna go. I'm praying, asking for signs, and then we're just doing it. My bank account's going into the negative every couple days for a year and a half. Just $400 to fill the tank. Now I have no money for the RV, right? Just constantly, right? I did all of that, and the reason that I'm perfectly fine with it all and I do it all again is because I did it for the truth. I did it because I felt led to do it, and I would do it all again. I didn't do it for you, random person who has no integrity. Okay. But I will say, all that being said, all of those sacrifices, and then I go to this trip. When I was first emailed about it, I'm like, no, what? I'm not. Okay. I mean, in theory, yeah, I'd like to go to Antarctica because even though I know I'd only go to an approved location, I just like to see it. I would like to try to get some data. I would like to get firsthand observations to actually verify for myself in terms of what the sun does. But I'm not going to be a part of any hit piece. You're not allowed to use any video or audio of me without my permission. I get full final edit, final cut, final approval rights, and that's non-negotiable. And then we went from there, right? Obviously, and this was all documented, and I was very transparent about all of this. And on Discord, I'm like super transparent because I can just jump in if I'm running an errand or whatever, and I always answer questions. I'm like the most accessible content creator probably ever, right? Like I make content on YouTube. Most people just do that. They answer their chat. Then I'm readily accessible on Discord, readily accessible. And then I was on Twitter Space, X Spaces a lot. Kind of paused on that for a bit, but I'll be on Flat Earth Fridays when I can. But I'm like always in Discord at random times and for long durations of time. Certainly after this, as long as I can be. You can always just go talk to me directly, voice to voice, and ask me a question, right? I do that because I'm trying to be accessible. I don't make money doing that.
None of this
Okay.
has
It ends up being
significance
time
or
consuming, ends up being
any type
redundant.
of
It's very
matter in whether or
underappreciated. I'm
not
always
he's telling the
attacked.
truth
If I
about
go in there
X,
and answer
Y, and
everyone's question,
Z.
then someone's like, "Oh, see, what thinks he comes in here? He's just the star of the show." If I go in there and don't want to talk and try to stay on mute, people continually ask me questions. Okay, as soon as I go in there, it's just a line of people. I got a question. What's it? I do that all the time, bro. All the time. I basically never clock out. Okay, and I don't get paid for any of it. Right, and I'm
This
you
means
have
you
all these
never lie,
people,
guys.
and if
That's
you
what
don't
that
want to
means.
see me sit here and vent and tell you everything, you shouldn't be here, right? And that's why I'm not reading the chat right now. So I have all these people like on the globe side that they call me a grifter. They say I know the earth's not flat, but I'm lying to. This is the stupidest financial employment decision anyone could ever make. You get demonetized, you get censored. Flat earthers don't even really support people very well. They eat their own. It's super divisive, and then it just completely deters you from all other communities, right? Like there are communities that have woken up to many of the deceptions and the lies, but flat earth is a step too far for them,
Definitely a
and
Glover.
you immediately get excommunicated from all those groups. It is extremely detrimental in a professional capacity. Now you can try to say, "Oh, I need that." Well, you're lying, and we all know that I actually have a gift to be able to articulate myself. I am well researched usually when I talk about a topic, and I can present an argument very well, right? And I say that as humbly as possible. We all have our gifts. I have plenty of mistakes, but being able to articulate my position is
but I don't see it. Like when I look in his
mistakes is
eyes,
not
I
really the
don't see
word,
it.
but being able to articulate my position is obviously a gift that I have. Okay. I could make content about many other things that are safer. I could optimize algorithmic acceptance and promotion. Right. I don't do that. I don't do that. And I already have like connects I could pull, and I just dropped the flat earth thing. What's it? No, because they lied about the earth. We tested the earth. It isn't true. The model they told us isn't true. I'm going to speak truth. It's one of the biggest lies ever. It opens the door to major revelation and revelation to how important this place is. Children are being lied to. That's why I do it. I don't care what you have to say about it. It's just hilarious that people try to say that I'm a grifter when it's so laughably a lie. Okay. And I've been dealing with that forever. Now I have these people that I do all that for, right? They're all turning on me and burning me at the stake and just lying. Content creators that I even had respect for, bro. And you can double back and apologize, and I certainly encourage you to do that. I encourage you to be honest. As more and more evidence is coming out, I encourage you to be honest. But dude, you think that I'm just gonna randomly put my guard down and trust you again? You stab me in the back. You're not trustworthy. Um, and real quick to explain the thing with the video. Okay, I want you to think about this. Let's just start breaking all of it down. So I get the email, we go through it, a bunch of negotiations. Jaren really breathed life into it. I'm like, okay, it kind of needs to be addressed now. I wasn't just going to leave Jaren hanging. I did want to know the truth. I was very skeptical of the whole thing. Of course, we now know that Duffy gave a sermon and said that it's okay to lie and be deceptive, and that he looked through all the scriptures and it says that. That is, of course, not the case whatsoever. Scripture consistently says it's not okay to lie or be deceptive at all, and that the creator despises it. It doesn't just say don't bear false witness against your neighbor. It says do not lie, do not be deceptive. That's what it says. And there's obviously some other stuff about him, but I saw a bunch of people making up outlandish claims about him and even slandering him. And I'm like, okay, that's not really true, whatever. I never went because of the moral fiber or character of Duffy. Okay, so we keep going through it. Jaren's like, I only go if Austin goes. I'm like, well, I'll only go if Duffy goes. Duffy himself has to actually be on the plane with me, right? They're not going to take me out. Duffy has to go with me, whatever. So we keep going. And when it starts to look like this may actually take place, and they sent me a contract, and I was like, no, these are terrible terms. It's completely not acceptable terms. I end up writing a contract myself from scratch, top to bottom. I wrote it. I wrote the contract, and it's like no deceptions, no lies. Verbal agreements are all included in this, or we can pursue legal remedy basically, and then we get final cut, final edit, everything, etc. The contract is insanely beneficial to us, and he signed it. And when he signed that, it was a testament to like some type of genuine aspect of his intention. Like no one could have signed that contract unless there was some truth to the fact they were being genuine. The fact that people are now acting like this, that was all some like made up thing. It's so funny. We have receipts of all of this. We have receipts of the back and forth of him trying to counter the contract. We have receipts of everything. It's just insane. It's insane what people are doing because the evidence isn't what they wanted it to be. They have some type of bias. People are just blatantly saying, I know there's not a 24-hour sun because they faked it before, and that means there isn't one. And so, therefore, there is no evidence you can show me. I know that it's fake before you even went. So it's like, okay, you're not a truther. Okay. And you make us look really bad. So, anyway, like I said, this is going to be a long stream. Now I'm going to lay it all out. And I really hope that some of you find it inside you to be honest. I'm not reading the chat right now. So if someone's like, why is he not addressing this yet? Why has he been talking for 30 minutes? He hasn't addressed this yet. I'm not reading your chat. This is my channel, and I'm explaining what I think needs to be explained in the order I'm going to explain it. Go make your own channel. Try to show your real face and your real name. Stop hiding anonymously on the internet. Try to pray and have some integrity. Try to be honest. Stop slandering people. Try to do something valuable where you actually help people out in the real world, right? Stop just being miserable and terrible and toxic and just a net negative on the world. That's what I would suggest that you do
Poisoning the well.
because it's pathetic. Okay, so anyway, so we the trip looks like it's about to happen. It's like actually going to manifest, and I'm like, wow, this is pretty crazy. And in the contract, I'm like, I need to know about everyone that's coming, no matter what. And then boom, McToon's coming. Now, if you know anything, like I can't stand McToon, and McToon has slandered me so many times, talked about my family, has blatantly lied about me, taking screenshot. Now, what the flat earthers are now doing, taking my stuff out of context. And when I say the flat earthers, I mean the flat earthers that are doing that. There are obviously many flat earthers that are awesome. I love them forever, and they're super loyal, and I'm super loyal to them. I have their back. They're real truthers, right? And truth doesn't fear investigation. And they've reached out to me before, during, and after, and they're like, "Thank you for taking on the bullets. Thank you for going and getting that data for us. This is a huge moment for us because now we finally know something that we didn't know, and I really appreciate you or whatever." And I don't even need all that. I just need people just to be honest. I'm not talking about them. Those are real truthers. Those are my homies. I'm with them till the end. We are on the same team, right? So when I say there are flat earthers doing that now, or what some of the flat earthers do, I'm always talking about just the group that's doing it. I'm not collectivizing them or separating myself from flat earthers. I am a flat earther. Okay, I'm a flat earther. I'm a truther. The Earth is not a tilted, wobbling, spinning globe, free falling through a vacuum. It's ridiculous. We've tested it. We've falsified it. Period. Okay. So hopefully some people can help me out and clip this up into different sections. So we get through and we start to get to where we're going to go to Antarctica. It seems like that's clearly going to happen. And we'll skip some of the details of all the stuff in and out, which again, we have receipts for all of it because we were texting, we were sending Telegram messages, video calls that are recorded. Like there are receipts for all of this. Anyway, so I started to see it may really happen. And I'm like, dude, there's no way they're going to take us to a place where, according to the globe model, there should be a 24-hour sun. How can they take me there or take people there and there not be a 24-hour sun? It makes no sense. Okay. And I'm like, unless it's just literally always so cloudy that you never see the actual sun. That's the only thing that I could even think that would make sense. Like the whole quiet hours things, it's like you couldn't stop people from knowing that the sun's set if it's set. Either it sets or it doesn't set, and people would know. So when I realized that that's like a real place, because as we're going through it, we're doing a lot of research. A lot of people are doing a lot of research. Like, wait, dude, I found a few videos of the sun in the south. Oh, I found a couple videos that seem to be legit. And look at all these people that are running marathons and they're skiing and they're skydiving and they're climbing mountains. All this stuff at Union Glacier definitely seems like a real place. And I'm like, okay, it's interesting. If I actually get on a plane and actually go there and land there, it's like pretty obvious that there's a 24-hour sun there. They wouldn't let you go if there wasn't. They would never let us go and see the sunset. That would be insane. I said this all repeatedly many times, but anyway, so what I was doing as I started to think like, oh wow, this really may happen, I started praying, and I would just pray and I would say, if you don't want the trip to happen, please intervene. Give me a sign. Don't let the trip happen. Show me I'm not supposed to go. I just pray for a sign, for discernment, for wisdom. Just show me what you want me to do. I'll do whatever you want me to do. And if you don't want me to go, just let me know. And all I was ever getting were synchronicities and confirmations that I should go. Okay. And let me be very clear, I didn't want to go. And not because I was scared of there being a 24-hour sun. Dude, if there's a 24-hour sun, I want to know. I'm an actual truther, unlike clearly a lot of people that call themselves flat earthers. I actually just want to know the truth. Whatever the truth is, I want to know. The truth will set you free. that is the reason for all the sacrifice that I've made, is because no matter what the truth is, it's important that we know it, we find it, we seek it out, and we speak it. That's why I say seek and speak truth unequivocally. I also say when they revile you for his name's sake, for the truth's sake, rejoice, because they did that to all the prophets before you. And I stand behind all that. I also say, don't just blindly trust me. Go do your own research. Go independently verify. I still stand behind that. That's why I have no problem with people questioning things, challenging things. That's perfectly fine. I'm actually in favor of it. And I will say, when you look at those videos, it's a place that no one's ever really goes, and it's largely undisturbed. It's like pristine, and it's a landscape that's like it never seen a super icy white desert that's like untouched by people, with that's super bright. Yeah, it's crazy. Like you're looking at mountains that are just untouched. And so it is surreal. It's surreal flying there, being there, and even looking back at the videos now. And I get it. I get where there's been a lot of fakery, which is why we were skeptical of it in the first place. And I've been consistent throughout the years where I'm like, no, I'm not just going to believe there's a 24-hour sun, because there's way too much fakery and too much deception. They cut the webcams out for 8 hours a day for all the way back to 2004. Why would you do that? That's convenient. And like, why was there really no videos that we could find when Flat Earth first was a thing, but there's tons in the north? Then we point that out. All of a sudden one pops up, and it's deceptively edited where they take the beginning, put it at the end to make it look like it was 24 hours. And there was another one that had fakery. And so it's like, why are people faking videos of 24-hour sun? That makes no sense. So logically, one may think that there isn't one there, right? And of course, if you look at kind of the flat earth quote unquote model, which I have disavowed the entire time, I'm on the record saying I don't claim a model the entire time. I coined the phrase falsification is independent of replacement. The reason that these people are spiraling is because they did the same thing that they did with the globe, because they can't actually be comfortable in the position where you just don't know things. They can't just say, I don't know. I may never know. That's okay. I would rather not know than think I know, but be believing a lie and be deceived. Right. But there was this model that was just the globe flattened, and there's this A thing, and it kind of went back a little bit. And I found out very quickly, well, that's just like the world map that they gave us, and then everything had to stick within that. So if they lied about the earth, how in the world would we be naive enough to think we really have like an accurate depiction of exactly what the earth is? It's insane. And so anyway, in terms of looking at that, it does explain a decent amount of things. And it shows that you have the Tropic of Cancer in Capricorn, and as the sun pops out towards the south, it doesn't go all the way over to Antarctica, much less just keep doing a circle over the ice, which is an ice wall in that depiction. Okay, so it's interesting and very suspicious now in recollection, of course, that there was so much fakery and such a lack of evidence. So that's been my position the entire time. I refuse to just blindly believe it when there's a lack of evidence for it. And I will say, once it looked like we were going and everyone really started all hands on deck kind of looking for the evidence, we did start to see some things that were just required really diligent research, which is also annoying. It should have been readily available and accessible like it is in the north, but it's like 100 views here on YouTube. Our channel has 23 subscribers, and we found a 360 video in like 2 weeks before the trip or something. Geo found it. And shout out to Geo. He spent the time to do a lot of that. And so I was starting to realize, like, oh, maybe people kind of, in a way, because I know that's where I was. I was where I was like, dude, I'm not going to believe anything that comes out now because you've already faked too much. And so that's why I get why people would be skeptical. I don't blame them at all. Obviously, I don't blame them. We were skeptical. That's why we wanted to go and see for ourselves so we could finally bring the answers back to the community. We could finally get an answer to that question. We could get that data point that was a major question mark, that in theory would have stayed a major question mark for 20, 30 years. And if we were wrong about that question mark, where we assume that must probably mean that there isn't a 24-hour sun, any further conclusions that we drew or interpretations that we had would be tainted. It would be wrong. It's very similar to how modern cosmology, they need gravity for their little globe model, and they need it to be a specific thing. So now they're so devoted to this idea that the earth is a ball that's tilted, wobbling, spinning, and revolving around the sun, that it has tainted all future discoveries and interpretations and observations, right? And so now you have dark matter because they can't let go of it. So look at the Coma cluster. It's all stuck together at 1% of the mass predicted and needed for gravity. So they just can't let go of gravity. That's not an option. So then now their future theories are always going to be tainted. They just put invisible matter there, right? Or Michelson Morley shows the Earth not moving. Oh, well, that must be time slows down and distance is short, just the right perfect amount to make it look like it's stationary and deceive you. because they had to have the Earth moving. And flat Earth was in that predicament. And the difference was that the data point just wasn't accessible. So it's different because what they were doing was seeing the evidence and then doubling down on lies, making up anything they could come up with, and or just rejecting it and ignoring it. Like Aries failure, they just hide that, bro. And a lot of quote unquote flat earthers are doing that now. So I understand when people be skeptical, have questions. I have no problem with that. I have no problem with being like, wait, this doesn't really add up. What's the answer to this? Let's investigate. Let's dissect the videos. Let's figure out what's going on. I don't have a problem with that. I would be hypocrite to have a problem with that because I've always encouraged you, don't just blindly believe me, right? Like verify for yourself, look into it for yourself, and verify what I'm saying to be true. What I do have a problem with, and these are very different things, is making definitive, slanderous, false accusations. And then when shown that that false accusation is untrue, like definitively shown it's untrue, it's disproven, it's debunked. For you to just keep saying it, for you to just ignore it, for you to not take accountability and admit that that wasn't true, now you're dead to me. Like, you know what I'm saying? In the sense that I don't trust you, I don't respect you, you aren't the truther, we're not on the same team. And you don't have to have my stamp of approval. Do your own thing, homie. But you don't have it, and I won't be a part of anything that you have to do. I am diametrically opposed to that behavior. That's actually the ideological enemy that I've been fighting for years and will continue to do so. So, okay. And I'm going to say that one more time. There's a huge difference in questioning things and genuine good faith and lying and making slanderous claims and definitive claims and accusations that are not true. Those are very different things. And then being shown they're not true and doubling down on them, those are very different things. What always happens is whenever because I've been largely very, very patient, stepped back and just taken all these shots, taken all this slander, bit my tongue and taken the high road. There's only been a few times I've taken the bait and even addressed something. And other than on Discord, I sit there, I just answer all the questions. And I've had a couple times where I get frustrated with people, but kind of vent. But I've tried to take the high road this whole time. Every time that these people get called out for what they're doing, for how they're lying, they're being dishonest, and they aren't being truthers, and they're basically anti-truthers, it's like, I think it's a lot to do with, like, a lot of people may be narcissists, right? Because they immediately flip the table and act like a victim, and they're like, we're just asking questions, the very thing that you've always said, the very thing we always do. Now asking questions, when it comes to you, we just have to blindly believe you. Now if we ask any questions, now we're not truthers. That's not what anyone said. You're lying. You're not asking questions. You're making false accusations and lying. And now you're lying about the fact that you were lying, right? And if you watch the conversation now with Flatzoid, that's what he did the whole time, just continuing to lie. Now to catch him in the lie, who's trying to desperately pull the Oakley tactic where he doesn't let you talk, don't let him get it out. Oh no, he's about to expose I'm lying. Let me stop it and change the subject, and flip it around and pretend that he's the one that won't answer the question, or he's the one running away, or just boldly lie. Just bold-faced lie and just claim like, oh, he's double speaking, even though he's not. I'll just keep saying it. If I say it convincingly enough, people will believe me. And then I'll just say, I'm just asking questions. I'm just a truther. I like to kind the victim. And I'll give you an example. One of the claims going around is Austin had to walk away from the computer to pick up snow. Why'd you have to walk away to pick up snow, Austin? Huh? You're really in Antarctica. You just been down to pick up snow. Why'd you have to walk away and pick up snow? And there was this theory that circulated that the reason I had to walk away and pick up snow, I'm hoping that all this is, the quality is all still good. I'm assuming that it is. So you spoke a lot more than Flatzoid. That's what I'm saying. Marshy, like, for example, I want you to just keep being who you are, and I don't need to have anything to do with you. If you can watch the Flatzoid thing and then still defend him, bruh, we're just different people. That's okay, right? You lack discernment, and you're not a truther, and that's why you're anonymous on the internet, and you will never not be anonymous. You never will show your real identity, and that's fine. But it does look like it worked. Witsit's filibustering. No, Witsit's talking about all the stuff related to all the accusations and the slander and the trip and hole that he went on, and you didn't do anything. But then again, Digital Wilderness, because I'm calling you guys all out by name now. Digital Wilderness, you always lie, you always slander me, and you always just spam the chat with those lies. So of course you're gonna lie about this. That's what you do. Okay. And then you always reply to people in my comment section, and you just make flat earthers look stupid. You just make us look so stupid because you just call everyone monkeys and whatever, and you like these real generic responses that aren't related to the point they bring up at all, and you just make us look stupid. So I don't care what you have to say. Okay.
About anti-truth or
This is,
fear,
think about this.
apparently?
Austin, this is what the claim was. Austin had to walk away from the computer to go pick up the snow because they're in a studio and they just had a pile of fake snow. There wasn't actually snow everywhere. So he had to walk away and pick up the fake snow. That's why I had to walk away. Okay.
This is him debunking this. by
Again,
the
just
way.
think about the claim because most of these people
Remember
are
that. Next
so
time you have them
emotional,
bring
they
this up,
can't
it's
even
been
like, they're just like Globers. I've lost so much
Jeez.
respect for so many people. It's really crazy. But it's a blessing in disguise, though, because you were able to fly under the radar so far, right? You were able to be in disguise. So I like to know, because the Globers don't get to be under disguise because I'm pressing them, right? I'm always pressing them. I set them up to expose, but you're honest or you're not. And I expose these people for being liars. But a lot of you guys got to fly under the radar. So now I know, oh, well, there's snakes in the grass. There's people. I got to watch my six. It's all good. I couldn't have done this. This is so beneficial. I couldn't have just done this, right? This pulls the people out and they show their true colors. This is a good thing. And I think everyone that's just honest and true and sincere and real, regardless of what you think about the trip right now, if you're just honest and you're being sincere, then like you should be happy about this because truth doesn't fear investigation, and the time will only benefit the truth. It'll be the last thing standing, right? And you just expose the darkness to light. Truth will just stand here forever. Doesn't matter how long it takes. Someone may get away with lying for a little bit, but the truth will always be the last thing standing. So they said Austin had to walk away to pick up the snow because he's in a studio, so they just had the fake snow back there. Which is just a stupid claim anyway. But anyway, okay. Now, then they show the clip where I walk back. You have to cut off the next 5 seconds of that clip because what I then do is I bend down right by the computer and pick up snow. Now, what actually happened was I was sitting there. Someone asked me to pick up snow. I'm like trying to put on these gloves, these big mittens, which I hated wearing. You can't like move your fingers and stuff, right? And I look around and I walk back to grab snow because where we were standing was really compacted down. And they had made a little circular path, and then there's a long straight path, and then that the marathon went by there, so it was really compacted. It's not even really snow; it's like ice. It doesn't precipitate there, right? So there is some snow in places that haven't been like surveyed, compacted, and a path made because it just sits there, right? Because it's just completely undisturbed. But where it's compacted, it's like super compacted. It's like if you put your finger in, try to stab your finger into it, you can't. Like you can't go more than like maybe half an inch or whatever. Like it's just super compacted. To try to dig into it would be really tricky, really difficult. So anyway, I walked away to pick up because there was like a pile of snow outside the path that had been compacted down, and I picked that up. I started going back and I drop it, and I realized that when I dropped it, my hands were like fell a little bit below the camera, so you couldn't fully see it as well, right? And I was noticing that people are just full blown like conspiratards about this, like so. What I'm going to pick the snow up again to make sure you can see it better. And this is so just pathetic that I have to capitulate to such low IQ, low level, just ridiculous nonsense. And I'm having to think of everything like that, where I'm having to say, here, I'm going to swear on the Bible. In fact, I'm swearing on the Bible that I have to do that. But I'm swearing on the Bible. Now I need to prove it's a Bible. Oh, wait, now I need to open it up and show the front page. Oh, no, he can only show the front page. So here's the whole Bible. Oh, you notice that he only turned the page pretty quick. Oh, you notice that he only showed Proverbs. Like, there is no, it's actual insane, borderline. Like, it's just delusion. That's what it is. And because you need to protect the fragility of your worldview and some model that you internalize, and you're suffering from cognitive dissonance. So you have to be able to always move the goalposts, which is why they never make any definitive claims. They never say you were or you weren't in Antarctica. You were doing this or you weren't doing this. Because once they make the claim, right? Once they actually make the claim, it can be falsified. If it can be falsified, their little protective cover, their little blanket, they're just weak little minded people that need the little shield from whatever the evidence is. Oh, the cold, mean world out there has some evidence that I don't currently believe. Oh, no. Just like Globers. Just like Globers. How are you any different than a Glober? You're actually worse than a Glober because you've seen the truth that the mainstream heliocentric globe model isn't true. And you've had some of the revelations that come with that. And you're now lying. You're actually worse. So anyway, the point is, they claim I had to go pick up the snow because it was far away. Now, actually, it was just compacted. I went and picked that snow up as I came back. When I was walking back from the pile, I noticed, oh, bro, there's like a little bit of loose snow down by that little barrel, which was just like a trash can thing. It was like a barrel. They put a little box on it so it would be high enough that we could set our laptop. It was just like a makeshift thing to be able to stream on. And so when I came back, I noticed there was a little like pile of snow, loose snow down by there. I'm like, oh, bro, because I assumed there wasn't because everything where we generally walked around was really compacted. So when I saw that and I realized that the snow wasn't there, I just bent down and picked up snow in the where the computer was, like where the barrel was. So think about this, okay? I think it's just so exhausting how many times I've had to explain stuff like this, but it's all good. Okay, just think about this. What was the claim? Austin had to walk away to pick up the snow off the ground because he's actually in a studio, and that was just where they had a pile of fake snow. Why else would you have to walk away? Why'd you have to walk away to pick up the snow, huh, Witsit? Like it's a big smoking gun. Okay. But they have to then cut off the next 5 seconds of the clip of the video because I actually bent down and picked up snow right beside where I was standing originally. So to claim that I couldn't have done that because we were in a studio and I had to walk away, you can't say that claim if you actually show the video because you see me bend down and pick it up. So someone is deceptively cutting that off and lying, claiming something that isn't true. Now, if you hear that, go, don't believe me, bro. Go watch the freaking video. Go watch the video. You'll see that that's what happened. And if you continue to say it, if you don't then correct the other people that are saying it, and you just sit back and you keep amping up the narrative that it was all faked and that we're liars, you're just like the Glovers, like the dishonest Glovers, which is most of them that are online, and the anti-flat earthers. And to me, you're despicable. You're deplorable. This is not the same as being tricked into thinking that it's fake. It's not the true. It's the same as asking questions. It's lying. So when I'm calling people out and I'm pointing stuff out at them, it's because they're doing that. I have no patience for liars, no respect for liars. You're not going to get any sympathy from me. You're a liar. You're slandering people, and you need to be exposed. Okay. And I will explain one more thing to you, and then we're going to get through all the stuff with the trip. Because, like I said, it's going to be a long stream. I gave the disclaimer, right? But I don't care if I kind of lost anyway. Okay, because let's just go ahead and get through the trip and what's going on. So I'm praying, asking if I should go. Okay, I'm praying and I'm asking for like wisdom and discernment and for a sign if I shouldn't go. And I'm just getting synchronicities of the opposite. So then it's so funny. Kai was like, I guess she had maybe watched a Candace clip or something. I don't know. But Kai Random was like, I really wish you could talk to Candace Owens before you go. Because, of course, we found out that her director was going or whatever. She's like, I really wish you could talk to Candace before you go. Just so you could kind of know. Because she's going to think that this proves flat earth if you see a 24-hour sun, but it doesn't. I wish you could explain that to her and talk to her before you go. Because then I think because she got interested in it and is looking into it, and then that'll kind of like be a false confirmation for her. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, who knows? I don't know if that's realistic or if that'll happen or whatever. And then like hours later, I get a call or text. I get a text talking about me being on Candace Owens and doing like a debate, a flat Earth debate. Unfortunately, with McToon. And I'm like calling my wife. Like, you'll never believe what just happened. So crazy synchronicity, right? That she mentions it. I'm like, that's unrealistic. And then randomly I get up saying like, would you like to be on Candace Owens' show and talk about flat Earth and kind of have a bit of a debate and discuss the trip and stuff? And I was like, sure. So we had a date set. We were supposed to do it. And then kind of last minute, we're told like Candace is sick. So we're going to have to kind of push it back. And we're going to try to get it fit in by the end of before the trip happens. There was like 5 days for the trip, whatever. And then I guess she just kind of kept getting more and more sick, and she lost her voice. And she said she couldn't do the show. She like lost her voice. Now I actually heard her like where she couldn't talk. She actually lost her voice. For sure it wasn't some big elaborate scheme where she didn't actually lose her voice. Like she lost her voice. So, but what I interpreted that as was like, oh, the creator, maybe the creator wanted that to happen. She lost her voice, nothing too serious, but she couldn't really talk very well. She can't do a stream. Because he didn't want the stream to be before the trip. He wanted it to be after the trip. Because imagine if we had done it before the trip and I explained, well, I don't really know what's going to happen. I'm over whatever. No, that wouldn't be like falsification of a flat earth. Um, but it's interesting, I don't know what's going to happen. Or then afterwards, I can explain it because I was there, exactly what happened, and kind of you don't lose people like that. Meaning, if you talk to like the big audience, everyone before, and say you don't really know, because I didn't know. Obviously, I didn't definitively know what was going to happen. And then you see it, that people are like, okay, well, there you go, proved the globe or whatever. And so now I get to talk to him afterwards. So that's a huge blessing. That's a huge difference. And I'm like, oh, the creator is doing things. And then I get contacted to be in a documentary. Has nothing to do with this trip. They don't even know about the trip. They saw my fluoride debate. I'm like, and it's going to be in January. I think released in January. I haven't filmed that yet or anything. I don't know for sure that's going to for sure manifest, but it's supposed to. I'm like, really crazy synchronicities where for like a year I had told people I have this intuitive understanding, and I've had a bunch of signs and kind of synchronicities that I'm going to end up being on really big shows. I guess my career is going to kind of get a little bigger going into 2025. And I've said for literally like a year, and tons of receipts documented everywhere, all through Discord, all of that, where I've said towards the end of 2024, Flat Earth is going to start to bubble up. And then in 2025, it's going to have its next wave, and it's going to be really big. And it'll be bigger than ever because it'll actually be after the censorship was rolled out. So if it's able to break through that, obviously it'll be much bigger. And I've been doing this for a long time. And so now I'm getting all these synchronistic confirmations that is indeed the case. So anyway, and there's many more like little synchronicities and confirmations and stuff, like financial things where I'm super screwed. I'm like, I don't even know how I'm going to possibly go here. A couple of things work out unexpectedly at the perfect time. And I knew I was supposed to go because the creator will tell me and show me if I'm not supposed to do something when I ask him straight up, and he'll do this for you too, by the way. If I ask him straight up, like, please let me know. I just want to follow your will. I want to do what you want me to do. And if I'm not supposed to go, I want to know. And if I am, I want to know. Like, just make sure I understand what it is you want me to do so I can do it. And just give me a sign, give me an answer and stuff like that. And he does. He absolutely does. And it's very cool. And I am 100% about that now because the tour really proved that to me. I went fully out in faith, and he had my back. And like the stories, and Chris can attest to them, is like insane. Like very clearly the creator was helping us do that whole entire tour, and the whole entire trip is because we had faith. Okay. So then we're going to the trip. And so for another thing is when we were flying to Antarctica, Jaren's like, bro, look at that. I look down, you can see the shadow of the plane down the clouds below us as we're flying to Antarctica. And there's like this perfect circular rainbow around the plane that just was following the plane, like this little rainbow force field around the plane. It was crazy cool, super pretty. And obviously I interpreted that intuitively. I could like feel like, oh, that's like the creator showing us like he's here with us. We're good. Like we're supposed to be there. I got you. Nothing. Because it is kind of surreal. It's like, dude, if this plane goes down, we're done. Obviously, we are in like the middle of a freaking huge expanse of ice. And it's just, I mean, dude, it's kind of overwhelming. And so I'm like, that's so cool. Kind of a confirmation. Also, when we first landed in Punta Arenas, we get in the van. They're going to take us over to the hotel. And then we all three, me, Lee's, and Jaren, see the rainbow. Right. And it is really low, like Founded Earth Brothers video had just come out and shown that they seem to maybe be related to being north and south and how arced up they are or whatever. So it was a really kind of like a lower rainbow than I've ever seen. And yeah, it was in Punta Arenas when we first got there. Then we have that little rainbow around the plane. And I'm like taking that as confirmation for sure. I'd already had multiple confirmations. Then we land in Antarctica, and there's like not a cloud in sight. And the people are saying like, dude, all this summer it's been super overcast, bad weather, and it cleared up yesterday, and like it's like perfect. It's like perfect now that you guys came. It's pretty crazy. So obviously we took no chances. We went straight to the extra location to film it. And I can go more into all the trips and stuff. And we can do a really strong, long stream. It doesn't matter. But I'm explaining that there were lots of confirmations that I was supposed to do this. And I was supposed to go. And I knew that there would be some fallout. I knew the mainstream would take it. They would, if we see the 24-hour stream, they would obviously throw us in the mainstream. But I'm like, it's kind of like the Trump effect, right? Where you can't resist but like bash Trump. But they always have to twist and lie about what he's actually saying to make him look bad. Like all Mexicans are rapists. And then someone just goes and looks into that clip and they find out he didn't say that at all. He did not say all Mexicans are rapists. And they go look at the clip. And so it actually ends up making Trump bigger, but they just can't resist it because they get more clicks that way. Everyone wants to click on the story about Trump. And so they can't resist it. They cover it, even slander him and lie, trying to make sure that they can get the clicks and cover him, but still like defame him or discredit him. But then it just always backfires, right? It makes them bigger and bigger and bigger because they're giving him free press all the time. And so I'm like, well, that's what would happen with this. They'll have to misrepresent it. They'll have to be disingenuous, and then people will just, if they fact check them, because most people already know mainstream news really can't be trusted with anything else. So you have to be incredibly illogical to think that, oh, but when it comes to flat earth, they just all of a sudden start being super thorough and honest. So they'll go fact check it, end up making it bigger than ever. And it gets on the mainstream, which is never allowed on the mainstream, obviously, unless it's negative. But the point is just that it would bring people to flat earth, and then we are able to correct the record. I also knew that, like, Candace Owens was now going to be pushed back behind it, but either way, that's a huge show that could cascade avalanche into other shows, and we're able to say our actual position. We're actually able to still man it. And then we find out that there's a documentarian coming that's a flat earther, and I'm like, well, then dude, I'm not going on the trip. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is clearly a hit piece. They're setting us up. Just, oh, how convenient. Someone backs out. Then last minute, he's replaced by a Hollywood producer who's a flat earther. But we did have final cut it, our final cut, final edit, and which is absurd if you know anything about film. That someone has to like send me their final product, and then I have to approve it. And so, we meet and we talk to him, and I'm like, oh, he actually is a flat earther. I can tell he's like actually a flat earther. And I trust my gut, my intuition. I don't care what other people have to say. That's how I live my life. And so I could tell he was for sure a flat earther. And I'm like, well, that's cool. It doesn't even matter because we have final cut, final edit. So there we go. And now come to find out that, like, he wants to really still man flat earth. He wants to hear from me and other people. He's going in different rooms of real flat earthers to hear what they really think and really say. He is a flat earther, but he wants to hear like the strongest evidences and what the community's take is on the observation and all that. So that's very cool. We're talking about a documentary that would truly present the flat earth position, what we actually think, what the actual evidence are, which is, of course, the earth measures flat, right? We've actually empirically falsified the claimed radius of the globe model that they told us. Like, the actual tests and measurements and evidence that shows that the earth is a stationary topographical plane that's enclosed. That's super cool. Can you ever imagine any situation where there'd be like a documentary that everyone would want to see, and everyone would want to see all the behind the scenes, like, juicy footage of, that gets lots of attention, that truly accurately represents the flight position? Now, but somehow they don't choose to do that, sure, but then I won't be in it at all. Jaren won't be in it at all. Louise won't be in it at all. We have final edit, final cut, right? Final edit, final cut. So, like, we'll just be like, nah. And so they need us in it. If they don't have anything of the flat earthers in it, the documentary is stupid and no one cares and doesn't really even matter. So we have a very substantial stay in the overall documentary and what's in it, not just what we're in. We can just say we're not going to be in it unless we are satisfied with the documentary itself and how it represents flat earth and how there is the position that this doesn't disprove flat earth in there, accurately represented, and the actual evidence that shows that the earth is flat is in there. So that's a huge win, huge advantage. And I'm like, I can see all these things. There's like 5D chess from the creator that's happening. And so I'm not going to try to control it. And even with this, I didn't predict that the fall would be like this. I thought that I had done enough to earn the trust of the people in the community. I've been super transparent, sacrificed so much for everyone, for the community and for this subject in general, that I never foresaw this happening. I know some people would say it's fake, maybe, but I definitely didn't think it would be like this. But it's fine because I know the creator's in control. And now that I'm starting to, that's why I've been super patient. I don't want to react too emotionally and stuff. And I'm starting to see, like, oh, wait. Isn't it good that I know that? Isn't it good that these people I thought had my back or I could trust, like, now I know I can't? Now I know that they really aren't good researchers. They really are kind of ignorant and lack understanding, that they just don't have discernment. Like, isn't it good now I know that? And that they really don't have morals because they will just blatantly lie. Like, not only will they propagate a lie and slander, you could say, well, maybe they're ignorant, so that's not necessarily a lie. It requires intention. But once it's shown to them, they keep lying and they avoid it and they just keep on saying it anyway. And if they're content creators, they're really doing that because it would discredit them as a researcher and a content creator. It's like Flatsoid, just doubling down and lying the whole time. And just blatantly lying. He comes in and he says, for example, we haven't seen that, someone trying to debate me about whether or not I did what I factually did. Like, I'm pretty good at debating, by the way, and this has got to be the easiest idea of a debate ever. I actually factually did something. You're claiming I didn't actually do it. You want to come and debate me about it. okay, bro, you know. So anyway, he comes in and he says, how come when we saw the people in the marathon, we see all their breaths? We always see their breaths. We we always see their breath. So how can we look at the videos of the marathon runners in Union Glacier? We always see their breaths. Then later on, I say, you said that you always see their breaths in the marathon, but that's not true. He said, I didn't say that. I said sometimes. I said, no, you said always. He said, no, I didn't. This is all recorded. You're just gonna die on that hill. You're just gonna gaslight the room. I'm like, you objectively said that. He doubled down that lie 5 or 6 times. And you can just watch it. Like Brian Leakey's already made a video. I think Dave reposted it. You can literally hear him say always, just like I said. I offered him a bet. And they're like, how do you have $10,000 to bet? That's how we know you're paid off. It's like, I don't have $10,000 to bet. I just know that there's literally a 0% chance I can lose that bet. That's why I offer it, because it immediately has where people stop lying, right? They're not going to actually bet money on something that they know they're lying about. So it ends the lying. That's why I do that. I've been doing that for a couple of years now. I'm like, you want to bet $1,000? Want to bet $500? Want to bet $10,000? Because it ends the lying. And normally I have to do this with Globers or anti-flat earthers, but now look who I'm having to do it with. Quote unquote truthers, quote unquote flat earthers, and none of them take the bets, by the way. And by the way, no one's going to sue us. Go ahead, sue us, sue me and claim I committed fraud by claiming I went down. Sue me, bro. Sue me. Please sue me, bro. Because guess what? You have discovery, and it'll be definitively proven in the court of law that we did go. You will never sue me. You will never take the bets because you're liars. You know that you're lying, and you know you don't actually know what you're talking about, and you know you don't actually know that it's fake. You're just selling it, and you're trying to get clicks. Because if you say early on, certainly if you said my name at all, you said Jaren's name at all, if you said something about this trip, say that it's fake, you get tons and tons of clicks. You get tons of clicks. People that are nobody accounts are all of a sudden getting 2 million impressions. So they're utilizing it. They can't resist. They're putting us in their thumbnails. They're putting our names on title. Flash was like, I have 200 people watching. Yeah, you put my name. You popped in the freaking Discord. I said, well, Flatso, why don't you come in here and say all these accusations about me? Say it with your chest. Say it to me. What did he do? He's like, oh, give me an hour. Then he immediately has to make it a live stream. Because that's all that these people care about is clout and clicks. He didn't come in there just honestly to see the truth. He immediately made it a thumbnail, made it a live stream, and then went into his little Flatzoid character on the internet. And now obviously completely discredited and whatever. So, okay. I could obviously keep ranting, but I wanted you guys to understand my perspective in general as the meta. So yeah, I started with the meta because that's what I wanted to do. I trust the creator. I've largely been patient and kind of sat back because I can see that he's doing something and it's beyond me, and I need to be humble, and I'm just constantly kind of praying for patience and trying to remain humble, not to lash out at people. And I'm trying to really empathize with people, and I do. Like, if you feel like you've been deceived, or maybe you're in fear and like you feel betrayed because somehow someone's convinced you that I'm lying to you, and you put me up on a pedestal or whatever, like maybe learn from that. Maybe don't fully idolize people in general. But I didn't lie to you, and I do have your back, and I'm being super honest. And I actually went there for the community. I felt like I was taking a sacrifice for the community, and it sucked for me in many ways. It cost me money that I didn't have. Was it supposed to cost me money? It did cost me money, and it cost me money that I didn't have, bro. And then this issue, what happened with processing my rent while I was there, and then I'm like in South America, I find out that my freaking rent somehow didn't go through, and there's a $450 late fee. And then obviously when I get back, it's like boom, rent's due again. And obviously I thought my rent had already come out of my account. And then I'm like, wait a minute, I have that much. So I really have like nothing because I thought rent had already been paid. And now I'm finding out that it wasn't for whatever reason. And it's $500 tacked on top of that for a late fee. So really I don't have any money. And like, so I'm spending money on the trip that I don't really have. And I get like no sleep. And so I pulled an all-nighter the night before packing because it was kind of tricky and I couldn't get everything in the bag the right way. I get everything vacuum sealed. And I'm like, also, it's fine to pull an all-nighter because I did a stream the next day. When I did that stream right before I left, I had no sleep. But I'm like, well, there's a 10-hour international flight. I get to sleep on there. Tons of turbulence on the flight. Can't really sleep at all. Basically don't sleep at all. Sleep like a little bit, like an hour or whatever, but there's lots of turbulence. I kind of slept through some of it. Couldn't really sleep. If I was going to get to sleep like 10 hours, didn't happen at all. Not even close. I did that because I didn't want to have to do that long of a flight without being able to sleep. I'd never done more than 5 hours. And I'm like, this is going to be miserable. I want to be able to sleep. So I guess in retrospect, terrible decision really because I didn't get to sleep. So now I'm going there. And now you have 24 consecutive hours of travel. And by the way, I'm like being super transparent. I'm jumping on Discord and Flyers Fridays all throughout this stuff, answering all the questions, telling where I'm at, blah, blah, blah. You're able to even track our flights. Like I'm like taking pictures, taking videos, showing people where we are, taking videos on the plane, dropping them in Discord, all this, right? Super transparent about the whole thing. So like 24 hours, there's like 22 and a half hours of flying and layovers and stuff, so of traveling. Anyway, then we finally get to Punta Arenas, and then the sun doesn't set till like 10 after 10, and then it still remains bright in the south, like just the southern sky. It's bright over there, which was really surreal. And so I wanted to stay up and like film it for you guys. We did live stream for you guys there. Remind you, no sleep at this point. We're doing a live stream for you guys, so no sleep all nighter. Go to the airport around like 11 or whatever it is. Then 24 hours of travel. Then get to Punta Arenas. Now we're up. And now it's the sun sets at 10 or whatever, but then it's still light. So then we're looking at the sun. We're doing live streams. We're talking to everyone about it. And then I'm like, I wanted to see how long it actually stays light. So I stay up, and then it's like 2 in the morning before it goes down. I'm like, okay, now I can go to sleep. I left my window open because whenever it started to get bright, I wanted to get up and try to document what direction that the sun rose and show everyone. So then it's like 4:30, the light starts coming to the hotel, wake up. So that's like, it's like 2.5 hours of sleep. Then go out there, document everything, get on Discord, drink coffee, blah, blah, blah. Then there's like all kinds of meetings, all kinds of things we have to do. They have to check all of our bags, check what we have. It's just like nonstop, like nonstop. Then same thing, we do another live stream that night. We show people that it's light in the south, try to document everything. We end up staying up. Then wanted to get some star trails. There are too many clouds, wouldn't work. Same thing, wake up for sunrise because the day before it was too cloudy or whatever. And so again, pretty much the same thing, like 2 hours of sleep, maybe 3 hours of sleep, because I'm trying to get the data for everyone else. So this whole time I'm just like I feel like just a puppet. I'm just like putting my body out there, my health out there, just so you guys can like use me as a way to obtain data. Basically, I'm just like trying to be selfless, and just do all that. And then we go all the way through. It's like another meeting. Now we got to go to see ALE. They have to explain this and that to us. Then we have a confrontation with Duffy and McToon because I have to drop the bomb on him. That like McToon thought that he was going to pull one over on us this whole entire time and film us the whole time. And we didn't know because we didn't sign a contract with McToon. But really we were steps ahead of him, and we knew he probably didn't read the entire ALE paperwork. He's not allowed to film us at all without our permission. In fact, he needs express written consent to film us and at all. And that in the background of like a 360 film or something, it's okay unless we object. He didn't know that. So they get super triggered. Nigerian had printed off a thing to sign that basically repeated that. And then there was a whole confrontation. And I'm like, no, this dude has slandered me for years. He lies constantly. Like, no, he's not allowed to film me at all. I don't care. And he thought he was going to come here, and he thought that we had overlooked something. And he was going to get to come here when our whole number one thing was that we can't be filmed and put in a hit piece and misrepresented. He thought he told his followers, and he raised money under the premise that he was going to come here and document us anyway. And he thought that he was going to be able to trick us, that we had overlooked something. Just that in itself is just immoral. And he lies constantly. He says that children should be taken from their parents because they think the earth is flat. And Duffy's like, what? Show me. I'm like, okay. So I show the video, and then Duffy starts like defending it. And then Duffy kind of walks it back a little bit. But Duffy's like defending. I'm like, what? You're a preacher? You're saying that because someone believes in biblical cosmology, literally, they should have their children taken away from them? And McToon's like, yeah, he's in a divorce and he should have his children taken. And yeah, props to the wife. You keep doing that. He doesn't deserve to see his children. He's in a cult. And like, this is just evil, bro. And he's slandered me for years, obviously. When I was getting all that, the point is that I just called it out. And at one point he's like, well, then, I guess maybe you guys just shouldn't go. I'm like, that's fine. I will literally stay here. I won't go. Like, I don't care. Like, this is non-negotiable. And then, of course, so when I called the bluff, they back down. We end up going, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, there was just all this stuff going on. It was like nonstop. And then obviously we were told that we could bring one carry-on, one checked bags over 55 pounds commercial or 50 pounds. And so it's like, couldn't really bring much of anything. Like just packing my P900, because you're not supposed to put lithium batteries in the check-on. Bring my P900, like 3 charger blocks, like charging blocks, a GoPro, the GoPro case with the accessories, like a little charger bag that had different cables in it and stuff. The thermal gun. This right here, you know.
You guys still can't
And a
hear
few
me?
other things, and you have no room in your carry-on. And then you take all those layers and vacuum seal them for all the stuff you have to bring. Antarctica, you have like no room in your check bag. Then we get there, and it's like the Globers have tons of stuff, have like more bags, and we're told you're actually allowed to bring more stuff. So how do the Globers know that they could bring all this equipment to make do all kinds of different tests, do all kinds of different videos? How do they know that they could bring more? Well, we were told we couldn't. So all the flyers had to come there with really not that much stuff, but the Globers knew somehow that they could bring tons more bags. And when we get there, we're told there's really no limit. Bring as many bags as you want. Your group just has a total weight limit. Really? Really? And the thing about how disgusting it is, there are flat earthers claiming I was part of some like elaborate conspiracy to deceive everyone and to work with those people and to fake the trip and fake the videos and deceive the world and basically sell my soul. Screw you, bro. Most disgusting, egregious accusations ever. You know, think I'm supposed to like you're somehow the victim whenever I tell you to like screw yourself? Are you serious? You're deluded and narcissistic. So, and then of course the Globers got there a day early, so they're able to kind of rest after the traveling and stuff. And then we get there with like longer flights and a whole day later. And then of course they got the guys making the documentary there so they can get out ahead of it, start filming stuff, try to talk in it. I'm guessing like try to convince him it's really a globe, fill him out, make sure he makes like a good documentary of what they want. They're all there like a whole day before the flat earthers. We get there super tired, they get to rest. Then they know that they can bring more bags. They're setting everything up. It's just ridiculous. And then we go to Antarctica. We get there, and obviously they're catering to Duffy because he paid for the trip. And then they're like basically conspiring. They're always like kind of whispering. All the Globers know the inside information. We go out to the other place. We set up the Starlink. We get the Wi-Fi. The Globers have the Wi-Fi. McToon has the Wi-Fi password. Mark set up the attempted 24-hour live stream, has the password. Duffy does. Duffy's going to do a stream at 12. McToon's going to do a stream at 2 a.m. And it's like Critical Thinks over there on his computer. McKeegan's on his computer. Everyone's got the Wi-Fi password, but they like refuse to give the flat earthers the Wi-Fi password. And that was the case for like 18 hours. Like Duffy never gave me the password. Duffy's not the way I got the password. So it's like stuff like that is not cool. But when it comes to some of the other claims being made about like the big elaborate, because like I don't see any evidence of that. I think that Duffy either spent his personal money like cash and like wasn't particularly happy about it, or he used credit cards or took out some type of personal loan and or a couple investors because he intended on making a documentary and being able to sell it and get his money back and actually make a profit. So everyone's like, oh, Duffy, so philanthropic and so selfless, and he spent this money. And I'm not trying to bash him. I'm just saying like,
Check mic. Check mic. Give me a 5x5.
well, in his mind, he may actually just
2x5. 1x5. Where are we at, folks?
be like double, tripling his money. You spent $350K. If you sell it for 1.5 to Netflix, then you made tons of money. So I think that may be his aim or his hope. I don't really know. I do not think that Duffy is like this super evil mastermind. I do think he plays both sides of the fence. And I know that he does that. And so there's that. That's just what it is. He plays both sides of the fence. He'll like really play it up because like, oh yeah, I do see that McToon's like this or like that, but then like be best friends with McToon. So it's like, which one is it? Whatever. I don't care. I'm not here to talk about all that right now. Okay, so I guess now that I've kind of just talked about the meta, I'm actually, telling you guys, if you're a believer, I'm letting you know that from my experience, I'm just working for the creator. And so if people are being exposed, they're supposed to be exposed. And if you're a believer, you're bearing false witness on a believer.
No,
That's
I'm not
not good.
talking
I'm
the whole
not
time.
lying
I'm
about
just right now.
anything, and truth will all be revealed.
Right now. I wasn't talking the whole time.
So there's that. I guess I'll actually come back over here now. Whether it's been like an hour. Yeah, like an hour and 20 minutes. All right. Now we'll look at the chat because I think the people that really just wanted to provoke some crazy reaction are largely gone now. So, haha. All right, let me read super chat. Respect always. Q. How far away do you think the sun was from you all, or how far away would the hotspot sub-solar point be from you all? Thank you. Taking back Eden, thank you for the $5. I don't know. I went to Antarctica. Now I should know how far the sun is. I have no idea how far away the sun ever is, much less than. I don't know. It seemed to be very local. Proud Flurf. Shout out to Proud Flurf. What's going on? The truth is not fear investigation. True that. And shout out to Proud Flurf over at Flat Earth Fridays. Ernst T. Bassing for 20 bucks. Welcome back. What's it? I and many others still believe you are a brother in the faith, and these last few weeks have revealed much, just not what the loudest accusers think has been revealed. James 1:19. Yeah, nice. Yeah, true that. Which Bible version are you using? Please, please. This is an ESV. I actually normally don't read out of the ESV. I don't have a huge beef with the ESV though, but this is ESV. I like it. I have this one and a mini one. I got this a few years ago. Got a matching little mini one. But I like the Scriptures version, TSV. And when I'm really trying to study a verse, I like to just go to Bible Hub and look at all the different types and go to the original languages. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, I have KJV as well. Mumsy Maybeer, $20. Keep crushing. Thank you so much. And sorry if some of that was a bit intense or like even kind of bad vibes, but I just obviously, if you guys have seen what everyone's been saying, it's just so it's kind of pathetic and disheartening. All right, Mac. David Keating solar camera debunked the globe. That's what's up. I don't know how. You'd have to go more in depth, but cool. What a surprise. I mean, maybe you look at the pixels, does it change angular size, et cetera, et cetera. I have not been able to fully look at all of that data yet. Stefan226, this all could have been avoided if you guys just did more live streams, interacted more with chat, did some experiments live from super chat ideas, et cetera, et cetera. What, you mean like Jaren doing 5 or 6 of them? So no, it wouldn't have been avoided at all. That's not true. And dude, let me actually finish. I guess you guys don't really get it. So I have like no sleep whatsoever. Then we go to Antarctica, get no sleep, want to sleep on the plane, but obviously I get woken up like we're about to go over Antarctica. You're gonna want to see this, which is definitely true. You did. Then we land, and there's no clouds, so we have no choice. We have to just go out there and start trying to film the 24-hour sun. And of course, we do our little tour. They let us eat dinner. They show us where our tents are. We're unpacking all these big bags. You have your like rental stuff. You have a double layered sleeping bag. You have your carry on, and then I had 2 carry ons, and then I had 2 carry-on backpacks and a check. So I went and bought another backpack when I was in Punta Arenas because we found out that we could bring more bags. Then you have your like 50-pound checked bag. Anyway, you're moving all that over. You're kind of introduced to everything. They show you around. They said you need to do all that and eat dinner before we can take you out there. Then they take us out to this other room. I think it's like 4 hours. We landed at 4. I think like 4 hours after that. Then we start going out there like 8. Start setting everything up. So we go in this little room. It's out in the middle of nowhere. There's no internet. It was a little like room that was there for the marathon runners. I think they brought bathrooms out for us. I can't remember. Maybe they were already there. Either way, it was for the marathon runners that had just happened in case they wanted to take a break or needed one. And so then we had to set up the internet. Everyone's setting up their time lapses and their video cameras and all that. And then we don't get the Wi-Fi. So then we have to be up for many consecutive hours because it's the moment that we need to verify 24 hours sun. I did doze off for a little bit under the table, and we were kind of taking shifts, and we had all those cameras up, and the people were taking shifts to verify everything. But I slept for like a couple hours. Couldn't really sleep, and I'm literally just sleeping on the ground under a table. And then I guess McToon made some joke about that, where it was like it's the only place you could sleep and be out of the way while everyone's walking all over the ground. It's just like an empty room with chairs along the side. Like it was pretty miserable. So then you get no sleep that whole time. And then obviously all those stuff's not set up until like after 10. So then you're up this whole time into 10. Now, trust me, I get you're over there and I should have been able to be all on top of my game, doing like multiple hour live streams and going out there where I couldn't bring any equipment, but I should have done tons of experiments. I should have done laser tests and high altitude balloons and all this stuff, even though we couldn't bring anything. We had no room to bring anything according to what we were told, although the Globers had tons of room and tons of bags. But I get it. Trust me, you would have gone. You would have not slept at all, basically, for 11 days, and you would have been on top of everything, and you would have known via telepathy and being magic that you could have brought more stuff when you were told that you couldn't bring more stuff, and you would have brought tons of stuff. And it's like, whatever. And then like Jaren did do multiple live streams, and you guys were just bashing him the whole time. And I was like, Delirious, whatever. You can say it could have all been avoided. That isn't true at all. We could have done live streams nonstop around the clock. People would have still said that it's fake. Was it sign an affidavit if you're not lying? Sure, fine. Why would I care to do that? I'll absolutely sign an affidavit. I encourage you people to sue me. I just swore on the Bible. Everyone look at Brian Logic's channel, Debunks TFE. No, it doesn't. Oh my gosh, that's embarrassingly inept. You're engaged in role play till affidavit signed. Okay, cool. Mac, random anonymous person paying the minimum of $2 to say very stupid things. Life Matrix, thank you for $10. Thank you. Thank you for you. What's it? Going to Antarctica was brave and a huge contribution. Thank you so much. And no problem. Forte, $5. How do you feel about flat earthers after all this? I don't collectivize entire groups. I've already known that there were many people who claim to be flat earthers who suck. Like look at FED, right? I will say there are maybe more certain people I didn't know would be like this, and I know they're kind of having the most reaction. I tried to give them quite a bit of time to like correct the shit. But what do I think of flat earthers? I think that flat earthers are still some of the most intelligent people I know. They're still some of the bravest people I know. They will stand up to all kinds of scrutiny, and they possess individuation and they be able to independently critically assess things. They don't conform to pressure, societal pressure, and they don't need consensus. And yeah, I still have all of their backs except for the people that are just being disingenuous and lying and slandering. And then once the evidence is given to them, they're doubling down on their lies. What do I feel about those people? They're pathetic. The same, but of course, even with the big increase in that number, with all these people spiraling right now, it's still way less of a percentage than the percentage of people that defend the globe online. They always do that. It's like the norm. Like it's like you're hard pressed to find anyone on the globe side defending the globe online that doesn't do that. They always do that. They constantly lie about the individuals. They lie. Let's say slander me, slander Jaren, lie about us, call us grifters, do everything they can. They lie about what we say, lie about our arguments, straw man it, censor it, make entire slanderous website articles, and it's like literally just pathetic stuff. Like they do that all the time. So what do I think about flat earthers? I think there's more than I realize there that can act the same way and do the same thing. But flat earthers is just a really wide, large term. And so that's what I think is that even with the increase in people just freaking out, they're like statistically of the two online groups discussing this, like still way more integrity, way more honest, right? The other side is always lying. That's like that's all they do. There are some exceptions for the globe side, of course, but it's very rare. Thank you for your service. Thank you so much, Slim Shady, for the $7. Val the Saint, $10. Shaking my head, chat so disrespectful. Y'all sound crazy, BA, internet thugs. Much gratitude and respect, Austin. Thank you for all your contributions and sacrifice in pursuit of truth. Yeah, no problem. Thank you so much, Val the Saint, for the $10. Lagos Z1, $5. Yeah, it's guiding you, brother. I'm supporting you on a Flat Earth archive on Facebook. I'd love to have you on. Your old pal, Mike. Thank you so much. I don't know. Try to contact me on Telegram or something. Us so far can't criticize measuring Earth flat. Stick with it. I mean, when did I ever stop saying that? 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Overall net positive. The best part is Globy still think they have a W with the reification fallacy. Earth measures flat. Cheers. Shout out 24/7 Flat Earth. Thank you for $5. Let me actually talk about that. So obviously just fundamentally to claim that this is like the proves the globe or evidence for the globe or whatever is an affirming the consequent fallacy is what it is. Sure, they're reifying the concept of their model, but it's an affirming the consequent fallacy. If P, then Q, Q, therefore P. If the Earth is spinning.
Check mic 1 2 1 2. Y'all hear me any better?
Ball. There's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica in their summer. There's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, therefore Earth's a ball. It's a fundamental textbook affirming the consequent fallacy, right? It just assumes mutual exclusivity, or like it assumes exclusivity. It assumes the cause that they're supposed to be proving. It's fundamentally affirming the consequent. By the way, I had thought of all of this, and I had thought of the best ways to really break down their argument. I'll tell you real fast. Like, there's no way the Globers need to go ahead and get in check. The fact that some flat earthers are spiraling doesn't somehow change the fact that you guys are about to get dunked on. So intellectually and logically, they're just not prepared for this at all. So the best argument, they're still in the globe right now. The best argument they could possibly say is that Occam's razor would be the globe. They can try to say like the globe says the sun is where it is, and that geometrically because of the Earth, that's where you're going to see the sun. Occam's razor. When you have more than one explanation for a phenomena, that which requires the least amount of assumption is the simplest is most likely to be true. Now, that's a major problem for the mainstream heliocentric globe proponent because that's antithetical to their entire position in almost every other conceivable scenario, right? Like, oh, the sun moves in the sky, but it's actually not moving in the sky. The horizon's horizontal, but it's actually not horizontal. The Earth measures flat, but somehow it actually does. It's not flat. Trust me, bro. Large bodies of waters at rest are flat and level, but trust me, it's actually curving and it's not flat, and it's actually level means curved. And whenever we use interferometry to measure if the Earth is moving, it shows that actually it's not moving. But trust me, one of the light beams actually did go further than the other one because the Earth is moving underneath it and took longer to go that further distance. But time just coincidentally slowed down, and the distance that it traveled shrank, even though it looks like it's the same distance, just the perfect amount to make you think that the Earth's not moving and look like the light didn't go a further distance and take longer to go that further distance, even though it did. You just can't tell because time slowed down. And so it tricks you into thinking the Earth is stationary, or just the Earth isn't actually orbiting. Every one of their claims are like this, right? It's like, I have a gravitational theory. I look at the Coma cluster and it only had 1% of the mass predicted. I need this amount of gravity. There's only this amount of mass. Therefore, my theory's wrong. No, there must be invisible mass there that I can't define, can't describe, and defies all known physics and evidence. And it's just so the perfect amount that's missing so that it makes my reified theory work. It's over and over. It's everything. Sail in an eclipse, sun and moon, but above the horizon. Oh, actually, the sun is not there. It's just an illusion. It's actually down below the Earth. Trust me, bro. But this is what's even funnier with Occam's razor, because they're like, oh, see, we're just saying like the globe, you get it. You'll see the sun do 24 hours both in the north and in the south, 6 months apart, because this is exactly where you see it. To claim that, actually, you have to claim that the sun is basically an infinite distance away. You have to claim that it's super far away. And you have to claim that all the stars are an infinite distance away. They literally treat them as an infinite distance away, right? To even claim that they are where they are and they change their positions simply based on your orientation on the globe, first thing you have to assume is that everything is insanely far away, like infinitely far away. And then you're like, wait, so if we're going to claim that these things are like infinitely far away, how could we even see them from that far away? So we are going to have to assume that there's nothing in between us and them, so we could even, in theory, see them from that far away. So we'll just actually say there's nothing there. Okay, space, emptiness, conceptual privation, nothingness, nothing's there, vacuum. This is literally how they came up with all that. No one went up there and measured anything, and no one went to this fairy tale called outer space vacuum and then measured it. It's like, we can't have a globe unless everything is super far away. If everything is super far away, we couldn't see it unless there's nothing in between us and them. So we must assume that. You need those base assumptions, and then you need the assumption. I'm making the point that the claim it's Occam's razor actually doesn't even work because it requires claims antithetical to Occam's razor. Now, those are two just huge assumptions you just have to baselessly make with no actual evidence. You just have to assume them. It's that which requires the least amount of assumptions, remember? Okay. And then you have to then invoke special pleading, which is claiming a single exception to a universal principle, which is that perspective affects everything in reality, right? So whenever a plane flies over my head, it looks like it's going up, and then it looks like it's going down behind me. Whenever I see clouds in the distance, it looks like it's going down because things above me appear to ramp down, things below me appear to ramp up due to perspective. Street lights, railroads, flip the railroads on the side, clouds, everything, right? Electrical wires, you name it. But when it comes to the sky, that's the one exception. Perspective doesn't do that. Perspective is not playing a role. Perspective doesn't actually make the stars change position. Perspective doesn't make the sun change position. So even though we are going to see the stuff in the sky do exactly what it would do if it was due to perspective, this is actually the one exception in one scenario in the universe, special pleading, where perspective is not causing it to do that. It just does exactly what perspective does, and perspective affects everything else in all of existence, doing that very thing, but actually it's not doing that. In this scenario, it's just based on your physical orientation on the globe, and perspective has nothing to do. So you have to claim all that just to claim that it's Occam's razor on the globe. And then, of course, it's affirming the consequent. So when you look at the preponderance of evidence that the empirical falsification via physical measurements of the surface of the Earth having no curvature is independent of the fact that you saw the sun match your globe model. And yes, actually, the globe was made from the sky. Fundamentally, that's how it was made, and it took hundreds of years to do it. That's literally just how it was made, and it kept not working, and so they had to say, "Oh, we need to make it wobble." Oh, then the moon wasn't doing this, so we need to make the moon. We need to make there be another wobble, and they had to keep adding wobbles, and
Did my voice?
it's all just so very funny that people act like the globe just works so good. It's so simple and it makes all these predictions. Dude, it took hundreds of years. They're changing everything and it still actually doesn't work. Even when you actually look at the positions of the stars, they don't actually fully line up. And then you have to have a deflection of the vertical and you have to make up all kinds of random claims and reification fallacies. Now, this is not what the stream is about. We're going to now debunk it. And obviously, we're an hour and a half in. Maybe I'll put a timestamp in there or something. I'll try to timestamp this video. We're going to start debunking a lot of the claims of how this was faked. Hey, brother, sorry you're catching the crap. You are in all of this. Hug those girls. Be of good cheer and a happy new year to you all. Thank you, SMAC, quote unquote, new year. But yeah, thank you so much for $20 and the kind words. Clover that believes in you grew up in AK, very similar. Please take a minute to talk about the crazy quiet, how it's like another planet and God's beauty. Kevin Pinder, thank you for the $5. It is the craziest, the quietest place you've ever been. It's super surreal. It was almost like an emotional moment when I first saw it. It's truly incredibly beautiful. Any question that there's a creator goes right out the window if you're honest at all whenever you see the scenery. It's completely undisturbed. It's this huge, vast, beautiful landscape. It's actually breathtaking. It's truly incredible. The flight alone was kind of worth going. I wouldn't necessarily want to go back, I don't think, unless there was a reason to. It's, sucks in a few ways, but very beautiful, very quiet, very cool. Until McToon runs outside and starts screaming and cussing the top of his lungs because he jumps in Oakley's Discord or whatever. Barley Studios linked to $5. What's a huge congrats and thanks. I fell into the questioning it side after joining Scrutinative Conversations, and I'm glad to say I came around. Cheers. Nice, man. Thank you so much for the support. Very generous, $100 from Kingdom Makana. Thank you so much, brother. The majority of us with clear minds appreciate your efforts, and we appreciate the data and observations you guys obtain. Let's interview all together soon. If money didn't matter, what would you do for a globe killer experiment or observation? Blessings, brother. Thank you so much for the support. Yeah, so I would do what I call the skip zone test. So you would put an individual, say, on a coastline, and then you would put another one on another coastline and just be directly over body of water only. You don't do this over land or topography or anything like that. Then you take a certain frequency radio wave and you're going to shoot it out horizontally. You're actually going to use a horizontal directional antenna and a horizontal directional receiver. You're going to shoot it line of sight over the water. And then based on the globe, based on the height of the antenna, the globe Earth should block the signal at a certain distance. And then they claim that the bottom of it gets blocked and the top just continues on towards space, right? Because the Earth is curving underneath it. So if you shoot it out line of sight, then the Earth comes underneath it, then it effectively starts going towards space. They claim, of course, it bounces off the ionosphere. So it's called skywave propagation. It bounces down and then it lands. It kind of just keeps on bouncing up and down because we have like world records that are insanely far. So that creates a skip zone. Obviously, like if it goes up and then comes down, then there's a skip zone, a dead zone, a skip zone. You put someone directly in the middle of that skip zone, and on the globe Earth, it cannot be received. And you give the globe all the benefit of the doubts, all the benefit of the doubts. And you're doing a little bit of a higher frequency. So really, it should penetrate the ionosphere. But it doesn't matter. There's many different. I would do like a whole spectrum of frequencies. If you're going to set up this test, I would do many different frequencies and many different heights and all kinds of stuff. But you assume the ionosphere is at the lowest altitude that they ever claim because that obviously makes the skip zone the shortest. So give them the full benefit of the doubt from the beginning. They claim it fluctuates because they have to have an unfalsifiable claim here, of course, for many reasons. And then you just put the person right in the middle. And so say in Louisiana from Tampa, say the skip zone should be 700 miles. Whatever, put someone where it's like 300 miles. You could do many different variations, many different locations. So that is definitive. Most Globers will be honest and admit that it's definitive because it's a skip zone. So on a flat Earth, obviously, if you shoot something line of sight, unless there's like a storm obstructing it, some type of like obstruction or attenuation, like extra attenuation that occurs, then the person can receive in the skip zone because the signal is going directly through that portion horizontally, whereas on a globe Earth, it can't be there at all. It's going up towards space and has to reflect back down, creating a skip zone. So that's my number one most definitive test that I want to do. And obviously also, if money's no option, you can take a bunch of mechanical gyroscopes. I obviously wouldn't do this without multiple mechanical gyroscopes, different types. fly a plane, really long distance, making sure that you have the mechanical gyros, um, like calibrated properly. And then what it should do on a globe is it should tip, 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 and then flip over upside down. If it doesn't do that, definitively cannot be a globe. And they claim it does do that on planes. There are pendulous vanes that are correcting for it, but then Honeywell has all that data where you can't get it. It's like private intellectual property and stuff like that. And then from my understanding, a guy actually pulled that data. I think he showed us some of it. And it didn't match the globe at all. Pendulous vanes weren't making the corrections needed. So a very convenient story, but obviously with your mechanical gyros on the plane, you wouldn't have any pendulous vanes. You just have a bunch of mechanical gyros. It has to tip, 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 and flip if you do a long enough flight. So like charter a plane or whatever. So I think it's like $80K, so pretty expensive. But yeah, and you want to document it. You want to have engineers and many different people there, many different mechanical gyros. So there's 2 ideas. I do actually want to make a real documentary that does all this and break that down in the near future. I have lots of plans and stuff that I would like to do.
We
And
got
with
a
you,
mic
please
check.
address the vape thing,
Mic
please.
check.
Okay, I will just a second. I think for $2. I'm gonna just address it right now. Okay, so when I went, I did find a vape in an old bag that I had. So I did used to vape, and then I quit vaping, but I found one. And so there were a couple occasions that I hit a vape there. And honestly, I was like so delirious and like out of it and just felt so bad that I was like, whatever.
Okay. How much
Like, that's
better? We
why
got
I
a
really
5x5 now.
hit it
You guys
some,
hear me just fine?
But so I quit vaping,
Point
but there
five.
was a vape there. I did hit the vape. I objectively did not hit a vape and go on camera and use it to fake my breath. Literally.
Does
never
it sound good? Or are we still low?
ever, right? Because I do not vape. I do not promote it. It's very bad for you. It's got a bunch of crazy stuff in it. I would never promote it. I'm very particular about not doing things on my streams that I consider to be bad. That's why you may occasionally hear me cuss in the real world. Very rarely. I try not to, but you're not going to hear me cussing on my streams if I can at all prevent it, because I don't want to by proxy stamp that. You know what I'm saying? So I would avoid exhaling a vape on a stream at all costs ever, right? So what they did, this is so insane. What they did was, because there's obviously a scene where it's like I'm talking and then I see my breath.
All right. Thanks for bearing with.
Oh man, you can see my breath. What's up now? Then I take a couple deep breaths thinking that I'm going to get to keep seeing my breath, and then you don't. Which right there should show you I'm obviously not hitting a vape or doing anything to fake my breath and trick you, or I wouldn't be surprised and then try to do it a couple more times and then not be able to do it. Doesn't make any sense. But anyway, what the video that went around claiming to have proved this was just blatantly a lie and deceptively edited. And it claims like, hey, look, you can see him crouching behind this trash can hitting a vape, and here he stands up, and you can see that this is where he fixes breath. And then it just puts the clip from my scene where you do see my breath, and I'm like, oh, look. Now what actually happened was I went and walked into the building. I got a drink of water, right? And then I came back out. And if you are drinking liquids and or warm up when you're in Antarctica, that's when you will see your breath. And anyone that's actually ever been in the cold knows this. I worked in Pennsylvania construction for like 8 months. This is the case as well. Say like you're in the truck, you're drinking coffee or something, then you get out. You see your breath really heavy for like a minute or two, but then you don't see it quite as much. Now here in Antarctica, it's so dry that what happens is your like lungs and throat and mouth start drying out really quick. There's like no moisture in the sky. Obviously, visibility of breath is based on moisture in the air and in your throat and lungs or whatever. So anyway, I went in there, I drank some water, and then I come back out, and this guy takes this clip because when you actually look at it, you can see like I come out of the building, walk over to the stream, and then you see my breath, and I'm like, oh man, what's up? And then you don't see my breath in the follow-up breaths. They take this video where I'm like crouching over here by this like trash can thing where the laptop was, and then says, hey, look, this is where he stands up and fakes his breath. And it's literally deceptively edited. It's a completely different part of the stream, easily verifiable, has been proven. Dave has re-uploaded a video from Brian that showed it. It's been showed. I had the guy in Discord showing it. I can show it here in a second, actually, and just completely dispel it because I'm going to do a really long stream. Who cares? It's a complete lie. Like it's like it. Why would a truther be doing this? Why would a truther say, hey, here he is crouching. Here's where he stands up, and then this is where he fakes his breath with a vape. And then in reality, it isn't in any way the right part of the stream. You can watch it. It's not at all me crouching down, faking, doing anything. I walk out of a building, I come up to the stream, and you see my breath, and I was surprised that you saw my breath. And obviously, the other debunk of this is that I did a whole stream with Owen Benjamin. You see my breath the entire stream. You just see my breath the whole stream, and the reason is because I was drinking hot tea. And so that honestly is why you were able to
You guys
consistently
hear
see
me
my
good
breath,
now?
because my lungs and throat and mouth were constantly being introduced to liquid, and it was actually warm liquid. You could see my breath like the entire
How long have you
freaking
guys
live
been
stream with
hearing
Owen
an
Benjamin.
echo the
And
whole
people were like,
stream?
I'm like, so explain. Oh, well, you that was pre-recorded. Or, oh, well, maybe that one, you were in Antarctica for that one. Like, what? So I was in Antarctica the next day? Somehow, what, I flew to Antarctica from where? If I was going to go to Antarctica, why'd I ever have to fake anything? I faked one of them, but then didn't fake it in Antarctica. What are you talking about? Oh, well, no, maybe you just got caught. So then they turned the AC up in the studio. It's like, I've heard the most ridiculous nonsense. Most people won't even acknowledge it. Like Flatsoy was just saying, we're not talking about that right now. That's not what we're talking about. I'm not talking about that. Yeah, because it completely destroys your whole entire narrative here that I had to fake my breath. I didn't. I objectively didn't. Objectively did not hit a vape and go and fake my breath on screen. It's insane that people keep saying that. Objectively not true. Didn't happen at all. And what really breathed life into that claim was someone deceptively editing a video to lie and pretend to show it. It's literally a lie. And any real truther should completely be disavowing whoever made that video, whoever published it, should take it down. I forgot the dude's name, but anyway, there's the, I addressed it. There you go. Did you meet the marathon runners? If so, have any pictures with any of them? I met one of the people that were there to go run a marathon while we were still in Punta Arenas, because many of them stayed in the same hotel that we did. And I actually have an entire interview with one of the guys telling him about Flat Earth, that Jonathan, the documentarian guy, I actually recorded, and we were mic'd up. I tell him I explained the whole position to him. Right. They were like, he was curious kind of about Flat Earth, whatever. He's just there. He didn't really know much about it, but he realized quickly, like, oh, wow, like this guy isn't stupid. This idea isn't just stupid. And he was pretty chill. I mean, I think you could tell he went in there thinking like, oh, he's going to have some basic questions that are just going to kind of disprove Flat Earth. And it didn't happen at all. It's actually a very good conversation. I broke down like geocentrism and physically measuring the surface of the earth and all this. And it was really dope. And so I have that video. But no, I didn't just go take pictures with them. When we went to Antarctica, we get off the plane, and then they had brought in the marathon group, right, as they're bringing us back towards the camp, because they got on the plane that landed taking us. The marathon runners got on that plane and left, right? So they were there right before we got there. But I did meet some of them in the hotel. They were all in the same hotel. I talked to a few different marathon runners. So there's that. So I do have video evidence that I was in fact with the marathon runner in Antarctica, though. No, it was in the
My
hotel
dumbass
because we
didn't
went
put my
to
headphones
Antarctica
on.
at different
That
times.
explains a lot.
The marathon was slightly less than the other trip. It's slightly shorter. So yeah, there's that answer. Let's see here.
Should be golden now.
Taking back eating, much love always. Did you see the active volcano from the flight in? From the flight in? Did you notice anything in the distance on entry where
Locksmart in the
drinking
house.
water
Shout out.
melted?
Flat Earth
Drinking
Nation.
water was melted. That is how you get water. Yeah. The water was actually noticeably very clean and refreshing. Did not see anything from a volcano. No. JD on YouTube, thank you for $20. Base response to the 24-hour sun discovery. I'm just glad that we now know as much as we can, at least from the ground. After seeing those clearly faked videos made in the past, I really think there would be a 24-hour sun. I really didn't think. Yeah, no. I mean, it's weird that people faked them. Now their excuse may be true, right? Where he said, my editor did it. He thought it looked better. I didn't even know he did it or whatever. Maybe that's true.
I might be fading.
Alex, that's something with the $5. You should look into
Or
Eastern
do I sound good?
Orthodoxy and visit a divine liturgy. Couldn't even pronounce that.
Don't
Jay
you
Dyer
mess
has
with
some
me,
great
do it.
apologetics. Take care and God bless. Okay.
Should be good
No,
now.
probably not. I fundamentally don't agree with a lot of that doctrine, but Jay Dyer blocked me before I even knew who he was. So okay. Did you meet with marathon runners? If so, yeah, I did answer that. $2 from Low Slow Flyer 777. Thank you. Hey brother, glad you came out fighting and defending us / yourself / God. Yeah, no problem, man. Truth doesn't fear investigation. It is what it is. Let's see if any people are saying here. What's it? And Matt couldn't count to 10 at the same time because they're the same person. Bro, I intentionally interrupted him multiple times to dispel that claim. So we couldn't count at the same time because we're the same person. And I literally spoke through him impromptu. I think some of you guys are either just trolls or just like insane. An old vape that still has juice in it. Yeah, that's how they work. Like little disposable ones. Wow. How profound. You thought that was a like, and this is this is the part that's like so annoying. These people are just throwing anything they can think of at the wall to try to find something wrong, and each one of them are disproven. Do they ever sit back and be like, okay, yeah, you're okay, that was wrong? No, they just keep looking for anything, desperately hoping. That's what the Globers do, right? They just look for anything they can, just throw any excuse out they can. It's so dishonest. I'm so disappointed in so many people. It's just ridiculous. Footprints is a non-issue. I can make footprints in the snow in my yard, then walk to the. Yeah, we're gonna cover all that in just a second. The sun circled you. Yeah, what's it? Was live from Antarctica on Discord with us, and he showed his breath a few times. Vape thing is funny. I know it's just stupid. There's a whole stream where you can see my breath, and people just ignore that. I'm like, you're just liars. You're just a liar then.
For those that
You
weren't
don't
here in
care
the
about
beginning of the
truth.
stream, I recommend going back to the beginning at some
I'll
point.
show you right now.
Very important.
All right. That one's got a decent amount of views, actually. On Benjamin stream. I actually hit Owen up and asked him. Because I do respect Owen.
Good times for sure, Carrie. I had fun.
It's real. And I understand why someone maybe wouldn't just believe that because you need to see yourself. Well, come down here, man. It's like 35K. I wouldn't have spent that. Hopefully it's not cloudy. We got like 7 or 8 cameras that filmed it around the clock. But once I started leading up to the trip, I could tell, like, wait a minute. Like,
now they're thinking about everyone they spiral.
What's all that?
And
What's
they're
all that
like,
right there?
What's all that,
"Oh,
guys?
They have to just own that shit and just own it.
All right, I don't want cussing. Look at all this. What's all that breath, bro? Oh, actually, I have a vape in my beard. I have a vape hidden in the roof of my mouth. You just can't tell. Wow, look at all that. Oh, actually, you were in Antarctica for this video. Oh, they just turned the AC up. Oh, this is pre-recorded. You guys are goofy, bro. I want to know what people all the people claiming I fake stuff. The vape was in the mug. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Vape is sitting in my beard. Praying for you, Austin. It's okay to have messed up. Repentance is always an option, no matter how deep the hole seems. Repentance for what? What is wrong with you? You stop pretending to be a real believer. Speak on behalf of the Creator. Vape, you got filmed, brother. I just addressed it. So I'm saying, look at these people. Look how dishonest these are. This isn't the example we're questioning. What's it? Dude, what is wrong with you people? Bro, this is what I'm saying. It's like truly pathetic. Oh, this isn't the example where I just pointed out that a lot of liars are doing that and then you're doing it. That's not the question. We're not questioning that example. That's not what we're talking about. Okay, where am I at in this video where you're seeing my breath the whole time? Why would I need to fake my breath if I'm just actually there and you can see my breath in this video? You guys won't even answer that. You guys all just avoid this entirely. We're not talking about that video. We're not talking about that video. Now, I will show you in just a second the other video, the video that went viral where the guy claimed. Let's just play it right now. It's just such a joke, bro. Like, we're not talking about that video, us. I am sitting here in a live stream in Antarctica with my breath being visible. The claim we weren't really into Antarctica and that's why our breath wasn't visible has been debunked. Oh, no, you're in a studio and they turned the AC up. Okay, why couldn't they turn the AC up in the other ones? Okay, so now you're claiming that no longer actually can be claimed as a proof that we weren't to Antarctica because we do see your breath. You actually see your breath in some of the other live streams. You see your breath in Jaren's live stream when he comes and get in the shadow because I said, bro, you can see your breath over here in the shadow. So what are you people even talking about? I'm saying you're not a truther. You're not a truther. That's all there is to it. You're not a truther. And then the claim that I supposedly hit a vape and faked my breath is literally a lie. It is a deceptively edited video that claims I crouched down, hit a vape, stood up, and faked my breath. But actually, he had to lie and intentionally and deceptively take that scene. You can see the cut. You can see the actual footage of when I walk over from the shed, and then you see my breath in the stream. But then he takes a totally different video and claims that that is me then standing up and faking my breath, and just puts that part of my live stream afterwards and claims that's what it is. Trust me, bro. But you can go and fact check it and prove that isn't it. There is no crouching. There is none of that. I walk from the shed there. That's the moment in the stream where you see my breath and I'm all surprised. Right? But I went inside, I drank water, warmed up for a second, and came back out. You do see my breath. Okay. You don't see me faking my breath, crouching down and standing up. It was a lie. It was a lie. It was a lie. But guess what? None of you people fact checked any of it. That means that you guys just suck at research. You just wait for other people to tell you what to believe, and you just internalize and believe it. And then when someone takes the time to go through those videos, show you it's a lie, it's a deceptive edit, you just turn your head to it, ignore it, deny it, keep saying it anyway. You just keep saying it anyway and keep saying. So objectively, you're not a truther. You're a liar. The opposite of a truther. And the truth of the 24-hour sun doesn't conform to your worldview, so you reject it and attack the person that brings you that uncomfortable truth. So you're an anti-truther. You're not a truther. Truthers look for evidence. They accept evidence for what it is because truth doesn't fear investigation, and they just always want to know the truth. You're an anti-truther. And whenever you lie, well, that's the opposite of being a truther. That's being a liar. Okay? So there's really no other way around it. Like, address what I'm saying. The video that spread that lie was deceptively edited, and provably so. Now we're going to play it and prove that, but I just don't understand. Like, for one, why didn't you fact check it before you went around and spread the lie? What's up with that? What's up with that, bro?
Ooh-wee. What up with that?
This is why I've been largely like quiet about the whole thing, because I end up getting like just like pissed off. And like I want to be cool. I've been super chill. I've been trying to be super patient. I've been trying to take the high road, trying not to like it just like makes me mad, bro.
You can't win, man. You guys need to take it easy.
Okay, here we go. Obviously, I'm going to watch all of this, but we're going to watch some of it. There's going to be feedback for sure that you can see it.
Let's be quiet. Let's
shout out to Scott Level Realm in the house.
So they're gonna have the floor.
Okay, so I called you out in the chat, right? And so props to you for coming. And I will just give my perspective real fast here. I haven't watched any of your streams. I'm making a point not to watch any of the streams that are slandering me so that I don't get pissed off. And but people have told me that you're faking it, or that you're claiming that we faked it. Even when I was in Antarctica, I was told, you'll never guess what Flatzoid said. He claimed that Union Glacier's not even in Antarctica, and I heard that you're just doubling and tripling down. That you're doubling and tripling. I'm just telling you what I've heard, and then you can correct the record or whatever. That you're doubling and tripling down, claiming that I faked it, that we weren't actually there, that it was a studio, that none of it's adding up, blah, 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 blah. So obviously, what I want you to do is just kind of come here and whatever accusations you made, like say it with your chest or clear the air. We'll correct the record if you're actually genuinely trying to figure out the truth. Let me address one of these people are insane. No money, but upgraded housing twice in no town with a huge room he streamed from with nice rich leather couch.
Didn't age well.
This couch right here. Oh wait,
didn't age well.
You guys are just so pathetic, bro. This couch right here, I got on Facebook Marketplace for like $100. And actually, I ended up paying $150 and got these other two little chairs. And he threw in these two glass tables for free and a mirror because he was just moving and needed all this stuff out. And it's killing and it's falling apart, and he just needed it out. And I had to go. I bring a whole U-Haul because we had just moved. We still had the U-Haul, and I had to pack it all in there with him. And then I had to like have my friends come over, like Napalm come over and help me move it in. It was like $100 couch. Really rich, expensive leather couch. Okay, yeah, we got a crazy deal on this
got
house.
bed
We
bugs.
prayed and it came up and it was really cheap. Now we know why, because when we got here, there was stuff messed up with it. And there's a big game room upstairs. I decided to make it my stream room, even though it doesn't have a door and it's kind of inconvenient. There was really no other option in the house. And like, see, I probably shouldn't even address you people because you're just liars and like you just make stuff up. But then it's like, I don't know. I don't even know. I'm like on the where's the video that wasn't it? I'm about to play the video. Okay, Flat Earth, there's enough about its breath. I've seen people breath tons of times through the film. They were all there. Let's focus on the light in the sky. What was it? Artificial, second sun? Yo, I was like, there's not patents for an artificial sun. There is. Yeah, Hibbler, I know it's pretty crazy that these people like that we all see. Like, what's so crazy, right, is you can see our breath in the videos there, and they just keep on claiming I faked my breath. And this is what I'm saying. I
Waking
found out
Nemesis in the
either
house.
you guys are.
I
I'm
don't
just
think
really
I
blunt
greeted
here,
you
right?
yet.
Either you guys are
Thank you for
slightly
coming, brother.
retarded. You really just can't do basic research. You're super lazy and didn't fact check it, or you're just a liar. And clearly, for a lot of you, it's the last one. You're dishonest. You're getting off on trying to like provoke me, get a rise out of me. There's like you're like this. You think you're this like little part of it.
I'm
This
with you,
in-group,
Carrie.
you got something to talk about,
100%.
some type of drama, try to attack people. You really want to undermine this trip and pretend that it's fake. You want it to be fake. You want us not to have seen what we really saw. And so you're like doing whatever you can to make it fake, or like a lot of you just hated me anyway. We're looking for any excuse to throw me under the bus to attack me. I know I have a very polarizing personality, and so it's just pathetic. Like, just don't call yourself a truther. And that's all I'm saying. It's like you're just objectively not a truther. You're antithetical to being a truther. You're a liar. And so it's cool. I'm just saying that's pathetic and whatever. Because it's like if you were actually a truther trying to figure out the truth of the situation, you'd be like, okay, wait, you're claiming that I had to fake my breath.
All
Look, the
fallacious.
video that went around claiming that is deceptively edited. They lied to you. Instead of being like, bro, why'd you lie to me? You actually just keep defending and repeating the lie. And then you see all kinds of other videos where you see my breath, for example, in the Owen Benjamin live stream. When I jump on Jaren's stream, you see in Jaren's stream, you see in all the other live streams that are there. We have all kinds of other footage, by the way, that we have GoPro background footage, all kinds of stuff. You see our breath all the time. You can check the marathon video, which we're about to watch all these different things get debunked. You can watch the marathon. People are running a freaking marathon and you don't really see their breath at times. You know why? Because it's super dry there. Their lungs are going to be super dry. Even after running a marathon, breathing super hard, you're not seeing their breath. Why? Because they're in Antarctica. It's a literal desert. The background is super bright. It's like white, right? So based on the lighting and the camera angle in the background being super white, you can barely see their breath. Your breath's not nearly as visible as it would be somewhere else at that
Pretty
temperature
funny to
because
it.
it is a desert. And literally, then I'm like, so are you saying the marathon was fake? No, the marathon's real. Oh, the marathon was real, but we were fake and didn't go there. Okay, so if the marathon was real, why can't you see their breath? Because people are like, I lived in cold. I know you see your breath. They just say the stupidest things. Why couldn't you see the marathon runner's breath all the time? Oh, was the marathon faked as well? Most people don't say that because it's just so ridiculous. There's tons of videos of that, tons of videos still coming out like daily, tons of people that were there. It happens every year. Most people aren't saying that. So why couldn't you see their breath? And then Flat's like, oh, well, it's because of lighting. And so you're admitting that based on how bright the background is due to the ice reflecting the ice and snow reflecting the sun. And that it's, well, he doesn't even admit, he denies that the fact it's a desert has anything to do with visibility of breath, which is just embarrassing and inept, let's be honest. So you admit that because it's so bright, you can't always see it. So then what are you even saying? This is what I found out. None of them can make any type of actually logical argument or make any true like coherent like theory or anything because all of them are retarded and are easily disproven. So none of them make. So did I fake the live stream video with Owen Benjamin? Why can I see my breath there? Why can you not always see the breath of the people in the marathon? Why do you see our breath throughout all the other times? Why did the person that supposedly proved I faked my breath with a vape have to lie and deceptively edit it to make it look like it was a different part of the stream than it actually was? If you avoid all of those things, you are not a truther. It's okay. Do you, bro? Just know that you're not on my team. I completely disavow you, and you're a liar, and you're not a truther. And I think you may be controlled up. And I think I'll just tell you guys, by the way, for sure, some of this is going on. Globers, anti-flat earthers, and I don't even know, maybe controlled op, maybe some type of like agents or bots or whatever are putting out some of these narratives. I know this for sure that some of these are globers. They're like, look how stupid the flat earthers are, because they've been doing that for years. They make false stories. They reach out to you pretending to be someone from NASA that they're not. They put out fake pieces of evidence, fake memes of like Greenland. They just put red over it. A glober came out and admitted that he did that, claimed that it was like, oh, we busted them faking Mars. And he took a picture from Greenland and put a red tint over it to show how stupid and naive flat earthers are. That's what they're doing right now. They're putting out these stupid videos that are just blatantly edited, easily disproven, saying, oh, look, you should see footprints. And then you can just prove that that's stupid. And if you actually look at the time lapse, you actually do see footprints change. All these claims are easily debunked, and they're pushing them out there so that you guys will take the bait, run with it, so that anyone with a room temperature IQ can come over there, look at it, see it's clearly fake, but oh, this is what flat earthers are. Flat earthers don't do any research. They're dishonest. They just slander people. They just lie. Whenever the evidence doesn't go with them, they just reject it, and they're literally just liars. Like, and they lack basic understanding, basic research capability. Okay, so anyway,
This
I think
is
surely
real, guys.
you guys get it. I
You
don't
can tell.
I don't know.
It looks so fake.
Maybe you don't get it.
That mountain you can easily get lost around and
He zooms in on it
lose it
here.
and think it's a different mountain. It's real easy to do. Weiss will
Oh,
tell
there should be footprints. I live in Wisconsin. I know, man. It's super, super compacted. It's basically just ice. It's a desert. There's no precipitation.
Ancient ice, folks.
That's why don't you pick up snow right there? Because it's like super compacted. It's like super compacted, bro. I was there, buddy.
Debunked.
Okay. Let's see
Don't
what
bring
this
that
is.
shit
I
up
don't see it.
again.
I want to take you. So it's about 10 o'clock at night. I want to take you outside and show you something. So this is what 10 p.m. looks like in Antarctica. And it doesn't really get that much darker than this. The darkest it gets is about between 2 and 5 a.m. And that's only because we're leaving their summer. In the heart of the summer, it's all light. Like in the heart of their winter, it's all dark.
Everybody, Clifford's Worldwide Adventures, and this is Union Glacier in Antarctica. We flew from Punta Arenas, took about 4.5 hours directly south, and they managed to...
Thought it never snowed there.
Believe it or not, it's actually quite a soft landing, and then we just pretty much crashed out for a day with that buggy. I'll show you a bit of a camp now.
My desert.
Hi, this is Alan from Union Glacier in Antarctica.
What's the
This was
video?
our landing point, and now it's going to be our departure point for our trip to go climb.
Dude, watch what they're doing in the chat, dude. It's so funny. That's why I don't want you guys to mute them.
5 months
Now
ago or
hear that
something.
wind. So they're being
5 months ago.
debunked live time about the breath. So do they address it and say, okay, Touche, that claim has been debunked, disproven? No. They move just like a Glober would do right now. They dishonestly deflect and move the goalpost. Oh, now it's about the wind. Yes, guess what, Sherlock Holmes? Sometimes the wind blows there. Sometimes the wind doesn't really blow there. It is surrounded by mountains. It largely blocks out a lot of the wind. But we have videos where the storm was coming and it started getting windy. You can actually see tons of snow flying off the top of the mountains, and it creates this huge layer of snow. Now, it doesn't really snow much. We're wondering, wait, how does snow get here? Wait, let me do this. We're wondering, how does snow pile up here? Why do they need shovels and stuff if it like basically never snows? It snows like 1 inch a year. We figured it out. When a storm comes or the wind does start blowing really hard, all the
Figured it out,
snow that's on
guys.
top of the mountains starts flying off onto the campsite. So they actually have to shovel the snow. It starts to build up. That's why it happens. We have videos of the wind coming, and you can see that. We have videos where you can hear the wind. The wind's getting very intense. In fact, the last night that we stayed there, throughout the whole night, our tent was super loud. It was miserable because you could hear the wind. You could hear the zipper flying around because there was wind coming. First got there, the weather was like perfect. and you're in between some mountains, which also blocks out. What does Flatzoid say? That's not true. I live near mountains, and actually the wind's worse near the mountains. That's why when you climb to the top of the mountain, it gets really windy. When you're at the bottom, it's not that windy. Yeah, we were at the bottom, Flatzoid. We were at the bottom of the mountains, and all the mountains were around us. Thank you for proving my point, and once again being retarded and being wrong about everything. It's so insane because you're debunking the breath claim, and then you got people in the chat saying, "Oh, you hear the wind?" They just keep moving the goalposts, moving the goalposts, moving the goalposts. And I'm glad that you people are being exposed. You're not truthers. You're not on my team, bro. And like Austin, don't get too aggravated. I mean, all things considered, with all the slander, all
record has been broken. It's been an amazing day, and the weather is still in perfect, ideal conditions.
Hey, why did we not hear the wind there? I thought the marathon wasn't fixed. Marathon gate. Marathon gate. Why do we not hear wind?
Okay, we're now here live
That sounds like real footage, not that BS you guys showed us. What's up with this?
at the finish line of the Antarctic Ice Marathon, and I believe that our first finisher will be coming across the line in just a minute's time. Andrea is just coming.
Hold tight.
Here he goes. He has coming in an amazing time.
What is this shit on top here? What the hell that is?
Whoa!
Oh,
Come on, Andrea!
you guys can't tell me this shit's fake.
Oh, move the goalpost again, I'm sure, because
Run Boston Bear is
you're
going
not
to
a
prove
true
you all
person.
wrong next year.
That's why I just stopped. That's why I just largely ignored X and didn't make posts, and like, cause then I got into it a little bit today, and I'm just like, this is why I just need to just ignore these people and let the dead bury the dead. You guys are bearing false witness, and it's fine. It's like whatever. See if I can share Telegram.
My pleasure, Lev.
Okay, now I wonder if it works. So if I play a video, I wonder if you guys will be able to see it.
Now we saw every other video, but we're not going to see this one, bro.
I feel like it doesn't play it. No.
Nope.
It sucks. I don't want to actually. Oh, I know what I can do. You guys will have to let me know if there's like an echo. Okay, that's what you'll have to let me know if there's like an echo. But I'm gonna share my whole screen here. Let me know if there's an echo.
Get it on, brother. Sound like me.
Dozens of miles on camera. Think it's,
Noob.
how big is this? And yeah, every time that you did that, it was just so beautiful. Everyone was just making videos because you drive through in between all these mountains. It's pretty crazy. Pretty big studio,
Wow.
I guess.
You drive through all those mountains, yet you don't see them in front of you when you look back at Union Glacier. Objectively. Yeah, y'all give a sub to Lev. Sub Lev. I'm sure most of you already are.
I've already addressed the vape thing. Like, you guys clearly don't care about truth. Like, it's not actually even that complicated. That's all there is
you
to it.
guys. You guys are ridiculous.
Bang.
Look at all these lies, Flatzoids.
So that is
spitting.
Back in the day.
You walking in concession and doing this. We see you go
We
down.
need to get Bruce McGuire on
Hit
the
that.
case.
Okay, here it is, all laid out and addressed. For people that just keep saying it over and over. Vape a
Yeah,
couple times
have
when
Bruce
I was in
McGuire watch
Antarctica,
this.
but I did
The fallacy counter.
unexpectedly find a vape in my bag when I was fed to somewhere that it's warmer and you drink water. When you come out, you can see your breath more. I've also said that yes, I did unexpectedly find a vape in my bag when I was traveling. That's because I used an old little bag I used for chargers, and it had a vape in there from way back in the day because I did used to vape. I don't vape now. And so I did hit that vape a couple times when I was in Antarctica. But I did absolutely, objectively not hit a vape, walk over to the scene, to the screen, and then exhale it to fake my breath. That's just objectively not true. And that's why all the people that are claiming it, are not actually showing the consecutive moments up to that point. And what they're doing is blatantly lying about the timing. And they're saying, look, Austin's ducking behind the trash can here. Then he stands up and this is where he fakes his breath. But that isn't true at all. That isn't where you see my breath.
Not
That's
true.
like 10
Well,
minutes, 15
Not
minutes
true,
later in the
guys.
stream.
If you watch the video, because you
I
watch
could
this
vouch
live,
for it.
you can see you vaping as soon as you get out. You actually put it to your mouth. And when you walk to the laptop, you actually duck down to vape. We actually see this in real time.
Do you notice you didn't? Okay. You cannot see in lifetime that I hit a vape and walk over to the camera and then exhale. Objectively, you cannot. And I actually have a 4K 360 video right here that's 25 hours long lifetime that will prove that this whole entire thing is a lie and that you don't see me hit a vape and walk over there, because I would never vape on camera. Okay. And proof that I didn't vape and fake my breath is that immediately afterwards I try to take
Looking
2 more
forward to
deep
seeing that, Lev.
breaths to show you my breath, because I thought that you were gonna see it again.
Okay, but like we said, we got actual video footage from a camera showing you walking in concession and doing this. We see you go down, and we see you actually put things to your mouth, and then you show the breath.
You guys realize, like, read the freaking chat. You people are ridiculous. You can't make these people won't be convinced. But let's just talk about vape for the next month. Defensive, which it's not a good look. So I should just completely ignore all the slanderous accusations. Talk about it for the next month. You mean one single time on the first stream I come back when I have actually not talked about it, other than people coming in Discord and me answering honestly? Let's talk about it for the next month. You mean me taking the high road and not taking the bait and not talking about it, and then coming back on a stream and addressing all the accusations? Because if I didn't, obviously it would be because I'm guilty. I can't address them. I'm a liar, blah, blah, blah. So then why would you be complaining right now? Don't watch this stream then, because obviously what I have to do is come back. It's 2 a.m. I've already been streaming for 3 hours. I have to for almost 3 hours. I have to, and I've already done this 1,000 times on Discord. I have to spend all this time to dispel all the lies and the accusations, the nonsense.
Count 'em.
You say I should just ignore them. That's easy for you to say. You're not the one literally being slandered around the clock constantly. You're not the one that's, see, he's misrepresenting the claims. I'm not misrepresenting anything. I am very transparently telling you, yes, unexpectedly found a vape. Yes. Someone said, oh, you found it in a charging bag charge? Yeah, it still had a couple little bars charged. Whatever. I guess you don't know how any of it works with the disposable vapes. They don't just run out of battery just sitting there. They weren't being used, but I charged it while I was there also. I felt so bad. I was so delirious. I just happened to found it. I hit it. Whatever. Sue me. Austin used to vape. He quit vaping. He hit a vape a couple times in Antarctica. Oh my God, that must mean that really I can keep pretending that the fake model that doesn't work is true. I can keep pretending that they lied about Antarctica, even though all my claims are retarded and double speak and keep getting refuted, and I'm a liar and I double down on lies. He hit a vape. Oh, he's actually must be Satan in the flesh. Austin hit a vape. Oh my God, he hit a vape. Oh, I'm probably retarded and addicted to porn and anonymously lying and slandering people online, but Austin hit a vape in Antarctica. Oh my God, what am I gonna do? Yeah. Oh, we caught him. Austin hit a vape. He crouched down. Yeah, because I didn't want to vape on camera. I don't promote vaping. Vaping is bad. I used to vape.
Get an
I quit
Emmy for
vaping.
this
I
one.
don't promote it. I'm not gonna do it on camera. I would never do it on camera. I would hide the exhale 100%. I would exhale away from the camera. I would never do it on camera. I'm not lying about anything. Oh, Austin tried to duck and hide it from the camera. Yes, that's correct. I tried to hide it from the camera. I would never vape on camera. I think it's trashy. I think it would maybe promote to younger viewers that somehow it's cool or okay to vape. It's not. I think it's stupid. Has tons of seed oils in it. It's bad for you. You shouldn't vape. You shouldn't vape. The fact that I hit a vape, should I have hit the vape? No, you shouldn't vape at all. But I did. I didn't ever lie about it. What people are doing though is lying about it, claiming that I hit a vape and exhaled on camera. Now, what you can actually see is that anytime you see me hit a vape, I exhale away from the camera, then I come over to the camera. When I'm ducking, I hit the vape a couple times. I don't stand up and exhale at all. Someone deceptively edited the clip and claimed, you see him hitting the vape right now. Here he stands up, and this is when he exhales. You see his breath on the camera. That's a lie, though. We're about to watch it literally be disproven. It's literally a lie. You cannot be a retard and go actually look at it. It's publicly available. A 360 interactive video on Dave McKeegan's channel, which is where they get all the footage from, is the stuff that we have publicly released, and you will see wait a minute, I fell for a blatant lie. I'm kind of retarded. I didn't fact check it at all. I'm slandering someone based on a lie. I could have just fact checked it and seen these are entirely different moments in the stream, separated by like 15, 20 minutes. And that
Seriously
dude
want Bruce
literally lied. He
McGuire
said, look, he stands up right
to
here
run
and he
his
fakes his
fallacy
breath.
counter on
And then he
this.
puts the clip of you seeing my breath in my stream. And then retards like Flatzoid says, we saw it live. You didn't see anything live. You saw the 360 cam live. That's whenever you see me ducking. That's when you see me walking out. How did you see it live? Oh, I didn't say I saw it live. You said 7 times you saw it live. You keep your whole argument is we watched it live. We saw it live. Well, we saw it live. You didn't see anything live. What you saw live was my live stream. And what I did on my live stream was didn't know I would be able to see my breath because I specifically didn't hit a vape and exhale on the stream because I would never do that. Hence me being surprised you saw my breath. And I was like, oh, dude, there it is. What's up now? Because these insane psychopaths, similar to yourself, are claiming we weren't really there, deluded, insane, psychopathy, actually retarded, saying that we weren't there, saying you can't see our breath because we're not really there, pretending to be experts about stuff that they clearly can't comprehend, that a desert doesn't have as much moisture. It's actually super low IQ. And I've been so chill and so nice, babied you people, held your hand. But in reality, you just need to be exposed and just eliminated.
Tangent.
You're not a truther. You don't represent me at all. You probably can't even stillman the globe. You probably can't stillman flat earth. You probably can't even argue for it well. You probably constantly lie. You probably live a terrible, abysmal life in the distance. You probably constantly lie, constantly slander, have no moral fortitude. Why would I care what you people think? You're like, well, you obviously care. You're defending it. It's not a good look to look aggressive. Yeah, you're slandering me. You're lying. You're deceiving other people. You're making flat earth look bad. You're deterring people from the beautiful truth of biblical cosmology because when they come back and they investigate it, after this starts to break into the news, they see psychopaths like you. Why would anyone want to be a part of this community? Go read the chat. Look at how disgusting you people are. Look at how deluded you people are. You're like, oh, that you just claimed. You're so retarded. You just claimed that a video of a freaking plane flight was in a studio, bro. Was in a studio. You're retarded. Oh, it was in Greenland now. Now we filmed it in the summer of Greenland. And we just all walked backwards and talked backwards. And are you kidding me? And dude, I have a 1.45 terabyte file. It has 25 consecutive hours of interactive 360 footage. Bro, I have shown it, shared my screen in Discord. They've seen me set up till 4:30 in the morning. Back-to-back nights trying to export and download that to get it out to you people. It has been 3 consecutive days around the clock trying to download and export that video, and then I come back and it says export failed, and I show it live. I take the screenshots. I share my screen. It doesn't matter. You people will slander me no matter what. And guess what? When you see that 25-hour long 1080p high definition interactive video, you will just move the goalpost again and make up more nonsense. And when we watch this video right here and you see that clearly that video about me was a lie, that clearly it isn't true at all, that I crouched down, hit a vape, secretly stood up and tricked people, that person that made that video is a liar, literal liar, that isn't true at all. It is a different portion of the screen. You'll move the goalpost. You won't acknowledge it. You'll just pretend it never happened. And so yeah, there you go. You got me to be pissed off for a 3-minute rant. That's what you really want. That's because you people are miserable, disgusting, immoral, losers, anti-truthers. You notice that the troll globers that are always in here, like Robert Hunt, they're right there with you, that they're amping it up. They're saying the things that are trying. You're falling for the people that are liars. You're falling for the people that think they're free falling in a vacuum and defend the Helio sun worshiping nonsense religion. You're falling for the people that have attacked me for years and slandered me and threatened me. You're falling for the same people that cheered on as I got debanked, as my family gets attacked, as my ability to provide for my family gets attacked, and you do nothing. You sit over here anonymously with no sacrifice, nothing happening to you. It's ridiculous. And I've had no sleep. Literally, I've had an insane cough this entire time. I still am sick. I still have an insane cough. I get no sleep. I should just be sleeping. If I could actually just sleep really long duration of time, I would feel better. But no, I'm sitting here around the clock trying to export videos, download them. And literally, the people that are actually on Discord and have seen it and seen me share my screen have seen me do this for hours and hours and hours. I've been transparent, showing my entire screen, showing everything that's happening, sitting there doing for hours, making my stuff stay up till 4:30 in the morning. I'm sitting here streaming at 2 a.m. But there is no winning. I pull all-nighters to try to show you guys where the sun rises, where the sun sets, try to get star trails, just nonstop. Try to make sure I'm able to stay up for the whole 24 hours, then get back, no sleep, still don't sleep, then get back here. I have to immediately go to Tennessee, still no sleep. I get back, I give 4 hours to Flat Earth Fridays when I get back at 2. I don't go to sleep till 6:30 just because the community wants to hear once I actually land back. They want to get updates. So once again, I put myself last, put you guys first over and over and over, selfishly behind the scenes this entire time, spend money I don't have that I wasn't supposed to have to spend, never get to sleep, literally get sick, get back, stay up for 4 hours, 6:30. My daughter wakes up at like 8:30. I want to be able to tell my daughter good morning when she wakes up because I haven't seen her. And the crazy, insane, psychopathic world that you people live in, I gave my daughter an Antarctica shirt and I'm deceiving her. I'm lying to my wife and she doesn't know. I'm fake FaceTiming my wife from Antarctica. It's like, it just pisses me off. It's so easy for you guys to say, Austin, you should stay calm. This is a bad look. You haven't put up with one single fraction, 1 ounce of what I have. And this is what they want. They want Jaron and I to eventually get pissed off. They want Jaron and I to tell you people off. And so you're letting them win, but you don't actually care because you're not a truther. Half of you are probably controlled up. The other people are just not real truthers. You have no integrity, no morality. And so this is the last time you're going to get any of this from me. I'm just going to ignore you people because the real ones know that I'm being honest, know that I'm not lying. They know that they can come in Discord, they can go back to Earth Awakenings, they can see tons and tons of hours of me just answering everything and being transparent about everything and sharing my screen. They can see that I have basically not left Discord because I'm constantly trying to smooth this over and trying to make sure people don't jump off the lane. But you guys just don't care. And right now, people are just like, oh, this proves he's a liar. It doesn't matter what I say right now, what I show right now, what I disprove right now, whatever I do, it's going to prove I'm a liar somehow. It's going to prove I faked it. Oh, see, there he is. He's defensive because he's a liar. What about when I stay super, super calm for a week straight of you people slandering me? What about when that doesn't prove I'm not a liar. Oh, then I get upset. Oh, man. Then, now I'm a liar again. So it's just, we want to believe you're lying. You don't want to believe anything, or you would have went and fact checked all this already. You could go to Dave's site and see it all by yourself. You don't want to believe, or you would have gone and fact checked it, bro. You wouldn't be sitting here pretending it's possible that any of this is real. I've answered the question multiple times. You want to believe? You want me to prove a negative? How about someone actually show the video of me hitting a vape, standing up and exhaling it on camera? Guess what? They'll never show it because it doesn't exist. That didn't happen. You have to be a liar. Show another scene where you can see me hit a vape and then say, trust me, bro. Cut the scene, boom, here it is. Just trust me, that's what happened. And then when you go over there and say, no, look, actually, that isn't what happened at all. The time that you see the breath on Austin's stream, he isn't crouching down. That's an entire different portion of the stream. He's lying. Never at any point do you see him hit a vape, come on camera, and exhale. That's completely a lie. That didn't happen. Prove your claim. No, Austin needs to prove a negative. Austin needs to prove he didn't do that. Okay, here you go. Here's the evidence. I didn't do that. You can watch me walk up to the scene long after I exhaled anything because I would never exhale on camera. You can see that where I'm crouching down, you can go to my stream and line them up and see you don't see my breath at all. And the time you see my breath is not at all whenever I crouch down anywhere. That person lied, put them together, and it's literally slander. And then you will just keep on saying, I need to prove something to you. Dude, here's my breath. You see it the whole time on Owen Benjamin. Oh, that's a different stream. Oh, you were in Antarctica then. Oh, they turned the AC down. Oh, that was pre-recorded. There's no proving anything to you people. Let's just be real. You want to desperately believe there's no 24-hour sun. So you don't want to desperately believe me, Brody. What you want to do is desperately believe there's no 24-hour sun, which means you don't understand flat Earth. You don't understand that the 24-hour sun doesn't change the empirical falsification of the claimed curvature, convexity of the surface. You didn't come to flat Earth with a proper intellectual understanding. You don't deserve to be a flat earther. You're not really a flat earther in terms of intellectualism. You don't understand it. You replaced one model with another model. You need that model, or you can't be a flat earther. You need there to be a package deal of answers for you. You're objectifying the earth, undermining it. You don't actually even understand it. You don't understand the preponderance of evidence and physical empirical measurements. You don't comprehend it. That's why you're freaking out. That's why you're in fear and you're spiraling and you're saying, no, this can't be true. I must attack Austin. I must take out my fear on someone else. I must project my own intellectual insecurity and claim that it's actually Austin being immoral, even though I'm anonymous and I'm sitting here lying and half the time I'm claiming to be a believer, but I'm sitting here bearing false witness. I'm not hearing the whole matter out. Okay, whatever, rant over. This is the thing. And the truth is, a lot of you, that's what you want. You just want to see me do this. You want to see me eventually get upset and snap on you people. That's all that you want. That's all that you want. And yeah, when I've had basically no sleep for 2 consecutive weeks, I'm literally still sick. I don't have any money. I don't have any money. I had to spend money I don't have. And I'm sitting here putting the community first the entire time. the entire time, around the clock, just constantly trying to do stuff, download the videos, corrupted files, not working, too big, shuts down my entire computer, have to go buy an external hard drive because my internal SSD is only 1 terabyte. Can't even freaking do it. Have to go spend $200 that I don't have on an external hard drive just to try to get it off. And then I finally get it downloaded. It takes so many times resetting the computer. I'm having all these people walk me through it. Finally get them downloaded after a day and a half nonstop. Then what happens? I try to export it. We have to do all kinds of things to actually get it to where we can export it. And then it's 14 hours in, 65% or whatever. I go back and check it at the 16-hour mark, a 17-hour mark, boom, doesn't work. Right. And I was staying up till 4:30 in the morning just to figure everything out and figure out the Insta365. It's just nonstop around the clock. And then you have people that are like supposedly on my team. Why haven't you dropped the files yet? You have no excuse not to drop the files yet. Oh, I'm so sorry that I got back to Tennessee after not sleeping at all. Being around psychopathic globers that were gloating the entire time while they were deceptively leaving us in the dark and giving us unfair advantages, while the people that supposedly had my back were slandering me another time, and then we're being blasted in the mainstream with more slander at the same time. Then I come back and I just want to see my family. I come back and I'm sick. I just sleep for like a couple hours, and I wake up to see my daughter, and I have like a million things going on I had to catch up with at home. Like with my car who broke down a little bit before that, and then I had to talk to the people there, and I'm like, dude, you're gonna have to give me a rental, bro. I don't have a freaking car. You've had it for a month. And then I'm trying to figure out all this other stuff with the rent and the different finances and all the different stuff. And then immediately I have to go to Tennessee. Then I go to Tennessee. That's obviously super intense, trying to travel with 2 children. Then I just disconnect for a little bit and hang out with my family for a couple days. I come back, I get here late Saturday night, immediately start doing all the stuff with the videos. Nonstop since Saturday night, I've been trying to mess with these huge video files. Right? And it's just never enough. It's never enough. And you know, Russell, you're doing nothing. You do nothing. What do you do for flat earth? Nothing. What do you do for the truth? Nothing. What have you sacrificed in your real personal
Nothing,
life
burgers.
for flat earth and the truth? Nothing. You do nothing. That's what you do. You do nothing. So you and the globers, toxic online globers, anti-flat earthers, all in the same group. You're all anti-truthers. You're all dishonest. You're all slanderous. You're all anonymous weirdos that have no accountability. That's what the truth is. Think my stream is 2x? No, I just talk fast.
boy.
You, Clay Bundy, you have slandered me at least 20 times in this stream alone. So that's what, and now he's like, oh, Austin's talking fast, huh? Like Russell, they're like, oh, we got him to break. They're like excited. Imagine how terrible of a human you have to be to see someone else going through all that or whatever, and then it makes you happy and you celebrate it and you cheer it on and you're like, let's poke his buttons, let's keep on doing it until eventually he gets upset, and then you're like, oh, mission accomplished. You have to be a sadistic, sociopathic, narcissistic, heartless individual to be like that. And I do not envy you, bro. I really don't. I feel bad for you. I do. And this is the only time I'm even addressing you psychopaths, because trust me, after this stream, you guys come in here just spamming all this nonsense. You're just going to be blocked, right? You're going to be blocked. Thank you for letting us know who you are. Now we can just take out the trash and we can just move on. So this is like your one opportunity to just really pretend like somehow you're relevant or whatever. Level Plane Productions, complete fake anti-truther. Good God in Govan, fake anti-truther. Crystal Jim, fake anti-truther.
Everybody in this chat? What he said.
Simperfish, fake anti-truther. Dean White, fake anti-truther. True Christian, fake Christian, anti-truther. Freya, anti-truther. Talk like my mate when you're on meth. Sven Olsen, anti-truther. So you're a judge now. Henrik Dew, anti-truther. So basically, there's 900 people in here, 200 anti-truthers. It's all good. And yeah, I definitely did just get pissed. It is what it is. I don't really care what you think, bro. Like, fine. Austin, stay super calm. Like, I don't want to attack you over and over and over. Why are you, Austin? You're my employee. Little B, Austin, sit down. Do whatever I say. I get to talk down. I would never talk to you like this in person. I would never. I'm super soft and fake and anonymous. But you do what I say. I'm going to talk down to you and disrespect you and slander you. And I'm going to claim I'm a Christian. Well, this is called righteous indignation. The scripture tells me to rebuke you. That's what it actually says. The scriptures don't tell me, Austin, never get upset. What it says is righteous indignation is not only justified, it's actually encouraged, and that you should be exposed. And that's what this is. I'm exposing you people. You work for a dark demonic energy. I'm exposing you. You're slandering me. You're slandering all of us. You're lying. You are a liar. You have no truth within you. You don't live for the Creator. And if any of you people are going around claiming to be a Christian, claiming to be a believer, claiming to speak on behalf of the Creator, you will be judged, rebuked, and punished more than everyone else combined. And I just read the scriptures that say it. Don't have to take my word for it. A false witness will not go unpunished, and he who breathes out lies will perish. Now, I'm sure you don't care because you don't really believe the scriptures are true. But if you actually are claimed to or actually do believe the scriptures are true, and you're sitting here bearing false witness, well, that means that you are inviting being punished. I'm not, because I'm not lying. I'm being honest. I'm actually taking sacrifices for him. I felt led to go do it. So you are in a dangerous position if you're claiming to be a believer and you're bearing false witness and you're making definitive slanderous accusations without fully hearing out the situation, and you're lying. You will not go unpunished. That's what it says. That's what it says. So, I mean, it's whatever. That is
But
a
if you
lie.
say-
You are sitting
No,
here
it's
lying.
Not a lie. Are you saying I'm lying?
Yeah. There's a little breath. What's up now? You have to take like deeper breaths, and it sucks. It hurts your lungs. Okay.
I went inside and drank water. And like I've said many times, if you go into somewhere that it's warmer and you drink water, when you come out, you can see your breath more. I've also said that, yes, I did unexpectedly find a vape in my bag when I was traveling. That's because I used an old little bag I used for chargers, and it had a vape in there from way back in the day, because I did used to vape. I don't vape now. And so I did hit that vape a couple times when I was in Antarctica. But I did absolutely, objectively not hit a vape, walk over to the scene, to the screen, and then exhale it to fake my breath.
Yes, that's what I just said, right? Didn't I just? So that claim was just definitively debunked. You're probably not even watching because you don't care about truth. You're just lying in the chat. This right here, he claimed that I crouched down. He shows a video of me crouching down and claims that I'm hitting a vape. I stand up and exhale. What actually happens, I'm looking at my phone when I hit a vape a couple times. I'm like completely delirious at this point, by the way. I haven't slept at all. Like literally feel terrible, have a pounding migraine, my chest hurts. So I'm like, whatever. And like, yeah, I guess that sounds pretty stupid to hit a vape while your chest hurts. But like, I was just out of it and my head hurt so bad. I'm like, oh, I don't even know why I thought that. But I'm like, oh, maybe the vape will help. I just haven't found it. I was just delirious. I was just out of it. I just felt bad. I felt bad. And people were just were like getting attacked from every angle. And the Globers are lying and scheming and gloating. And it just was terrible. This guy sends a video of me crouched down and says, see, sitting a vape, watch, he stands up, and then he just cuts over to my stream and says, that's where he fakes his breath. But really, we can watch it. What actually happens is I just walk out.
Yes, I did
Here
unexpectedly
it is.
find a vape in my bag.
I walk
when I was traveling.
over
That's because I
to
used an
the
old little bag I used for
computer,
chargers, and, it had
and
a vape
this
in
is
there
where you
from way
see
back
my
in the day,
breath.
'cause I did used to vape. I don't vape now.
So the
And so I
video
did
claiming
hit
I
that
crouched
vape a
down,
couple
faked
times
hitting,
when I
I
was
hit
in
a vape
Antarctica,
instead of
but
faking my
I
breath
did
is a literal
absolutely,
lie.
objectively not hit a vape,
Literal lie.
walk over to the scene, to the screen, and then exhale it to fake my breath. It's just a
Yes, because did we just watch it where when do you see my breath? Is it when I walk back to get the snow? Yes, it is, right? There's a little breath. Look, okay, there's a little breath, and then someone claimed there's just one. No, there was two. Saw that breath, and there you saw another. Oh, you're out of breath. What? No, I took two back-to-back breaths. Okay. Tried another one. It didn't work. Okay, well, I just came out after drinking water. You could see my breath for a second. Now I turn around and walk over to pick up the snow because people were saying I needed to get my snow, so I was going to get them, but I had to obviously get gloves to get it. So I walk out of here. I come over standing up, and that's why you see me talk to the computer for a second, say, oh, there's a breath. Try again, don't see it. And then you see me turn around and walk away.
That's because I used an old little bag.
Wait for it. Oh, here it goes. Here it comes.
From way back
Okay,
in the
you
day,
see me
'cause I
putting
did
my
used
gloves
to
on
vape,
because I
I
just
don't
got
vape
them.
now. And so I did hit that vape a couple times when I was in Antarctica, but I did absolutely
Here we go.
objectively not
Here
hit
we
a
go.
vape.
Guess
walk
what
over
happens
to
after
the
I come
scene,
back and
to
put
the
my gloves
screen, and
on?
then exhale
Oh,
it
I
to fake
walk
my breath.
over to get
Just a
the
Yes,
snow.
that's what I
just oh, right? So wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Take like deeper
So where
breaths.
you see
Two
my
more deep
breath?
breaths to show you my breath because I thought that you were gonna see it again.
Okay, but like we said, we got actual video footage from a camera showing you walking in concession and doing this. We see you go down, and we see you actually put things to your mouth, and then you show the breath.
He's literally lying. He says, "We see you go down, put a vape to your mouth, and then we see you show the breath." That is a lie. That is
But
a
if you
lie.
say-
You are sitting
No,
here
it's
lying.
Not a lie. Are you saying I'm lying?
Literally.
There's a little breath. What's up now? You have to take like deeper breaths, and it sucks. It hurts your lungs. Okay.
I went inside and drank water. And like I've said many times, if you go into somewhere that it's warmer and you drink water, when you come out, you can see your breath more. I've also said that, yes,
Look, someone's in the chat saying unbacked claims of lies. We're literally sitting here watching it, backing up that he was lying. I think you're just either dumb or a liar. There is no other option. You are either or you're a liar. Okay, let's talk about it again. What did Flatzoid just say? Let's listen to it again. Flatzoid says, we actually have video of it. You walk out, you crouch down, we see you put a vape up to your mouth, and then you stand up, and that's when you show your breath. Let's repeat it again for the really slow people. Flatzoid said, this is what everyone's saying. This is what the video says, what all the slander's saying. We actually have a video. We caught you. What's it vapes it? We caught you. We caught you on video, buddy. What you got to say now? We caught you. We have it on video, quote unquote. Flatzoid. We have it on video. You walk out, you come over, you crouch down, we watch you put a vape up to your mouth, then you stand up, and that's when you show your breath. Okay, now here we are literally watching it. Let's find out where I show my breaths to show you my breath, because I thought that you were gonna see it again.
Okay, but like we said, we got actual video footage from a camera showing
We got actual video footage from a camera showing
you walking in concession and doing this. We see you go down,
we see you go down,
and we see you actually put things to your mouth, and
we see you actually put it to your mouth,
then you show the breath.
and then you show the breath. Okay, now where did he get that? There's a video, we can play it, that went viral claiming that look, Austin's crouching, you see him in the vape, and then he just randomly, deceptively edits it, puts my footage, he shows it. So we just heard him say it. I just repeated it 3 times. I just played it for you 3 times. Okay, now let's see if it's true. You said it's baseless claims of a lie with nothing to back it up. Okay, well, I think literally watching the actual footage proving that what you're saying isn't true is probably backing up the claim that it's a lie. Okay,
That is
a lie. You are sitting
No,
here
it's
lying.
Not a lie. Are you saying I'm lying?
There's a little breath. What's up now? You have to take like deeper breaths, and it sucks. It hurts your lungs. Okay. Okay. You see my breath? And I'm like, whoa, there's a little breath. You see my breath again. And then I take a deep breath and you don't see my breath. Now, people that have lived in colder climates have told me that this is actually because people that lived in colder climates thinks it's funny. They say, because it's obvious you don't, and you don't know how to do it. You don't take really deep breaths to see your breath. You do stuff like really quickly where it's warmer, shorter breath, and you'll see your breath more, which makes sense because that's when you see my breath. So I went in, I drank water. I came out after I went inside where it's warm, drank water, come back. And whenever I'm just like breathing a short exhale, you see my breath. Then I'm like, whoa, there you go. And then when I think in my mind, I think, oh, I'm going to take a big deep breath, you'll see more. People that live in colder climates tell me that's not how it works. When you take really big deep breaths, you're not going to see it because you're going to like make your lungs even colder. So I take a big deep breath, you don't see it. And I try to take another big deep consecutive breath, and I'm like, okay, that sucks. Like when you have to, I guess you have to take a deep breath, and that hurts your lungs. I didn't even know how it worked. I didn't know how any of it worked. I wasn't faking anything. I was literally surprised to see it. Now we're watching the literal factual video footage proving that what you're claiming about me faking my breath is a lie. And you're sitting here just doubling down on it, claiming I'm just baselessly claiming it's a lie. We just heard Flatzoid say, we have actual video footage of you coming out, crouching down, hitting a vape, then standing up, and that's when you see your breath. Now, what do we actually see happen? We see that when you see my
Go
breath
down,
for the 15th
and we
freaking
see
time,
you actually put things to your mouth, and then you show the breath.
we see you crouch down, put it to your mouth, and then we see your breath. That is
but
a
if you
lie.
say-
You are sitting
No,
here
it's
lying.
not a lie. Are you saying I'm lying?
There's a little breath. What's up now? You have to take like deeper breath. And let's just cover it. Yeah, I think you guys just aren't smart. I'll be honest. So here, I'm not trying to do anything. So I just have a really short XL. Right
Video
here.
footage from a camera showing you walking in concession and doing this. We see you go down, and we see you actually put things to your mouth, and then you show the breath.
That is
but
a
if you
lie.
say-
You are sitting
No,
here
it's
lying.
Not a lie. Are you saying I'm lying?
Yeah, that's what we're saying. Yeah. There's a little breath. See, so it's a little short XL, and you see my breath. I'm like, oh, what? Try again. You
Man,
kind of
Dan
see
is
my breath.
controlling the clicker.
Deeper breath, you don't really see it.
Deeper breath, and it sucks. It hurts your lungs. Okay.
Okay, then
The
I
lie
immediately turn and walk away. So what moment did we see my breath on the screen that everyone's claiming I vaped and faked it and then tried it again and couldn't fake it and ha ha ha, you got caught and you got busted? Right there. What actually happens, you see my breath, I'm like, whoa, there's a breath, ha ha, what's up now? Take a deep breath, then you don't see it. And then what do I immediately do afterwards? I say, okay, that sucks, that hurts your lungs. Then I turn around and I walk away to pick up the snow to disprove the other stupid claim that supposedly I was in Antarctica, I was in a studio, so I couldn't pick up the snow. And then they said, why'd you have to walk away to pick up the snow? Because that's where the loose snow was. But let's just keep going. Okay, now this is the moment that I had walked in, drank some water. Now we're about to walk back out and we're about to see my breath. Because remember, where you see me show my breath, I then try again, say, that sucks, it hurts your lungs, then immediately turn around and clap my hands as I walk away to pick up the snow, right? So at whatever point in time in the video, we see me come over to the camera, talk for a second, then turn around and walk away is the moment that you had just seen my breath, right? Okay, good job, guys.
I've said
Good
many
job.
times, if you go into somewhere that it's warmer and you drink water, when you come out, you can see your breath more. I've also said that, yes, I did unexpectedly find a vape in my bag when I was traveling. That's because I used an old little bag I used.
Okay, here I am in
It had a
front
vape
of
in
the
there from way
screen,
back in the day, 'cause I
talking,
did
trying to
use
put
the
my
vape. I
gloves
didn't
on.
put
I'm
it
like,
down.
oh, what's up
And
now?
so
You
I
see
did
my
hit that vape
breath.
a couple times when I
And
was
then
in
you're gonna
Antarctica,
see
but I
what?
did
You're gonna see
absolutely
me
objectively not hit a
turn
vape, walk over to the
around
scene, to the screen, and then exhale it to
and
fake
walk
my breath.
away. Okay,
we
yes, that's what I
started
just said, right? Didn't I just say you're lying? So
No,
yes, I'm saying you're lying.
because we got live streams to show it. Remember, you said
No,
didn't
you
watch any
don't.
of the
Show it
streams.
right now. Show your screen. Show it right now. You're lying.
Whoa, wait. Did you not say you didn't watch any of the streams?
No, what I watched, what I did. No, what? No, what
You
I
said
did.
at the beginning when I started, you didn't watch any of the streams because you don't want to see people slandering
I
you.
didn't
blah, blah,
watch your streams. That's right. But what I have seen is the claim that you're making right now, which is some video someone made saying, look, here's Austin ducking behind the trash can. And then he says, then he stands up and this is where he fakes his breath. That's a lie, though. That isn't the moment in the stream that you see my breath. It's an entirely different moment in the stream. It is a lie. You just now said the lie. So show the screen, show everyone that this is not a lie. Show right now that you watch me duck, hit a vape, stand up, and fake my breath. You won't because that isn't what happened. It's an entirely different part of the stream.
Just like I wouldn't show up, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna try see if I can get the video quickly.
No, I agree with
Um,
Austin. That was an edited video. They moved the timeline around. You have to look at it because it is false.
Flatoid and Wizard go back and forth with this.
Okay, cool. If you did say it's edited, I'll look into that. But what I see.
Wait, well, answer
is-
the question. Did you? Is that where you saw it? You saw the video that showed that the guy's narrating it, and he says, "Look, here you see
It's
him
on the
ducking behind."
360 camera. It shows.
How does whether or not you vaped equal the claim that you're paid off trader that didn't actually go on the trip and make the observation the non sequitur is wild? It just they don't care about truth, bro. Like that's it. They're just liars. They're claiming I'm not showing another video. What are you talking about? That's both videos. That's me walking out, and then that's me walking up. Wait, you're talking about the one that's a lie. It's about to come up, my guy. It's about to come up. So we're about to watch it. Name calling is not a line of defense. You know what is a line of defense? Me showing the actual literal videos directly, objectively falsifying the lies. That's a line of defense, though.
Of a 360 camera.
Austin is being a straw man in the stream by how he refuses to address the original 100% ducking free Vapegate video. What are you talking about? What do you? I just played that video. It's me walking out. What are you talking about? You guys are just retarded. When you see the breath come out of my mouth, coming out of the door, you will not see me then put my hand back up to my mouth and hand a vape, will you? So if you see breath come out of my mouth when I walk out of the door, when is it that I then, you're claiming I put my hand up to my mouth and I vaped coming out of the door, and then you can see the vape. Then my hand doesn't go back up to my mouth as I walk all the way over to the computer. So when did I hit the vape again to supposedly fake my breath? You'll never answer that question. You know why? Because you're liars. You're not answering my question. Is where you supposed?
No, not off that. No, I didn't see it off that. It was off a 360 camera.
Yeah, on the 360 camera. I want you to say it on the record right now. I want you to say it on the record right now. You're claiming you watched the 360 camera and you watched me duck, hit a vape, stand up, and exhale. Is that what you're claiming?
Yes.
Okay, that is a lie. Because what actually happened was I walked into the room, okay? Then I come back out, walk up to the stream, and that's when you see it. Later on, I ducked below the trash can.
Did you or did you not switch your screen off?
What?
Did you or did you not switch your screen off when you went into the
No, what just happened? He just got directly refuted, and then he just says, "Oh, did you switch your stream off?" Just completely moves the goalpost.
All right, guys. I think I've had enough of that for one evening. I think I'm going to be wrapping it up here pretty soon. A little word of advice. Anybody who hasn't seen the beginning of this stream, highly recommended. We had epic event take place. So, like I said, highly advised to do some rewinding if you didn't see it. I'm going to play a little ditty of a good friend of ours before I head out here.
Fast jack, ass slash, chance a hammer and the brass tacks. But I'm lagging, nagging, bragging, doing fast, or acting like a maniac. Do you wonder why exactly I'm explaining that? Just consider the fact that once you grab your back up, you're gonna be aware to turn back around, cause this whole thing's gonna come down. That's right. Whole thing's gonna come down. Okay. Well, the whole damn thing is gonna come down. And we'll see who's laughing when the place starts collapsing in a free for all. Anything can happen when the ship goes down. So does the captain.
For those who don't know, this is Dr. Bass. If you haven't subbed him, I recommend it as well. You can drop the link.
Wherever you are is where you'll be stuck there when this place goes belly up. Gotta have yourself a damn good plan when the shit hits a fan. And when they go and get stuff, you gotta be clever enough. You gotta know what the fuck to do. You gotta run amok, or let the muck run you. You better act fast, jackass, last chance, a hammer in the brass tacks. But don't like it, make it, drag it, fast, or acting like a maniac. Do you wonder why exactly I'm explaining that? Just consider the fact that once you can't be fucking babies, you're gonna be a way to turn back around, cause this whole thing's gonna come down.
Thank you all for coming, and I'll see you on the next one. Peace, love.
You better act fast, jackass, slash, chance, a hammer in the brass tacks. But I'm lagging, nagging, bragging, doing fast, or acting like a maniac. Do you wonder why exactly I'm explaining that? Just consider the fact that once you grab your back up, you're gonna be aware to turn back around, cause this whole thing's gonna come down. That's right. Whole thing's gonna come down. Okay. Well, the whole damn thing is gonna come down. And we'll see who's laughing when the place starts collapsing in the free for all. Anything can happen when the ship goes down. So does the captain. And wherever you are is where you'll be stuck there when this place goes belly up. Gotta have yourself a damn good plan when the shit hits a fan. And when they go and get stuff, you gotta be clever enough. You gotta know what the fuck to do. You gotta run amok, or let the muck run you. You better act fast, jackass, last chance, a hammer in the brass tacks. But don't like it, make it, drag it, fast, or acting like a maniac. Do you wonder why exactly I'm explaining that? Just consider the fact that once you can't be fucking babies, you're gonna be a way to turn back around, cause this whole thing's gonna come down. jackass, last chance to hammer in the brass tacks. Let's all like you're naked back and do your ass, or acting like a maniac. Do you wonder why exactly I'm explaining that? Just consider the fact that once you grab your bucket around, you're gonna be aware to turn back around, cause this whole thing's gonna come down. That's right. Whole thing's gonna come down. Okay. Well, the whole damn thing is gonna come down. And we'll see who's laughing when the place starts collapsing in the free for all. Anything can happen when the shit goes down. So does the captain. And wherever you are is where you'll be stuck there when this place goes belly up. Have yourself a damn good plan when the shit hits a fan. And when you go and get stuff, you gotta be clever enough. You gotta know what the fuck to do. You gotta run amok, or let the muck run you. You better act fast, jackass, last chance to hammer in the brass tacks. But don't like it, naked, back it, drag it ass, or acting like a maniac. Do you wonder why exactly I'm explaining that? Just consider the fact that once you grab your bucket like this, you're gonna be away to turn back around, cause this whole thing's gonna come down. You better act fast, jackass, last chance to hammer in the brass tacks. Let's all like it, naked, back it, drag it ass, or acting like a maniac. Do you wonder why exactly I'm explaining that? Just consider the fact that once you grab your bucket like this, you're gonna be away to turn back around, cause this whole thing's gonna come down. That's right. Whole thing's gonna come down. Okay. Well, the whole damn thing is gonna come down. And we'll see who's laughing when the place starts collapsing in the free for all. Anything can happen when the shit goes down. So does the captain. And wherever you are is where you'll be stuck there when this place goes belly up. Have yourself a damn good plan when the shit hits a fan. And when you go and get stuff, you gotta be clever enough. You gotta know what the fuck to do. You gotta run amok, or let the muck run you. You better act fast, jackass, last chance to hammer in the brass tacks. But don't like it, naked, back it, drag it ass, or acting like a maniac. Do you wonder why exactly I'm explaining that? Just consider the fact that once you grab your bucket like this, you're gonna be away to turn back around, cause this whole thing's gonna come down. You better act fast, jackass.